A Loving Duke for the Shy Duchess. Written by Abby Ayles and published by Starfall Publications. Save more with our offers and bundles on our website starfallpublicationsbooks.com. Subscribe for more audiobooks. Enjoy. Chapter 1. The early morning was the most precious to Lucille Barrington. She treasured the quiet that hung about the house before the sun split the sky, the moments before even the servants were up and about, when she could slip along the velvet carpets of her new home in silence, run her fingers along the banister as tenderly as a child, curl up in the study with only a book and her own thoughts. She would have walked outside in the elaborate gardens too, if it weren't for her husband's concerns on the subject. He seemed to think the early morning a prime time for catching dangerous chills, and he had told her only a few days into their marriage that he worried about her walking in the gardens alone without a shawl. She hadn't returned since. This particular morning, Lucille woke before the birds, dressed quickly in a green silk gown that set off her emerald eyes, pinned her hair back as properly as she knew she ought, put a thick shawl around her shoulders, and tiptoed from her bedroom towards the study downstairs. Doing so, she had to pass her husband's door. Reginald Barrington, the Duke of Crowan, a man arrayed in all the mystery and splendour of wealth and circumstance, who had married her 6 months ago after a flurry of excitement surrounding her sister, Sarah's marriage to Augustus Sutton of Whitehall. So many months, and yet Lucille still felt she was sneaking by the door of a stranger as she tiptoed downstairs. She hardly knew Reginald. They hadn't even consummated their marriage, not after the first night, when he'd told her that he knew it was an arranged affair. He knew that she was frightened, and he promised not to do anything until she explicitly requested his attentions. "You have nothing to fear from me," he had said the first night. "I will not be a duty you have to fulfill. Come to me if you wish to, but until you wish otherwise, I will have a room for you at the opposite end of the hall, and you may rest there undisturbed." She'd been so grateful at the time, shaking like a leaf at the thought of being with a man she hardly knew, but as the days stretched into weeks and the weeks into months, she felt her already limited knowledge of Reginald Barrington was growing more and more frail. She didn't know that man who lived down the hall from her, who'd given her his name and his estate, and maybe even his heart, for Lucille couldn't deny that there was something in his eyes that spoke of love, even if he couldn't bring himself to be so forthright. She only wished she knew how to reach out of her fear and touch his heart. She wished she wanted to reach out. Instead, she felt stopped up, like a wax figure in a museum, rather than a real woman. "I cannot help you with this," her sister Sarah had explained when she confessed these fears. "You have to find a way to speak with your own husband. Tell him your concerns and ask him what is wrong. I'm sure he'll be more than happy to bare his soul to you." But Lucille knew better. Reginald Barrington was not the kind of man who bared his soul to anyone. Lucille knew that she of all people, with her shrinking fear of crowds, her confusion about what to say and when to speak the truth, would be the last person in whom Reginald ever confided. He was the opposite of her in every way, a strong-minded man who knew what he wanted and wasn't afraid to get it. He spoke quickly, had a sharp mind, and prized all things intellectual. He was also a bit vulpine. Lucille had always thought so, and she wasn't ever sure whether he spoke the truth or was manipulating the facts to his own ends. He could do that. She'd seen him turn men on their heads with only a few sentences, pulling affirmatives from men who'd promised never to give in, twisting the House of Lords around with his logic on an almost daily occasion. Lucille opened the door to the library and slipped inside, expecting to light a candle as usual and pick up her book until the morning light fought with the flame. To her surprise, she saw that a fire had already been started in the hearth, and she caught sight of her husband's slim, sloping shoulders, against the back of the settee. She froze, took a soundless step backward and turned as though to flee when he stopped her. "Good morning, Lucille." His voice was smooth and deep. His eyes still turned away from her towards the fire. "I didn't mean to disturb you." She took another step away. "You didn't—" "How did you know I was here?" she ventured, hoping he wouldn't turn around. The intensity of his gaze, the cool removal of his countenance, always befuddled her. "I know you come here in the mornings, and I thought to warm the room beforehand, and perhaps catch you before I left for the day." He turned then, but the light of the fire cast his face into shadow. Lucille swallowed hard. "Thank you." "But you're backing away. Have you changed your mind about reading in your usual spot?" He waved toward the settee, and she looked at it wordlessly, not knowing what to say. They were married, yes, but the nearness to Reginald still felt strange, like being scandalously close with a stranger. It was an intimacy she could not yet stomach. "I don't want to interrupt you." He stood suddenly, his face still hidden in shadow, but she heard the edge in his voice. "I was only coming to invite you to dinner with me this evening," he said. "I know I've been eating in town as of late, and you so often take your meals in your room, but I desire your presence with me when I return from the House of Lords." Lucille knew she'd done something wrong, but she wasn't sure what it was, and she certainly didn't know how to fix it. She swallowed hard and nodded. "I'll be there." He walked past her, brushing up against her arm as he went, and bid her good day at the door with a deep bow and his eyes averted. She murmured a response, and when he was gone, she couldn't help thinking of the contrast between their cold interaction and the interactions she'd seen so often between Sarah and her husband Augustus. Those two had fallen in love under the strangest of circumstances, and yet they seemed to be deeply in love. Sarah had initially agreed to take Lucille's place when their father, Edgar Lockridge, had demanded that Lucille marry the Duke of Whitehall. Sarah and Lucille were identical twins, and for a time the misdirection worked. Everyone thought that Sarah was Lucille, and Lucille was Sarah. Everyone, except Reginald, that is. He had known from the first time he met Sarah that she was not Lucille, and had asked Lucille for her hand in marriage only 2 months later. Lucille still didn't know his reasons for this strange request. She'd accepted to help Sarah the way Sarah had helped her, and because she had seen at last that it was as safe a future as she could hope to have. Her father was a dangerous and manipulative man. When Sarah married Augustus, he would surely not be satisfied until Lucille was also carted away to a man of his choosing. At least Reginald seemed to respect her, whatever their difficulties were otherwise. Sarah had sacrificed everything, her reputation, her wealth, and her status, to intervene and save Augustus from Edgar's blackmail. Lucille had even helped in her own way, a spurt of courage that now seemed far away, like it belonged to a different woman. She changed for dinner, more out of habit than necessity. Reginald had never mentioned a particularly favourite gown or colour on her, but she'd grown up with a father who picked at every little thing she did or wore, and she had always changed before dinner with him. She felt she ought to do the same for Reginald, to at least try to please him. She put on a grey silk dress with fine lace around the neck, put her hair up again, and used pearls as accents all around. Coupled with her almost white blonde hair, she thought it looked a little ghostly, but it would have to do. Reginald was already in the dining room when she arrived, talking to the cook about some household matter or other. He still managed most of the estate, and Lucille didn't mind. The idea of keeping an entire household afloat terrified her. "Sir," she curtsied when he turned to see her, as the cook bowed out of the room. "Lucille." He turned to her with a question creasing his forehead. He was dressed as he'd been that morning. Tan trousers, and a fine blue statesman's coat. His long dark hair was tied back at the base of his neck, and those dark eyes of his were watching, always watching. "I've told you before, you don't have to call me sir." "Of course," she said quickly, stumbling over her words. "I don't mean anything by it. It's habit." Habit? He showed her over to her seat, mechanically almost, and pulled back her chair. "Have you been married to many other gentlemen that I don't know about?" She blushed, knowing that he was teasing her but unsure how to respond. The past few days, she'd felt something brewing, a certain scowling in his countenance and an even more removed nature than usual. She feared that this dinner was the culmination of all that confusion, a chance for Reginald to at last call her out on whatever issue was bothering him. She was afraid. "How was your day?" he asked as soon as the first course had been served, and she dipped her spoon into the creamy soup. "Good," she answered quickly, automatically. "I walked about the grounds a bit. The new gardener you hired was putting in bushes, and I helped him." She trailed off, wondering if this had been a misstep. "If that's all right, I don't know if you would mind." "Mind you getting some fresh air and using that mind of yours?" "Not at all." There was no edge in his voice, though Lucille listened for one as she'd used to listen for the changing moods of her father. He just seemed weary, like something was weighing heavily on his shoulders. Lucille found herself wishing they had the kind of relationship where he might feel free to unburden himself to her, but as soon as the thought came into her mind, she banished it. Reginald was clearly a smart and capable man. He would have no need for a girl like her. "Thank you," she said softly, taking another spoonful of soup. He looked at her in silence for a moment, and then shook his head. "What is it that I do?" he said, with a hard note creeping into his voice. "That frightens you so? Stop cringing, Lucille. I've never hurt you. I've never said an unkind word to you." He threw his napkin down on the table, and despite herself, Lucille tensed. He caught the slight movement and sighed, running his hand along his forehead. "Like now, I'm just asking you a question, and you're choosing to shrink away from me in fear rather than answering me forthrightly." Lucille laid her spoon down, keeping her eyes on her hands. "I'm sorry, sir." "Don't," he interrupted. "Not sir." "Lucille, I've given you everything. Complete liberty to do and think as you like. I've asked nothing from you, nothing. And yet you still treat me as though I am some villain scheming against your happiness." The word villain sparked a memory in Lucille, one she'd thought of often since they'd got married, and she looked up with a rare spurt of honesty. "Perhaps you are a villain to some," she said softly. "You have given me everything, yes, but I know that you are not always an honourable man. My sister says you're a merchant of secrets, and I know that secrets hurt people. And here we have the truth at last." There was a flicker of pain in Reginald's eyes, but before Lucille could fully confirm it, he'd pushed it aside again, putting the mask on his face. "You are afraid of me." Lucille swallowed hard and dropped her eyes. That wasn't all she meant to say, but she felt all her thoughts and fears piling up inside her. The more that rose, the harder it was to speak. "I'm sorry to see such a fear in my own wife." His voice was hoarse with feeling. "I'll do whatever I can to assuage those fears. Tell me what it is you would have me do." She looked at him soberly, and the old memory came back into her mind. "When I was helping Sarah with Augustus, I burned some blackmail our father had. I saw your name, but I burned it nonetheless, without reading it. Tell me what the paper said." He looked steadily across the table at her, his face a sober mask. He opened his mouth once as though to speak, and then shut it again just as quickly. "I'm sorry," he said, laying aside his spoon and standing abruptly. It appears this meal was not such a good idea after all. Lucille watched him go, wondering at the loneliness that always accompanied his absence. She didn't love him. Of course, she didn't love him. What, then, was this yearning in her heart? Chapter 2. In the dream, Reginald was standing over Isaac Caney, and he had blood on his hands. There was blood on the ground, and all around, the hunters were chanting something he couldn't understand. He woke with sweat drenching his head and sat up in the darkness. He'd turned into bed early after the dinner with Lucille, unable to spend one more moment looking at the disappointment creasing the face of the most beautiful woman he'd ever known. He stood by that statement, even though Sarah looked so like her twin sister. He had been able to tell she wasn't Lucille in an instant. He'd always believed that when a man studies a thing as Reginald had studied Lucille, he can at once understand when a counterfeit is offered him. Now, lying in bed with the dream still fresh in his mind, Reginald reached up with a shaking hand and felt a film of sweat on his brow. That awful day came back to him even in the daylight, when he had to bury it away with all the other things from his past he wanted to forget. But at night, the dead came back out of their graves, and he was racked with guilt even now at the memory of Isaac Caney's slack face and staring eyes. The accident had never been ultimately pinned on his gun, after all. There was no conclusive evidence that it had been his bullet in the melee that had killed Isaac. But somehow the lack of certainty was worse than just knowing. He couldn't fully accept the role of villain and repent. Yet he couldn't walk with a clear conscience either. He swung his legs out of bed, fumbled in the dark until he'd lit a candle, and then slipped his arms into his floor-length brocade dressing gown. He glimpsed his own face in the mirror and jumped a little, startled by how sallow and pale he looked. This slender, mincing appearance favoured him well in most of his business, coming across as intellectual, politically savvy, and a man with a secret to hide, always intimidated the bullish idiots who tried to push their self-serving bills through the House of Lords. But Reginald could see why his appearance and mystique had done nothing to win over the heart of Lucille Lockridge, now turned Lucille, Duchess of Crowan. He felt a sudden yearning to go to her, to bury his face in that feather-soft hair and breathe deeply of her smell. Sometimes, when she wasn't looking, he would let his gaze settle on her from afar and soak up the sight of her the way a thirsty man in the desert revels in even a drop of water. She was so much more than he had ever imagined, and yet he felt he had condemned himself to a lifetime of torment by marrying her. She would always be right there, needing to be loved, but neither accepting his love nor giving him any in return. He didn't fully understand why, but whatever the reason, it was clear that Lucille was frightened of him. Earlier today, at the dinner table, he had been reminded of a puppy his father had purchased for him when he was a boy. The poor thing had been the runt of the litter, and a badly kept litter at that. A full month old when Reginald received the little thing, the puppy had been beaten and frightened into a trance-like submission. When Reginald first reached out to pet the creature, the puppy had shivered uncontrollably with fear, not moving away lest such behaviour be punished, but not moving an inch closer either. That's how Lucille seemed, as though she was bearing up under his presence, because it was what was expected of her, although Reginald could see that same shivering fear in her as well, and he hated it. He wanted to find a way to help her, to quiet her nerves, to show her that she was everything he needed, and even if she wasn't, he would never lay a hand on her. He put his slippers on and walked out into the silent hall, having no idea what time it was. The servants must be already abed, Lucille too, for the candle was the only light in the house as he made his way downstairs, and his almost noiseless slippers the only disturbance. As he walked, he thought of that tailor Lucille had once loved. She'd called off the dalliance, the infatuation, as she called it at the time, as soon as Reginald proposed, but it hurt him more than he could even admit to himself. The tailor was evidence that she could treasure and be treasured. She just chose not to extend that gift to him. "There's no hope for romance once you've already married the girl," one of his coarser friends had said the week after his wedding when they were drinking at the pub across from Parliament. "You can woo a mistress to eternity, but once you're sharing a home and a reputation, the love is lost." The man had been joking, of course, but the statement had grated against Reginald's memory ever since. How did one woo one's own wife? He had avoided her bedroom like the plague because it was vitally important to him that she felt safe above all else. But even if she eventually agreed to do her marital duty, what then? A child would only give her something else to care about, meaning for their union that would pull her once and for all away from him instead of towards him. Her words at dinner that night still stabbed him as he slipped down the stairs. "Perhaps you are a villain to some." It had been a brave thing to say, and Reginald had been torn at the moment between wanting to applaud her rare show of courage and wanting to sink with shame under the pain of what she implied. It was revelatory to see himself at last as she saw him, that narrow man with his hands on the strings of so many men, a merchant of secrets, as she called him. It wasn't like that in reality. He knew he'd made mistakes, but he tried to be careful with his choices, leveraging situations for the greater good and protection of others instead of blackmailing people to line his pockets. But maybe that was an argument about the ends justifying the means, and maybe Lucille would turn her head away from such explanations if he tried to give them. He intended to pull one of his obscure books on ancient medieval philosophy from the shelf in the library and use it as medicine against the doubts in his own mind. However, when he opened the door, he was startled to see the fire was still flickering dimly in the fireplace, and his little wife was curled up in the settee with a letter in her hand. She was dressed in a nightgown, an uncommon sight for the lovesick husband, a long, white, filmy thing with lace edging around the neck and long sleeves. Her hair, so blonde it was almost white, fell to her waist, spilling over her shoulder like a gentle waterfall. Her little eyes were turned down to study the letter, her wrists arched over the paper like the wings of a sparrow. She took his breath away, and he paused for a moment in the doorway. That movement, stopping suddenly, caused her to look up with a stifled cry of surprise and, as always, fear. When she realised that it was him and not a stranger, the fear only edged slightly. "My lord." She stumbled a little, trying to stand, her little legs getting tangled in the folds of her nightgown, and pulled the thick green shawl tighter around her shoulders. "I'm so sorry to disturb you. I thought you were abed, or else I would not have imposed on the library." Reginald felt a slew of phrases piling up in his head. "You are not disturbing me. Please don't go from me again, Lucille. You're always running, and it breaks my heart." But he couldn't bring himself to let them free of his lips. He just looked at her steadily, trying to find a way around her fear and his own pride. She looked confused and sat down again, folding the letter ever so gently with her slender little hands, and then crossing those hands in her lap. "My lord." She let the question hang in her voice. That second, "my lord," did it. Reginald couldn't bear to hear that fearful question in her voice. He went to her, crossing the room in a few steps of his long legs, and kneeling down suddenly at her feet. Lucille's face paled for a moment in vague surprise, clearly uncertain, but Reginald made no attempt to rise or to use his silver tongue to charm her. Instead, he put his head on her knees, like a child coming to his mother for comfort. There was a moment of utter stillness, and he knew she must be thinking frantically about what to do and what was proper. Then he heard the rustle of her hands, laying aside the letter, and felt them touch, feather soft, the back of his neck. She had no way of knowing, but her touch was like lightning in his bones. "Are you all right?" she asked suddenly, her voice soft like the flickering firelight. She so rarely initiated conversation with him that at first Reginald was unsure how to respond. In the end, he was surprised into a moment of rare honesty. "I am not all right," he murmured, "but I might be, if you will just stay here with me. Don't leave." The little hand resting on the back of his neck moved gently to his hair and began stroking it ever so tentatively. Her touch was uncertain, but brave. He could feel that bravery in her fingers, and he loved her for it. Heavens, he loved her, with everything in him. "There's room." She cleared her throat as though her voice had failed her. "There's room up here if you want to rest." It was so strange of her to offer further intimacy that he raised his head, at first not believing her, and she dropped her eyes at once, and he took his cue not to press the issue, merely following her hand, patting the settee gently beside her. He stood and climbed by her side, putting his head back in her lap and laying lengthwise beside her, his eyes on the fire. He wanted more than anything to look up and catch a glimpse of that delicate little face, to know what she was thinking and feeling. But he also was content basking in her presence. After months of ice and distance, it felt both beautiful and strange, like a gift that he'd heard of other people enjoying, but never thought he could have for himself. Whatever her reason for extending the grace of her touch and her nearness, he didn't want her to reconsider, and stayed frozen under her touch until her hand stopped moving on his forehead, and he heard her breathing soften above him. He twisted just enough to catch sight of her face. Her head had fallen against the pillowed side of the settee, and her eyes were closed in sleep. Reginald reached up with a free hand and tucked the corner of her shawl a bit tighter around her shoulders, then resumed his position on her lap and watched the flames until sleep claimed him as well. Chapter 3. Lucille woke early, as she always did, reminded of the night before by the crick in her neck and the weight on her lap. Reginald was still there, his eyes shut in slumber. She looked down at him in mild surprise, remembering the events of the night before as though they had occurred only moments ago. He'd seemed so different then, and even now as he slept innocently in her lap, like a boy, less like a conniving man on a mission. He'd seemed broken last night, void for once of all his flowery language and manipulations. It had moved her enough to allow him to lay his head in her lap, and she'd surprised herself by falling fast asleep with him so near. His presence was comforting, soothing, as it had never before been. For the first time, Lucille felt like adding to that thought, as I have never before allowed it to be. Her heart was aching as she looked at his face, longing for his nearness for the first time, and yet too afraid to ask for it. He shifted as though he felt her gaze on his face and opened his eyes. For a moment he looked at her sleepily, trying to place his circumstances. Then his eyes widened ever so slightly, and he sat up, leaving her feeling a little vacant. "Did we sleep here all night?" he asked, rubbing a hand across his eyes. She nodded silently, willing herself to speak, to say anything, but finding herself speechless as always. He waited patiently, but when it was clear she planned not to add anything else, he seemed to accept her silence as usual, and stood from the settee, stretching out stiff limbs. "I have business to attend to in town," he said a little gruffly. "I suppose I will see you later on tonight?" She nodded again and watched silently as he took his leave of the library. He left a vacuum behind him. She realised with a little jolt that it had always been so, only now she was finally aware of it. She missed him. She stood and stretched as well, suddenly conscious that she was still wearing her nightgown and shawl. She waited until she could be sure of his absence before picking up the filmy skirts and following him from the library and into the hall. She intended to go upstairs, to change into proper attire and hope that no servants would find her downstairs in her nightgown. But she'd hardly made the grand staircase when she ran into one of the maids hurrying up with a tray, presumably to her own room. She froze in the shadows, but the maid caught the motion at once and turned in her direction. "Your Grace?" "Yes, it is I." Lucille stepped out, drawing her shawl closer around her shoulders. "You're up early, Millie." "As are you, Your Grace. Is everything all right?" A frown wrinkled the girl's forehead, and she peered at her new mistress's nightgown in obvious concern. Then, as though coming to herself, she looked down at the tray in her hand and gave a weak little laugh. "I was just coming up to your room. There was a letter for you that came during the night. Most urgent, I'm told, but the butler only just saw it when he unlocked the front doors this morning." A letter during the night? It was all a bit underhanded and exciting for Lucille, and she took a curious step forward. "Are you sure it is for me?" It was much more Reginald's speed to have secret letters delivered under cover of darkness. "It has your name on it, Your Grace." The maid curtsied, careful to hold the tray steady as she did so. Lucille heard a rustling upstairs, and, fearing that Reginald would be down soon to leave for the House of Lord, snatched the letter from the tray and gave a hurried little nod herself, making her way up to her room. She felt the maid's eyes on her as she went and wondered why she felt so silly and embarrassed. After all, was it such a terrible thing for a husband and wife to spend an evening together in their own home? It was unusual, yes, but only inasmuch as the Lord and Lady of Crowan had made it unusual with their distance and quietude. It was not untoward in any way. And yet Lucille, knowing exactly how much she'd kept her husband at arm's length since their marriage, couldn't help feeling that the few hours they dozed in each other's company had been a dramatic turning point. She ducked into her room without crossing paths with Reginald again, and made her way to the chair situated by the window. It was one of her favourite places in the whole of the house, tilted so that she could gaze out over the thin iron webbing of the balcony to the peaceful gardens behind. Reginald's tastes bordered on gaudy in the interior of the house, which was well hung with gilded portraits and lush carpets. But outside in his gardens, he used a lighter, more natural hand that calmed Lucille's spirits. There were sculpting and fine paths, but intermixed were small patches of wildflowers, drooping willows, and untrimmed vines that frolicked amongst all the order. Lucille curled up in the chair, pulled her shawl closer about her shoulders against the chill, and opened the letter. It was written in a hand she had only seen over her sister's shoulder in the past, that of the Duke of Whitehall, Sarah's new husband. "Lady Crowan," it began with the formality that always intimidated Lucille. "I am so sorry to have to write this to you, but last night your sister and I received word that your father had passed away suddenly. Your brother, Edmund, is set to inherit the title of Earl of Huxley in his place. Your sister wanted very much to send this news herself, or even in person, but we are hurrying over to the house ourselves to see to your mother and brother, and there is no time at present for her to write. Please consider coming over. I know this must be a shock to you, but your presence has always been a comfort to Sarah. If there's any way you could come and help, it would be appreciated. Sincerely, Augustus Sutton." Lucille realised she'd been holding her breath for the entirety of the letter, and now that it was over, she took a long, ragged gasp of air and let the paper fall unheeded into her lap. Her father was dead. She felt a stab of genuine grief, which surprised her. He hadn't been as other fathers, loving, kind, wholesome. He'd been cruel to her, dragging her down and criticising her and her sister for the smallest misstep. She had only a handful of treasured memories when he'd ever smiled at her, and those were darkened by the mood shifts that inevitably came afterwards. The last time Lucille had seen her father was at her wedding. Reginald did not favour them spending time under Edgar Lockridge's influence, and Lucille did not object. When Sarah and Augustus had been married, despite their father's best efforts to ruin Augustus, Lucille had helped destroy the blackmail Edgar held over Lord Whitehall's head, and Sarah had leaked additional scandal to the press to undermine her father's influence in the House of Lords. It was all very scandalous, and Edgar had not forgiven either daughter or ventured contact with them. Lucille was surprised, then, that she felt so oddly broken-hearted as she curled up in the chair and looked out the window. Instead of all the devastating memories of her childhood, she thought quite inexplicably of a moment when she was a very small girl, and she'd come upon her father in the garden, reading. She'd tiptoed clear of him then, not wanting to arouse in him the anger she already knew all too well, but he'd seen her and called her over. Instead of scolding her as per usual, he'd invited her up onto his lap and shown her a few words in the paper she could not yet read. "There's information that your papa did well in Parliament last week," he'd said with a hoarse little laugh. "Aren't you proud of me?" Little Lucille had not known what proud meant. "Yes," she'd answered with that faltering lisp her father had so hated. She remembered blushing after the fumble and waiting for him to mock her as usual, but instead he'd just winked at her, lifted her to the ground, and said in a jovial tone, "Yeth, indeed, my pet." Looking back, Lucille could only imagine that his inexplicable good mood had something to do with one of his schemes gone according to plan, which had only negative connotations for whatever poor person had been maligned in the paper. But still, she could see that wink and feel his arms lifting her to the ground. She fought the urge to go to Reginald, but, as if on cue, she heard a knock on her door and his voice calling for entrance. It was unprecedented, really. Her husband had made it clear that her rooms were her own space, and he would not invade her privacy, and yet here he was, knocking and asking to come in. Lucille stood, drawing the shawl over her chest and crossing her arms to hold it in place. She opened the door tentatively and looked out. Reginald was standing in the hallway with his hat in his hands, his riding coat already on, and the crop in his left palm. His face looked worried. "I'm sorry to disturb you here, but the maid mentioned an urgent letter that came last night." Lucille opened her mouth to tell him the truth, but then a thought came to her. Reginald had been open about his understandable dislike for Edgar Lockridge in the past, and Lucille felt certain that he would not want to attend a funeral for the chronic manipulator, especially considering the hold the now-deceased lord had held over Reginald's new little wife. She even suspected that he wouldn't want her to go to the house to see Sarah and Edmund. She swallowed hard, and before she could reconsider, lied. "I need to go see Sarah today," she said stiffly, "and my niece. I may not be back in time to share an evening meal with you, as we'd previously agreed." Reginald raised an eyebrow, clearly still concerned. "And it's urgent. Is little Letitia all right?" "Oh, they're both quite healthy," she rushed to assure him. "I just haven't seen them for some time. You know how servants can be, always making things seem more dramatic than they are." She was not made for the deceptive life, and even while she held to her lie, Lucille could feel the guilt of it all lodging in her chest like a sickness. Reginald didn't seem to fully believe her, but he nonetheless bowed stiffly and stepped away from her door. "Then I will leave you to it, my lady." He turned and strode away, Lucille watched him with that strange longing again in her heart. She wanted to go to him and tell him everything, but she could sooner have crossed the ocean. "I'm surprised Reginald was all right with you coming alone," Sarah said, wrapping her sister in an embrace. "Oh, you know how he is," Lucille said lamely, waving off her sister's concern and making an effort to change the subject. "Is everyone inside?" She'd arrived at her former home in the evening to find Sarah waiting outside on the front steps, perched on the marble with her knees to her chin, looking for all the world like a little girl. "Augustus is, but of course I left Letty at home. Edmund is too, but Mama didn't want to come." Sarah shrugged. "I can't say I blame her." Adding to the scandal around the Lockridge name, the girl's mother had finally left their abusive father a few months after Sarah and Augustus's marriage. She now lived with the couple in their grand home at Whitehall, and she seemed to be slowly crawling back out of the hole she'd lived in for most of her life, married to Edgar. Lucille followed Sarah inside. The halls were so familiar. She felt a creeping chill of memory up her back as she walked stiffly into the drawing room. Augustus was in deep conversation with Edmund by the fireplace. Other than that, there was no one else in the room. Edmund turned with a weak smile when he saw Lucille. He'd grown much over the past few years. The youngest Lockridge, he'd been heavily under his father's influence. Only recently had he made any attempt to break out of the mould, and the effort was a credit to him. He looked grim. "Thank you for coming, Lucille. I'm surprised at it all," she said softly, going to Edmund and taking his hands in hers. "It's very sudden, is it not? And I thought he was in good health." She caught a look between the other three that shot another chill down her spine. They were hiding something. "What is it?" she asked. "Please sit, Lucille." Sarah led her to the settee, and the four sat across from one another. "It wasn't sickness," Sarah began, seeming to draw strength from a glance she exchanged with her husband. "Father fell from the balcony that overlooks the lower gardens." Lucille gasped and put her hand to her mouth. "They're calling it an accident," Edmund said. He shifted for a moment in his seat and then looked Lucille dead in the eye. "But I overheard something, and I fear he was pushed." Chapter 4. He learned about his wife's father's death from a mere acquaintance at the House of Lords. Reginald felt a bitter taste forming in his mouth, mixed emotions fighting for prominence in his mind. That night, Lucille was not at dinner, and the next morning, she stayed in her room. He wanted to go to her, to comfort her, or at least speak with her, but she'd sent a clear message when she lied to him about the urgent letter. She'd told him that he was not someone she could trust with her deepest fears and tragedies, and then she'd slipped away to handle it all on her own. He hated the thought of those slim shoulders bearing any of the responsibility of a funeral and death investigation, and he determined to learn all he could about the accident that was now the centre of gossip and speculation in the higher spheres of London society. The Duke of Whitehall walked up to him after the House of Lords session the next day, waiting around at the front of the building until most of the lords had rushed off to their carriages and away to their fine estates. Reginald saw him waiting, picking up the loitering with those careful eyes that had served him so well in the past, and waited himself. He liked Augustus, not just because of their shared interest in the Lockridge family, but because in the Caney incident, Augustus Sutton had taken all the public blame to save Reginald, a man he hardly knew, from scandal. Reginald was not one to have friends, but he admired the purity and strength of Augustus's past, and he felt comfortable in the other man's company. "I'm sure Lucille told you," Augustus said in a low voice, "why I missed yesterday's session." Reginald kept his face in an unreadable mask. There was no need to tell this man, who had such a clearly happy marriage with Sarah, that the other Lockridge sister was not so forthcoming with her need in the time of tragedy. Even if she hadn't, he hedged in response, I would have heard about it from the simple page boy on the street. All of London is talking about the gory death of one of its worst. Augustus smiled grimly. You know what they say about speaking ill of the dead? That it might anger the ghosts? Reginald sighed and took a seat on one of the marble benches in the courtyard. Come now, Sutton. You and I have already done that where Edgar Lockridge is concerned. If he's going to haunt anyone, we're already top of his list. Augustus sat too, leaning forward on his knees. It's a sad affair. Did Lucille tell you about the mystery of it all? She had not. Of course, Reginald was gifted at leaving out the exact right amount of information to learn what he needed to. He chose the simplest tactic of them all, answering a question with a question. What do you think of it? I think it's suspicious. And if you'd heard young Edmund's story, you would think the same. Besides, if there was a person you thought would get pushed off his own balcony, it would be Edgar Lockridge. Am I right? The man had so many enemies. The question is not finding a motive, it's narrowing down the suspect field. So he had been pushed, or at least they suspected he'd been pushed. That was new information to Reginald, but, as always, he kept that fact to himself. He'd learned over the years that if one pretended like one knew everything, eventually one actually did. That's not the only reason I wanted to speak with you, Augustus said suddenly, surprising Reginald out of his reverie. It's a matter that came to my attention last week, but I haven't had a chance to speak with you since then. Go on. You're well known in the House of Lords as a man who peddles in secrets. Reginald thought about protesting, but he decided in the end that Augustus had earned the right not to be patronised. He shrugged and smiled grimly instead. Augustus went on. I'm not casting judgment. In fact, that very skill of yours has helped me in the past, and for that, I am nothing but thankful. The problem is that you, my good sir, are careful with the secrets that you trade, and careful about the people that you help. And that's a problem. I'm not done. Apparently, there's another man trading secrets behind closed doors. Augustus lowered his voice even further. I don't know who it is. I don't think anyone knows at present. But I found out last week that the scandal involving the bastard son of the third lord from Northampton was broken by this mystery man. Reginald frowned. I thought that was Lockridge. Then an ugly thought crossed his mind. Wait, who did you think it was? Did you think it was me? Augustus was silent. Reginald sighed. That's not my style, Sutton. I don't throw out scandalous information just to ruin men. You should know that by now. Augustus dropped his gaze. What I thought, or didn't think, doesn't matter now. All that matters is that someone, less considerate than you, and certainly more dangerous, is orchestrating scandals that could bring down the House of Lords. The third Lord of Northampton isn't a bad man, and even if he was, I don't think that blackmail and derision is the way to bring him down. Isn't that the way you got your beloved new wife? Reginald regretted his statement instantly, watching a cloud cross Augustus's face. It is, and I'm not proud of it. I wouldn't have wished that scandal on Sarah for all the world, he said quietly. She went behind my back and did it herself, and while I know she thinks she did rightly, I can't say I think it was the right thing. The husbands of the Lockridge women should stick together, Reginald said, more gently than was his wont. He thought about Lucille lying about the funeral and her father's death, and he felt an uncharacteristic sympathy for the Duke of Whitehall beside him. He stood then, starting to walk out across the courtyard at Augustus's side, when suddenly there was a flash in his peripheral vision. Reginald turned, watching the events unfold as if in a series of surreal flashes. There was a man, his face twisted and dirty, his clothes that of a tramp. Hurtling towards him, he saw a flash of metal, heard Augustus cry out a warning, and then felt a sting in his arm and heard the ripping of his coat. In the next instant, his body seemed to catch up with his mind, and he lashed out at the man, pushing him back and away, catching at his arm. The tramp stumbled backward, eyes wide, and then took off down the alley away from Reginald and Augustus. Augustus turned with alarm. "Are you hurt?" Reginald quickly pushed back the torn fabric of his coat and saw blood seeping through. "I think the coat caught the worst of it. A superficial wound." He'd always been eerily calm in the face of crisis, and he felt that clarity descending on him again as he turned to Sutton, noting the man's pale face. "I have to catch him. I'm with you." The two men took off down the alley. Reginald had seen the look in the tramp's eyes, the certainty and deadly calm. He'd seen the face of murderers before, and he was sure that if he hadn't turned to the side, the knife in the man's hand would have hit its mark, his chest or stomach. Both of those would have been mortal wounds, especially if the knife was sharp enough to dig through the thick fabric of his coat and still cut a clean swath through the skin of his arm. Adrenaline coursing through his veins, Reginald found himself easily keeping pace with Augustus, who was a bear of a man, a full head taller than him, with broad shoulders and long, leaping strides. The tramp was not quite as quick, and they gained on him as they went. They would have caught him if it weren't for his path, which took him deeper and deeper into the heart of the slums of London. The streets got narrower and more winding as they went, and then, at a particularly tall tenement, the scrawny little man jumped up and scrambled onto a ladder, going up the side of a building. "Get to him before he reaches the top," Reginald called to Augustus, who had taken the lead. "If he makes the roofs, he can go anywhere in the slums without being stopped." Augustus was ahead of him in the alleyway, and pushing past a tight network of pipes, nodded an affirmative over his shoulder. "Stop right there," he called up to the tramp when he reached the bottom of the ladder. He grabbed it with his big bear-like hands and started to pull it loose. Apparently, Augustus Sutton was a good deal heavier than the scrawny little tramp who'd tried to stab Reginald, for when he pulled himself up on the ladder, it creaked, groaned, and then popped loose of the wall and fell back on Augustus and Reginald. The tramp, luckily for him, had already jumped up to grab the ledge and was dangling for a moment above the two men, his legs flailing in the air. There was a small clatter at Reginald's side, and he turned to see the offending knife had fallen from the man's coat and was lying in the puddle at his side. "Stay there!" Augustus called up again. "We'll come up and pull you over!" But the tramp was stronger than he looked. With a great heave and scramble, he was over the side, not even stopping to look down at his pursuers. For a moment, Reginald and Augustus sat in silence, gasping for air. Augustus looked at Reginald's arm, where the blood had seeped through his coat and was oozing down the fabric. "You should get that seen to," he said gruffly. "No telling what infection we've picked up in a place like this." Reginald ignored him, instead reaching down into the muddy puddle at his feet and pulling out the knife that had fallen there. It was incredibly sharp and fine, like a razor's edge. The blade was long and slender, and the handle was crafted ivory with silver accents. He turned it over in his palm and then tested the blade with his finger. "Does that look like a beggar's weapon to you?" he asked, holding it up to Augustus. Augustus shook his head grimly. He must have stolen it off another one of his victims. "You couldn't take this off a man without him knowing," Reginald said with a hard little laugh. "You'd slice him to shreds in the process." "No, this is an assassin's knife, and I would bet my life, literally, that it was given to our grimy friend with a mission attached." Augustus looked at it with a new look in his eyes. Alarm. You think it wasn't a random attack? Random? Number, I think the tramp was paid a few extra coins to do off with one of the most secret-prone lords in Parliament. That's what I think. Reginald calmly took his handkerchief out of his pocket and wrapped the knife, tucking the now blunted blade into his coat pocket and adjusting his lapels out of habit. We should go back to the House of Lords at once. I need to take my carriage back home and see what I can learn about this whole affair. He looked up and noticed Augustus staring at him with mild approval. You don't seem terribly ruffled by all this. It's almost as though you've had attempts on your life in the past. Me? Reginald let out a sarcastic little laugh. How can that be? You know how likeable I am, and how far I try to stay from the heat of danger. Chapter 5. Lucille knew that she needed to tell Reginald everything when he returned that day. She'd been thinking about it all day, especially after she read a letter from Sarah telling her that the news was out. Everyone in London seemed to know about Edgar Lockridge's untimely death, and Lucille knew that if everyone in London knew, her husband of the gilded tongue and the quick mind certainly knew. She was pacing when she heard his carriage pull up outside, realising with a burst of surprise that she not only needed to tell Reginald, she wanted to. She felt the events of the past day and a half weighing heavily on her heart, and she realised that she wanted the freedom and comfort she had felt for that moment when he'd lain on her lap in the library to return again. She walked to the door and was waiting there by the surprised butler when Reginald walked in. Tell the liveryman to give the horses a little extra care, he was saying over his shoulder to the footman as he walked in. I drove them hard on the way here. He stopped in his tracks when he saw her waiting for him. She well understood why, looking at the state he was in. His fine black coat was ripped, his hair dishevelled and dirty, his eyes a little wild, and was that blood? Despite her need for propriety, Lucille took a few steps towards him, her eyes on the dark stain on his coat. He seemed to have tied a cloth around it, but the blood was soaking through. What happened? She asked softly. He studied her for a moment, as though surprised, a world of secrets behind his eyes. I am all right, he said at last. She could see him building up the same walls she had put up time and again, and she felt suddenly that she couldn't bear it. There he was, clearly wounded and hiding something, and he expected her to do as she'd done since they were married, turn the other direction and pretend everything was all right. She shook her head and set her mouth in a little line. Well, what are we doing standing here? She asked, coming forward and waving her hand at the shocked butler. Quick, go fetch me some hot water and clean bandages. She pulled back the wrap and saw the depth of the slice in Reginald's arm, holding up her hand to stop the butler as she did so. Also, the thinnest needle you can find and some thread. Make that water boiling. She looked up at Reginald. Do you think we can take this coat off? He was staring at her as though he'd never met her before, a little smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. I think I can manage it. She led him into the parlour by the fireside and sat him down in a chair, helping him out of the coat and trying not to notice the way he hid the wince of pain from her. Underneath the coat was another long jacket, which also had to be removed, and then a flowing white shirt. She saw that the cut was high on his arm, but when she looked up and saw a hint of teasing in his eyes, she couldn't bring herself to ask for that to be removed as well. Instead, she untied his cravat with trembling hands and, taking her sewing scissors from the table, carefully cut off the sleeve of the shirt at the shoulder. He followed her actions with a curious expression. You're going to owe me a shirt, woman. Wouldn't it have been easier to just take the whole affair off? She blushed and held up the sleeve so he could see the bloody gash in the fabric. I think this sleeve was already done for. The door opened, and a maid hustled in with a kettle of boiling water, a bowl, and a basket, with the other things Lucille had requested. She pulled the basket to her side and inspected it briefly before nodding to the maid. "I think that's all I need for now. The gash doesn't look infected, so there's no need to send for the doctor at present." The maid nodded, sending one last curious look at the couple, and then bowed out of the room. Lucille turned back to Reginald and found his vulpine eyes resting on her face with a curiosity of his own. She lowered her eyes quickly, drawn against her will to the depth in his, confused by the feeling stirring in her chest. She busied herself with the clothes, pouring the steaming water into the basin and pulling out the sterilizing herbs the maid had tucked into a satchel. "I'm going to have to sew up the wound," she said briskly, pulling out the thread and pushing it through the eye of a needle. She took both instruments and put them through the boiling water, then dried off the tip of the needle by sterilizing it in a flame. "First, we have to clean the wound." She set the needle aside and, dipping a cloth into the water, rubbed it gently along the red and angry skin around the cut. Reginald winced once when the cloth first touched his skin, but then he fell silent and let Lucille clean the wound without further complaint. When some of the old, dried blood and debris were free of the wound, Lucille picked up the thread and needle and set to work. It turned her stomach at first to stab the needle through folds of skin instead of the embroidery with which she was ordinarily familiar, but she pushed down the discomfort and fear and focused on the task at hand. If she didn't do it, then they would have to wait for the doctor, and that would expose the wound to more risk of infection. She kept her hands steady, her eyes glued on the task at hand, and her breath even. It took 8 stitches to close the wound, each tied off individually in a perfectly spaced, even line. When finished, Lucille let out her breath and, setting the instruments aside, took a cloth again and began cleaning the outside of the wound more thoroughly before putting the dressing on. "It looks like a clean cut," she said at last, her voice soft. "It must have been a very sharp knife." She ventured a look up at Reginald's face and found his eyes still fastened intently on her head. She ran her gaze along his rumpled clothing and added nervously, "And it looks as if you've been running, perhaps in a back alley of some sort. I think it's time you tell me what's going on." "How did you learn to do this?" he asked instead, sidestepping her question and nodding to her medical handiwork. "Do you find yourself tending to the wounded often?" "I've never done it before," she answered honestly, "but it only takes a bit of common sense to execute." She swallowed hard and gathered her courage yet again. "But I can see that this injury is of a violent nature, perhaps connected with an even more violent event that you are keeping from me. Is it someone you blackmailed? Is someone angry with you because of a secret you've told?" My... He looked off into the fire as she laid a thin paste of herbs along the crease of the stitched wound and began wrapping fine linen around it. "Look who's brave enough to ask the hard questions now." "Don't tease me," she said softly. He was quiet for a moment, and then said in a more sober tone, "No, I suppose I shouldn't tease you, but if you think I can tell you the truth about the events that transpired, you're gravely mistaken." Lucille finished wrapping the clean linen around his arm and pinned the loose end out of sight before leaning back on her heels and rubbing her hands dry on a piece of cloth. "Sir Reginald," she amended, "if we're going to be married in more than name only, then I really ought to know what's going on. I can't live in constant fear that you aren't coming home." She bit her lip and struggled to meet the intensity of her new husband's gaze. "I have as much of a right to know who our enemies are as you do." He leaned forward quite suddenly at that and seized her chin lightly between his thumb and forefinger. He peered at her, his head cocked to one side, and she felt the warm pulse of his heartbeat through his thumb. "Now, that's interesting," he said with mild amusement. "You said our enemies." "That's right," she answered, pulling away. Something about the intimacy of the moment was too strong for her. She put her hand to the place that he had touched, as though to hide it from his gaze. "What of it?" "It's the first time you've said our instead of your. For some reason, my dear, you are choosing to lump our names together in this time of tragedy, when our earlier happiness could not provoke you to the same show of unity." "I was not trying to make a statement," she said, stumbling over her words. "But you are my husband, and I assume that if someone is after you, they are also after me. Now that I have aligned myself with the Crowan name, I suppose I inherit your enemies along with your connections." A cloud crossed his face at that, and Reginald sat back in the chair, wincing as he propped his wounded arm up on his knee. "I don't like that one bit," he said at last. "And I suppose that as much as I would like to think my danger is separate completely from yours, I would be remiss if purposeful blindness were to keep me from protecting you as I ought." A little smile crossed his face as his gaze fell from her eyes down to the pile of bloody clothes and bandages at her side. "You did well today, Lucille. I have a bargain for you. I will tell you my secrets if you will stop acting like a shrinking violet." His language, so coarse and accusatory, made Lucille bristle. Before she could speak, however, Reginald held up his hand and continued, "I know that there is a courageous woman inside of you. I've seen it before." She laughed at that. She couldn't help it. "I think you're mixing me up with the other Lockridge sister." "Sarah is rebellious, yes," he said gravely, the smile leaving all but his eyes. "But bravery isn't just defying the rules." Lucille dropped her gaze to her hands, noting the red blood drying to brown beneath her nails, the rags piled all around, the tear in her skirt where she'd ripped it while kneeling at her husband's feet. Maybe she wasn't such a delicate flower after all. "I don't know how to keep from shrinking away from you," she said at last, unable to look her husband in the eye in this moment of deepest vulnerability. "There are rules to be followed, and I am afraid of what will happen if I stray from them." "What rules?" There was a genuine question in his voice. "You know," she said, with a little laugh and a weak wave of her hand. "The things my father taught me since I was a little girl. The things that all young women must adhere to if they are to maintain a good place in society." "Your father taught you ill, then," Reginald interjected wryly, "for the Lockridge sisters aren't exactly the height of society at the moment." Then, as though he could see the stab of pain this comment brought, he sobered and asked gently, "Tell me what rules he levelled on you girls." Lucille raised her eyes briefly to his, and then lowered them again. "I'm not to look you, or any man, in the eye, especially not in an intimate setting. It comes across as a challenge of intellect, and flirtatious, you know." "Aha," he said dryly. "And I shouldn't speak to you or to any of your acquaintances without your express permission, nor should I voice my own opinions." A particularly painful memory worked its way to the surface, and Lucille shoved it back down again, saying only, "In fact, I shouldn't have any sort of opinion on serious matters. It's not seemly. It might even be dangerous. I'm to keep my thoughts occupied only with fashion and poetry, and the stuff that makes up the accomplishments of a proper society lady. Nothing else. If I attempt to comment on politics or the social order, I run the risk of voicing an opinion not held by the majority of the room, and that is political suicide for the man in my life. That would be you." "Me, of course," Reginald said, and Lucille heard the sarcasm in his voice. She pressed on before she lost her nerve. And the most important rule of all to my father was this, that I never, ever contradict or embarrass him. And you think that that rule, or any of them for that matter, are held in high esteem by me? Lucille could hear the incredulity in her husband's voice, but she couldn't understand it, and so just sat still, her eyes fixed on her lap, while she waited for an explanation. It came in the form of Reginald's long, slim hand, covering hers and pulling her up from her knees to sit beside him on the settee. "Well, my dear," he said, tipping her chin up again to meet his gaze, "we will need to begin defying your father's outdated and idiotic rules as quickly as possible. We will work our way out of that prison to the courage and fortitude that I know you are capable of." His eyes pierced her soul, and he held her gaze as he whispered the last sentence as tenderly as if she were something delicate and precious that he didn't want to lose. "And we will start with the first rule," he said, "for I love the colour of your eyes and I wish to see them whenever I can." Chapter 6 There was a pool Reginald had seen once when he was a boy in the southern part of the country, tucked away in a quiet little grove of trees. It had been overshadowed by a few hanging willows, and in the depths of its clear waters you could see the sun dancing along smooth brown pebbles. He thought of that pool now, as he stared into his young wife's eyes. They were emerald, deep, with flecks of gold like the light on the pebbles. He had to force himself to look away from her, releasing her chin and standing abruptly to fetch a deck of cards from the nearby cabinet. His back to her in this gesture, he composed himself. She was so beautiful, and she so clearly didn't know. He couldn't imagine how a woman so kind and gentle and lovely had been deprived of the knowledge that she possessed so many alluring traits. His blood boiled to think what the now departed Edgar Lockridge had done to his daughter. He wanted to tell everything to those deep green eyes, but he was afraid that if Lucille knew every part of him, she would think him a monster. He turned and tried to put an encouraging smile on his face. Small steps. "Do you have a bit of time on your hands?" he asked kindly. "I would like to teach you something." He didn't miss the light in her eyes at the word teach. Her hunger for knowledge was not surprising, considering how curated her childhood had been, and he was happy to satisfy it. She nodded. "Is it a difficult thing?" "Some think it is." He raised an eyebrow and sat again on the settee near her, clearing a space between them to deal out a hand. Why? Does that make a difference? The implication that he thought her capable of difficult things seemed to give her new courage, and she drew her little shoulders up even straighter. "No, I'm just curious." She cocked her head. "What is the game? A bit of whist?" "No," he said, unable to contain an impish smile as he kept his eyes on the cards. "No. Whist is for polite parlour rooms and old women in need of excitement. You, my dear, are going to learn how to play poker." Her silence forced him to look up, and he almost laughed when he saw the scandalised look in her soft eyes. "I've never played poker," she choked out through tight lips. "I've never played any card game, actually." "Really?" he asked dryly. "Don't tell me your father disapproved of a bit of sport too." His friend, Lawrence Notley, came to ruin by gambling, and he never allowed us to learn. Not even Edmund. "Well, I wouldn't want to bring you to ruin." He meant for there to be a grain of flirtation in his tone, and when Lucille's eyes darted up to meet his in mild surprise, he knew he'd succeeded. He shrugged, trying to seem nonchalant as usual, though her presence was throwing him increasingly for a loop. He affected a teasing tone and pretended to put the pack of cards away. "On second thought, you do seem like the kind of woman who would get caught up in underground card games and gamble away my fortune." Perhaps. No, teach me. She laughed suddenly, and the sound was like the tinkling of fairy laughter in the large room. It sent a shiver of delight up Reginald's spine, hearing her pure, unadulterated joy. He pretended to hesitate, meeting her laughing eyes, and then reluctantly handed the pack of cards back over to her. "You'd best be careful, woman," he teased. "You'll be the end of me yet." "Now that would be truly unfortunate," she said, almost under her breath. She fumbled a bit with the cards, turning them over and inspecting the artwork inside before trying and failing to shuffle them. "Allow me." He took the cards and flipped them through his fingers in an expert shuffling move, allowing the familiar sound of the cards whirring past one another to bring him some calm and peace. He dealt her 3 cards, and then himself, then dealt another batch of 3 cards face up. "We'll start with the game of commerce," he explained, waving his hand to the 3 cards staring upwards in the middle of the table. "Those 3 comprise the widow. Now, before looking at your cards," he put a hand out quickly to keep Lucille from turning hers over. "We get a chance to make our hand by exchanging with the cards in the middle. I can choose up to 2 from my hand and take one of mine without looking and turn it over." "Choose?" Lucille asked, cocking her head. "But how can you choose something blindly?" Reginald smiled. "That's where part of the gamble comes in. Before the game starts, you put something in the pool in the centre of the table, an ante, as it were, and from there the pool builds until you win or lose." He sighed. "But I'm getting away from myself. When you've determined what you want in your hand, we begin. I will turn over one of these cards every round." He added a fresh card to the widow to demonstrate, "and you will try to make one of these combinations." He slid a card with explanations of the desirable combinations across the settee to Lucille, who looked at it with interest. "When you have collected what you desire, or when you are ready to pretend you've collected what you desire, you knock on the table. I will get one more chance to play, and then we will bid on whether or not we think we have the best hand. There are other tips you'll learn later, but for now, let's begin." "So, a tricon is 3 of a kind?" she asked, peering at the card. "Yes. And a sequence is in the same suit and sequence. A flush is 3 cards of the same suit, and a pair is self-explanatory." "Exactly," Lucille bit her lip. "It doesn't feel like there is much strategy." "There is. But it is not like chess or one of those other strategy-heavy games where all the strategy is found in the gameplay. No, this is an intellectual strategy of the mind that I want to encourage in you, a strategy of social clues and reading a person's face for tells. You should watch me always to see whether or not you think I'm bluffing, whether or not the new cards in the widow help me, and whether or not I'm giving something away without meaning to." She nodded in silence, and Reginald wondered if he'd started off too quickly. He softened his tone. "It's a good skill to have, Lucille. You say you want to break out of your father's mould, and I think this is a good way to practice. You can use these skills, watching to see if people are lying, thinking on your feet when deception is needed, in daily life." "All right." She handed her cards back to him. "Deal me again." He did so quickly, and the widow turned over only a 7, a 2, and a jack. "Poor widow," Reginald said with a little laugh. "She's got poverty today." Lucille wrinkled her eyebrow when looking at the pile, looked at what was in her hands, and then pursed her lips. "Now is it my turn?" "No." Reginald tapped his fingers on the top of his turned-over hand. "I have to decide if I think anything in the widow is better than what's in my hand." He shrugged. "And I don't think it is." "Me neither." She gave a weak little smile. "But I thought you said first we need to set up a pool of money." And you said you didn't want to turn into a compulsive gambler, he reminded her. I think we ought to play for some stakes, she said. A little smile, so rare and so sweet, came onto her face. Unless you're afraid. He watched her emerald eyes for a moment and then shrugged. All right. If you want to lose something valuable to me today, who am I to stop you? He reached into his pocket and pulled out his heavy purse, throwing the entire thing onto the settee between them. And if I win. Lucille blushed and slid her hand into her own pocket. I haven't any coin on me. She made as if to stand. I'll go get it from upstairs. Or not, he said quickly, reaching out his good arm to detain her. Or you could kiss me if I win. She blushed and seemed to be deciding whether it was worth the cost. Then she shrugged and, swallowing hard, agreed. All right. Suddenly, Reginald felt himself more invested in winning than he'd previously been. There was a time for losing on purpose to a student learning a new game, but with this new incentive, he decided the time was not today. He had a queen and a king of spades in his hand, and there was hope for more to be turned over, so he thought he had a fighting chance. He looked up and waited for Lucille to make her first decision. Her face looked worried, and he saw a little line of concern on her forehead. I can't do anything, she said, turning the full force of her eyes in his direction. What now? First, he said with a teasing smile. You don't tell me you can't do anything. Just say that you want to turn over the widow and see what more is available. All right, she said, biting her lip. I want to turn over the widow. He did so, exposing another two. He rolled his eyes. This has turned out to be an exciting game indeed. The back and forth continued for a few minutes, but to Reginald they seemed to stretch into years. He was distracted by her eyes, which she seemed to have gained confidence in turning in his direction. She was beginning to hold steady eye contact, studying him with genuine interest, and what he could see was a marked intellect. He could clearly see that she had a subpar hand, and when she refused to draw or lay down anything, he knew that her idea of the way the game should unfold was not well-founded. He would have taken the time to correct her if it weren't for the kiss on the line. Finally, he knocked. There was a king, a queen, and a jack in his hand of the same suit. It was one of the strongest sequences a person could have, and he was ready to claim his loot. She allowed her last turn to come and go, and then looked up at him with those wide green pools of hers. He saw it then, what he'd missed before in his enchantment, but would never have missed if he were playing opposite a man, the subtle, restrained triumph of a good hand. He turned his over slowly, and when her eyes lit on it, she tilted her head to the side and let a gentle smile slip from between her lips. That's good, she said. And you're patronizing your teacher, he said with quiet admiration, not at all surprised to see her turn over 3 aces in the next moment. You won. I had a good hand. And you played it well. He had always been gracious in defeat. It was the classy thing to do, but this defeat hurt more than most. He pushed the money to her, longing for the taste of her lips denied him. I didn't notice you were keeping anything from me until it was too late. I'm surprised you didn't notice, she said softly, a smile tugging at the corner of her lips as she examined the coin purse in her hands. I know this is what you do for a living, reading people. I was distracted. She didn't look up at that, and Reginald felt a nudge in his conscience that was unexpected. Lucille, he said, clearing his throat a bit, you asked about the blackmail that you found in your father's study a few days back. At the time, I didn't answer you, but if you ask me again, I would like another chance to try. She raised her eyes to his, surprise lingering there in the depths. All right, she said slowly. Then I will ask you, why was your name on the sheet of blackmail I burned? Reginald worked his jaw for a moment and then dove in blindly. Years ago, I was at a hunting retreat with some young lords, including your new brother-in-law and a man named Isaac Caney. Isaac was a difficult man. He was very drunk and out of sorts, and he impugned the honour of a woman that I fancied. We fought, and a shot went off. When the dust had cleared, Isaac was dead. He went on quickly, before he lost his nerve. Augustus took responsibility for it, although no one knew for sure what had happened, and that is why your father thought he had a scoop on the man. Lucille had frozen while he spoke, and now, as she spoke, Reginald got the eerie feeling that he was looking at a marble statue. Did you? Did I what? Kill him? She blinked once, her voice shaking ever so slightly. Did you shoot Isaac Caney? He took a deep breath. The bullet ricocheted. I don't know. That's the truth. I wish I could deny it, Lucille, but I just don't know. Chapter 7. The memory of Reginald's card lesson and his confession immediately after lingered in Lucille's mind over the following few days. She found herself looking for him instead of avoiding him, but when she did, she realised how often he was really gone from the house. She missed him. She wasn't sure what to believe about the Isaac Caney business, or what culpability Reginald really had, but she had seen the truth in his eyes. He hadn't meant to kill Caney, and he honestly didn't know if the lethal shot had been fired from his gun. That was enough for now. 3 days after the lesson, Lucille at last decided she couldn't wait any longer around the house. She answered an invitation sent by one of Sarah's friends to attend a poetry reading at a manor in the heart of the city. She wanted to speak with Sarah about their father's death and the investigation, but also hoped that Reginald would find some time to sneak away from his business at the House of Lords to attend. She was disappointed in the latter desire almost as soon as she walked in the door. Although Sarah was already sitting across the room on a low settee, arrayed in royal blue with her brilliant eyes shining, neither Augustus nor Reginald were in view. The session's running long today, Sarah said in explanation when Lucille walked to her side. Lucille and Sarah had rarely appeared together in public before the events of the last year. That's how the ruse with Augustus went off so well. Now, the twins were regularly attending events in each other's company. Lucille had noticed for the first time the significant questioning looks, the whispers behind fans, the feeling of discomfort. Sarah seemed not to notice at all. She was brazen and brave and full of conversation. I'm so glad you could come, Sarah said, laying her hand on Lucille's arm. These things can seem so tedious, what with everyone having the same exact things to say, the same interests, the same boring societal standards. I even think people are beginning to forget the scandal of my fictional involvement with a local tailor, and while I'm thankful for a reprieve from the gossips, I'm annoyed that social functions have once again become merely drab affairs with nothing of substance. Scandal is not necessarily substance, Lucille said gently. Sarah cocked her head and Lucille saw a familiar look come into her eyes, a curiosity. What's different about you today, sister? You look more alert, somehow. Lucille softened her face at once and blushed. She didn't want to seem different, even though she felt as though Reginald's attention was blossoming her as surely as sun and rain brought the flowers back to life in the spring. Sarah had used a descriptive word that was more apt than she even knew. Alert. That's exactly how Lucille felt, as though the world around her was more alive with interest and things to notice than ever before. She remembered Reginald's connection between the art of calling someone's bluff in poker and the same art in real life. She felt as though her eyes were suddenly opened to an entire world she had not known until now. She smiled and stuttered a nervous response. "I'm sure I'm not different." Seeking to turn her sister's attention away, she waved her hands weakly at one of the young ladies they'd grown up with years before. "And everything's not so very the same, is it? You may find things tedious, but Annabeth, for example, is looking particularly piqued and keeps watching the door as though she's afraid of something. I think she has a gentleman caller she wishes to avoid." She looked at Annabeth in silence for a moment, only turning back to Sarah when she felt the heat of her sister's puzzled gaze on her face. "What?" she asked. Sarah gave a little laugh. "Nothing. That is just very observant of you. I hadn't noticed anything amiss with Annabeth." Lucille shrugged. "I don't know if it's amiss exactly. Perhaps she's just worried the gentleman won't be in attendance." Before Sarah could ask another question, the performance was called to order in the adjoining room, and both sisters moved with the crowd of attendees into the parlour with its magnificent chandelier and the fine miniature stage set up at one end of the room. They took their seats side by side, along with the rest, giving Lucille hope that they would be able to talk at last about their father's last days and will, and turned towards the front of the room. A pale little woman, the daughter of the hostess who had afforded her home as a place for the poetry reading, took her place on the stage, pushed back a wisp of brown hair, and began to read in a trembling tone from an essay on man by Alexander Pope. "Say first, of God above or man below, what can we reason but from what we know? Of man what see we but his station here, from which to reason, or to which refer? Through worlds unnumbered though the God be known, 'tis ours to trace him only in our own." The heroic couplets chased after each other through the sombre state of the room, and when she was sure she would not cause a disturbance, Lucille leaned over to whisper in her sister's ear, "Can I tear you away from the entertainment to ask about father?" Sarah, keeping her eyes trained on the front of the room, risked the ghost of a smile. "Perhaps, if our hosts had begun with something a bit more frolicking, you would have difficulty doing so, but I think I can bear to leave Mr. Pope at present." She turned her head ever so slightly to her sister. "What is it you think of this entire affair?" "I was wondering if you had any new information on the cause of his death, or the strange circumstances Edmund suggests." Sarah nodded, as though she did indeed hold some new insight on the case, but when she opened her mouth to speak, Lucille felt the heavy, ringed fingers of their hostess fall on her shoulder. She gave a little jump of alarm and turned in time to hear the lady whispering to Sarah, "It's more difficult than you know to tell you two ladies apart when your husbands aren't here to show me which is which. You're Sarah, aren't you?" The elderly woman hissed more loudly than Lucille would have liked. Sarah nodded stiffly and exchanged a glance with her sister. "Good." The matron went on in a poor attempt at a whisper. "Then would you come over here to speak with me? I have a question for your husband, and I know that the wife is the ears of the man, so to speak." Sarah tried to protest, but in a moment the older woman had pulled her to the corner of the room and was filling her ears with all manner of suggestions for the House of Lords. Lucille had seen such a thing before with her sister, and wondered that the same fate so rarely befell her. She believed that the reason was simple. People were afraid of Reginald, and they were willing to cross boundaries with Augustus that they would not entertain with Lucille's husband. Sighing, she began looking again around the room and found, with surprise, that her sister's friend Margaret was in attendance. Margaret was a slip of a girl with dark curling hair and wide dark eyes. She'd always been very close to Sarah, although the two rarely got to see each other, and, as an extension, she knew Lucille. It was surprising that she hadn't walked up to the twins yet, but with the new vision Reginald had gifted to Lucille, she was able to see the reason. There was a shine of tears on Margaret's cheeks as she sat in the corner, half hidden in the shadow of a drapery, eyeing the stage with a vacant stare. Whatever she was really looking at was far beyond that drapery. Something was troubling her. In the next moment, as though the hostess read her thoughts, the pale girl on stage drew her recitation to a blessed close, and the hostess announced in a booming voice that Miss Margaret would be performing next. Margaret was strong and smart, much more like Sarah than Lucille in Lucille's shrinking opinion, and she fully expected a rousing and perhaps slightly scandalous recitation from the girl. What she got instead was a stark contrast. Margaret stood in front of the room, her hands at her sides and her eyes barely holding back tears, and spoke so softly Lucille almost couldn't hear. "I will be reciting a poem from the illuminated manuscripts of William Blake," she said. Lucille saw her fingers playing with the edge of her skirts like a child. She began to recite in an even but subdued tone. "Little lamb, who made thee, dost thou know who made thee, gave thee life and bid thee feed by the stream and o'er the mead?" Lucille knew the poem well, and so she noticed at once when Margaret skipped the end of the first verse and beginning of the next to shorten the whole recitation. "I a child and thou a lamb, we are called by his name. Little lamb, God bless thee, little lamb, God bless thee." Margaret choked out the last few lines as though she could barely speak, and then hurried from the stage back to her place. As the hostess's voice boomed again in introduction of another poetry recitation, Lucille found herself staring hard at Margaret. She should ask what was wrong, she knew she should, and yet it was more the manner of thing that Sarah would do. That's why Sarah and Margaret were friends, after all. They were both confident enough to speak what needed to be said. Lucille turned, almost ready to point out the problem to Sarah and let her handle it. But then she thought about, a few nights ago, when Reginald had claimed that he knew her well enough to think her courageous. Whatever Reginald had seen in her, Lucille wanted to be that woman, and not the frightened, anxious one who sat silently in this chair, too anxious to extend a few words of comfort to a friend. Abruptly, sucking in her breath as some sort of bravery elixir, Lucille stood and made her way as inconspicuously as possible to Margaret's side. She must have done a good job, for when she sat down softly, Margaret looked up with an expression of surprise. Lucille could see that the tears were gone from her eyes, but her face still looked strained and pale. "Lucille," she said, obviously trying to appear light-hearted, "how are you?" "I'm well." Lucille bit her lip. That wasn't what she needed to say. She needed to find a way to steer the conversation towards Margaret's emotions, not her own. "I am surprised to see you here tonight," she said nervously. "I know that you live far out of town and can't often attend. It was worth my while to come." Margaret's face looked as though she wanted very much to be left alone. Lucille wanted nothing more than to give her this desire, but that same steady nudge that had been awakened in her the night of the poker lesson wouldn't give her an escape. She took another breath and looked Margaret full in the face. "Something is wrong," she said, kicking herself for the abrupt manner in which she spoke, her lack of tact. "Please tell me what is troubling you, Margaret. I can see full well that the weight of the world is on your shoulders." Margaret blinked and stared at her for a moment in silence. Then she relented, tears coming back into her eyes. "How did you know?" she asked softly. "I just had a feeling." Lucille reached out tentatively and touched her shoulder. "Please, what is wrong?" "I thought I would never tell anyone this, much less someone from your own family." Margaret trailed off. "But I'm so alone, Lucille. I don't know what to do. and I don't have anyone I can talk to about this." She swallowed hard. "You know, after enduring your father's house, everything there is to know about blackmail, correct?" "I know more than I care to know, yes," she answered honestly. Margaret went on, gathering courage as she spoke. "Someone, I don't know who, is blackmailing me. They have a horrible secret. It's absolutely horrible." "No, don't look at me like that, Lucille. I can't tell you what it is, but you must believe me that it is awful. And they have promised to reveal everything." Lucille reached out and took her friend's hand tenderly. She summoned every ounce of courage she had, and some she didn't think she possessed, and answered as Reginald would have done. "I don't understand this situation fully, but I will do everything in my power to help." Chapter 8. Have you heard anything more about the new man selling secrets in the House of Lords? Reginald caught up with Augustus as they made their way inside for the session. Augustus turned and looked at his friend with an arched eyebrow. "Be careful, Lord Crowan. Someone might be tempted to think that you care." Reginald checked his eagerness. He had always prided himself on remaining aloof in situations that other people found anxiety-inducing. He wanted to keep up that appearance now more than ever. He cleared his throat and gave an unconcerned smile. "It's my business to care," he said with a shrug. "If this gentleman is providing difficulties for us, then I want to know about it." "He hasn't attacked either of us yet," Augustus said, continuing to send side glances in Reginald's direction. "Hasn't he?" Reginald challenged, his mind on the tramp and his sharp knife. Augustus considered it. "I suppose you're right. The more we know, the more power we have." "There, my friend." Reginald paused at the door and put a hand on Augustus's shoulder. "You've hit upon the mantra I live by." He saw a look of confusion cross Augustus's face. "Now, this is truly odd. You've confessed to not knowing something, and you're calling me friend. What has come over you?" Reginald dropped his hand by his side and kept walking in. "Don't flatter yourself, Sutton." In his mind, though, the answer to Augustus's question was ringing like a gong. Lucille. That's what had come over him. Since the first hint of delight and interest she'd given the day of the poker lesson, Reginald had been able to think of little else. Suddenly the thoughts and feelings that he had long kept buried inside floated dangerously close to the surface. It wasn't as though he hadn't considered Augustus a friend in the past. In fact, since the illustrious Lord Whitehall had taken the fall for the Caney incident, Reginald had been secretly watching his back in business matters and social environs both. But there was no need for Augustus to know that. He took his seat in the usual spot. The two lords that generally sat between him and Augustus were gone for the day, and Augustus took the opportunity to slide over as the rest of the lords filed in and took their seats. "In answer to your earlier question," he said in a low voice, "I did learn one thing. This man, the teller of secrets, calls himself Harpocrates." "Ah." Reginald resisted the urge to roll his eyes. "The Hellenistic god of silence and secrets. A bit on the nose, don't you think?" "None of your usual sources can tell you anything about him." "Firstly," Reginald said, keeping his voice mocking and casual, "the implication that I have usual sources is preposterous. Of course he had sources, but part of the art of information gathering was keeping such things to oneself. Secondly, I may have been concerned about this mysterious trader of secrets if you hadn't told me about his overreaching name. Anyone who would call themselves Harpocrates has the sort of ego that will be his own undoing. I don't have anything to worry about." Both men turned forward to observe the centre of the room as the proceedings for the day began. But Reginald found himself struggling to focus on the tedious list of bills and laws marching yet again through the arched conversation of the House of Lords. His mind was on this Harpocrates. Certainly, he did sound like a fraud, but it was always good to evaluate oneself and make certain that one had no weaknesses that might be exploited by blackmail, or worse. Until very recently, Reginald had considered the Caney incident to be his greatest weakness. It was one of the reasons he had protected Augustus. In taking the fall, Augustus had unwittingly saved Reginald from a life of hiding in shadows. Now, with Augustus's name cleared and the evidence destroyed in full by Lucille, it was unlikely that even this new mystery man would be able to weed out this foulest of secrets and hold it over Reginald's head. Still, despite all his swagger and confidence, Reginald couldn't shake an ominous feeling that accompanied the name Harpocrates. Whatever the future held, he would feel safer if that man of secrets and silence came to the forefront sooner rather than later. Lucille came to him that day and asked him to join her at her father's funeral. Reginald had thought about it often since news of the death came, but he'd honestly thought Lucille would either choose not to attend or would go alone. She had been so secretive about sneaking off to her familial home alone the day after her father fell to his death. Reginald only assumed she wanted to continue that solitary dealing with grief. It saddened him that she didn't feel she could rely on him, but Reginald understood more than most the need to keep one's worlds separate. That is why he was surprised when she came down to join him at breakfast the day of the funeral, arrayed in a simple grey dress, with her pale hair parted in the middle and pulled back into a bun, and asked simply, "Will you be ready to leave at 9:30?" He'd nodded at once, keeping his surprise to himself lest it should frighten her, and was ready and waiting outside the carriage in his own mourning clothes when she came down the marble steps. The ride to the churchyard was a long one, and Lucille looked out the window for most of it. Reginald noted that the silence resting between them lacked the tension that it had since they'd been married. He would have loved to speak with his wife, but this comfortable, resting quiet was a not altogether disagreeable alternative. He took the chance to examine her face, the slope of her pale neck running down to the edge of her bodice, the feathery white of her eyelashes laying on her cheeks. Sometimes, Reginald thought, he wondered if all the philosophy and study he'd stored up in his mind was only so that he could find words to describe this remarkable dove of a woman he'd married. Staring at her now, a line from Keats formed fresh and mystical in his mind. What leaf-fringed legend haunts about thy shape, of deities or mortals, or of both? He smiled at the thought, thinking how like a fairy Lucille seemed sometimes, not quite born of the human race, but made more of wind and water and the flowers of the earth. At the funeral, he helped her out of the carriage amid a crowd of black-clad people. He recognised many of them from Edgar Lockridge's acquaintances in the House of Lords, and knew that their attendance was one of politics, not friendship. It was as much an act of dignity to attend the right funeral as it was to attend to the right bill, and Reginald felt a bitter taste in his mouth at the thought of when he'd done the same thing. Lucille didn't seem to notice. She walked quickly across the yard to Sarah's side and stood there by her sister, with her brother just a bit in front. Marianne Lockridge, Lucille's mother, was not in attendance. Reginald came and stood by his wife just as the ceremony began. The priest intoned everything in a rhythmic, dry way, and yet it still seemed too dramatic for the departed Lord Huxley. "And we know," the priest said, "that Lord Huxley was well admired and loved in the community. We must turn our attentions to his family in this time of their grief, offering all the help and aid that we can to alleviate their suffering." Reginald caught emotion from Lucille out of the corner of his eye, and when he turned to examine her face, he saw the hint of a smile there in the corner of her mouth. He touched her elbow in question, and she said under her breath, so quietly that no one else could hear, "What am I to do when everyone expects grief, and I have no tears?" He reached out in silent response and put an arm around her shoulders. It was more contact than they'd ever had, and he was struck by how very small and frail she felt under his touch. She understood at once, turning and tucking her head into his chest so that her face was hidden from view. Reginald knew the truth, and when he caught Sarah's moist eyes, he knew that she understood as well. Most people hide their faces so people don't see them cry. Lucille was hiding hers so that no one could see just how dry her emotion was. They were both tired when they arrived home, but Reginald could tell that Lucille wasn't ready to go to bed. She kept shifting back and forth from one foot to the other, standing in the great foyer with her bonnet in her hand and her eyes on the floor. "What is it?" he asked her. "Is something troubling you about the funeral?" "Something is troubling me," she said at last, "but not about the funeral. It is another matter entirely. Would you be so kind as to allow me a few moments of your time before you go up to bed?" He smiled. He'd been thinking about spending the evening going back through letters and records to be sure this elusive Harpocrates had nothing to hold over his head, but the idea of spending a few moments with Lucille on her terms was much more pleasant. He took off his hat and spun it onto a nearby hook, reaching out for her hat and gloves and laying them aside as well. "I suppose I can be so kind, but only for you, my lady." She still had a look of distrust on her face in response to his charm, but Reginald didn't let it discourage him. He understood that she must think him a manipulator, and as such he could not be trusted to be honest with his feelings and motivations. He held out a hand toward the parlour. "After you." She walked in slowly, as though fighting with herself, uncertain. When they were alone in the parlour with the door closed behind, she sat down primly on the edge of the settee and folded her hands in her lap, as was her wont. Her eyes looked large on her pale face, and her fair hair was falling out of the simple bun at the nape of her neck, framing her face with soft, feathery wisps. "Thank you for your time," she began. Her voice failed, and she cleared her throat. He could see that she was trying to be brave as he'd asked her to do many nights ago, and he loved her for it. She gave a weak smile. "I'm sorry to have to do this, but I wish to ask you for a favour. I don't have anyone else to go to." "And even if you had," he interrupted, "as your husband, I would hope to be the first you ran to in times of trial." "Yes, I imagine so," she said vaguely. She straightened her back. "And so, I have come to you to ask for your help." "I'm glad. I would do anything for you, Lucille." Chapter 9. Why was this so hard? Lucille had spent the entire ride back from the funeral planning how she would broach the subject of Margaret's plight with her husband. She'd thought she'd reached a place of courage and conviction by the time they came home, but when she was actually sitting across from Reginald in the parlour with her hands twisting in her lap, she found it was hard to get the words to come. "I'm glad you're willing to help," she said. "Are you in some sort of trouble?" he asked. He'd been so strangely kind all day, helping at the funeral, allowing her the peaceful silence of the carriage, putting his arms so gently around her shoulders. Even now, as he looked deep into her eyes, Reginald's gentleness was throwing Lucille off. She didn't know how to interact with him when he appeared, as he did now, to have no discernible agenda. "It's not me that's in trouble," she said quickly. "It's a friend. You may have heard about my sister Sarah's friend, Margaret." "Ah, yes, I know her." He sat up a little straighter, and Lucille saw some of the interest drain from his eyes. She didn't want to lose him to boredom, and so she started speaking as quickly as she could. I know that you are probably not acquainted with her in the least, but she matters to Sarah, and so she also matters to me. Also, Reginald, I know that you must be moved a little by the idea that an innocent young woman is in a difficult situation. I like that, he said unexpectedly. Then, when she looked at him in undisguised shock, he waved his hand with a little laugh. No, I don't like that an innocent young woman is in trouble. I like that you just called me by my first name instead of referring to me with the archaic sir that you usually employ. She blushed, distracted. Oh, all right. I ... She struggled to regain her train of thought. I need to speak with you about Margaret, though. She's being blackmailed, although she doesn't know by whom. They have something dreadful against her and are threatening to expose her. She says it's a terrible thing that will mean the end of her place in society. On top of that, I think she's actually afraid of this mystery person. Reginald cocked his head to the side. Ah, and what is this terrible, dreadful thing that she so wants to keep a secret? I don't know. Lucille saw suspicion dance across Reginald's face and rushed to add, She can't tell me right now. Is that the truth? He levelled a serious look in her direction. Or are you afraid that I will join the ranks of blackmailers if I find out Margaret's secret? Lucille realised with a start that that particular thought had not even crossed her mind. Was she beginning to trust Reginald despite herself? It was surprising, but pleasant, not to be looking around every corner for the other shoe to drop. No, she said honestly, gaining courage as she spoke. I don't think that at all. In truth, Margaret refused to tell me. Perhaps she doesn't trust me or my union to you. I cannot attest to that. I can only say that I'm telling you everything I know in the hopes that you can help. I won't hold anything back lest that make your job of deciphering more difficult. She was warmed by the smile on Reginald's face. Thank you. He leaned back in his chair and folded his arms behind his head, thinking. Let's see, he began. The problem at hand involves a lady who has done something or been unknowingly involved in something unsavoury, something that she doesn't want revealed to the public. This sounds, unfortunately, like something I should understand very well and be able to help with. I will try to aid you in finding the blackmailer, but I'm going to need your help to do it. Lucille blinked. Pardon me? You'll need my help? Why? Because I can't do it without you. He gave her a little wink, still infuriatingly relaxed in the easy chair across from her. That's generally the reason that you need someone's help, Lucille. No, that's not what I meant. Lucille could feel his casual charm wearing down her fear, and a grain of discomfort and minor annoyance was forming in its place. I came to you because I can't do anything to help Margaret on my own. You are the master of secrets. She held up her hand when he made a move to interject a complaint. Don't try to deny it. Not only did you yourself confess as much, but I had already heard the truth from gossips and busybodies before I even married you. I would have thought that you, of all people, would be able to figure out what is afoot and solve the issue at hand. Why in the world would you ask me to help you? I have nothing to offer. Firstly, he said, you should know that I find this fiery side of you rather pleasant. There was that casual air again. But let me remind you that I am a gentleman, and this friend of yours, this Margaret, is a lady. As you yourself have already pointed out, I don't have the best reputation in this city, or anywhere in England for that matter, while it would be unseemly for any man to be seen alone with an unmarried woman, it would be doubly so for a scoundrel like me. Lucille knew that she should be horrified by his frankness, but, on the contrary, she was drawn to the easy way he had with words, tossing around this talk of his own reputation as if he hardly cared about it. "For your sake," he went on, "I would prefer for all the questions and conversation we must have with Miss Margaret to happen on your watch, not mine. I wouldn't want the town to wrongfully assume that I had strayed from the side of my pretty new bride." She blushed and swallowed hard. "You think there will be talk?" "I know there will be talk." He shrugged. "But that's where you come in. Be the go-between. You are a logical choice anyway. Being Sarah's friend, it would not be unusual for you to visit Margaret. Go on trips with her, approach her at balls, and otherwise put yourself in her social sphere." Lucille bit her lip, her hands feeling clammy just at the thought of all those social obligations. She had always hated the requirements of life as Edgar Lockridge's daughter, but in the months since the scandal with Sarah, that feeling had only intensified. She was terrified of going out in public, of being required to speak and share and charm her way through life. I don't think that's the best option." She risked a weak smile. "Really, I am not the woman who can do this job. Perhaps we can speak with Sarah." Did you feel as though this friend of Sarah's wanted to share with her? After all, she couldn't even bring herself to tell you the truth of the blackmail. I'm certain she wouldn't want the circle of those who know widened further. And besides that, even if she would trust Sarah, it is good practice for you to step out and be courageous. Share your thoughts and opinions every once in a while, Lucille. Those words awoke in Lucille a sharp and painful memory that she'd long kept buried, and she felt uncharacteristic tears stinging her vision. She stood abruptly, not even making an effort to rebut her husband's argument, and fled the room. Chapter 10. He went after her at once, confused and a little guilty that his words had had such a marked and negative effect. He had spoken too harshly to Lucille. Reginald could see that now. He could see the pain creasing her pale face before she'd stood and left the room. He thought about letting her go at first. That was what he would ordinarily have done, as the Duke of Crowan did not have a reputation for going after people when they left in a state. But he couldn't bear to see that pain on her face, and his heart won over his head in the end. He stopped her in the hallway outside the library, catching her by the elbow when she refused to turn around. "Lucille, please." She stood in front of him, her eyes trained on the ground, her lips tight. When he took her by both shoulders, he could feel for the first time that she was shaking. "Lucille, what is the matter?" She worked her mouth as though to speak, but couldn't get the words out, and instead began shaking even more. Reginald pulled her inside the door of the library and helped her to sink to the carpeted floor. He knelt beside her where she sat, holding her shoulders until the shaking had subsided. It was then that he saw the tears glistening on her cheeks. "Please look at me." She raised her head slowly, as if fighting against an enormous weight, and lowered those emerald gems to meet his eyes. He tilted his head to the side and gently wiped the tears away from her cheeks. He had so many questions, but instinctively knew that this moment didn't call for information gathering as was his wont. This was a moment that called for his vulnerability, not hers. "Remember how I told you about Isaac Caney?" he asked. She nodded ever so slightly. He went on. "I got in a fight with him because he insulted a woman I fancied." "I remember," she said softly. "Let me tell you about that woman." He dropped his hands gently from her shoulders to her elbows, and she let him without protesting. "I met her at a ball, much like the one we were just talking about you attending with Margaret. It was a sparkling night, and I remember that I hadn't even wanted to go. Sometimes politics and position demand me to go to events that I'd rather not attend. You understand?" He waited until she nodded again, and then continued. "Then I saw this woman. She was young and very beautiful, and I admired her quite a bit. I remember that I thought her pretty, but didn't truly grow interested until I heard my friend, the Baron Warwick, talk about a conversation he had with her. It was a conversation about the poor in our midst and our responsibility to them. The Baron thought the poor were responsible for their state, but this lady brought specific examples of people in her own sphere who had been so unfortunate that they could not climb out of their situation. For some reason, Lucille began to tear up again, but her gaze was fixated on Reginald, and he could see that he held her interest. There was something about that, hearing my friend the Baron, who never changed his opinion even in the heat of debate on the floor of the House of Lords, telling me that a mere slip of a girl had altered his position entirely. I wanted to meet this slip of a girl. It was her that Isaac insulted, and it was her that I pursued wholeheartedly. She stared at him without speaking. He nudged her arm. "Come now, love. Surely you see that you and the woman I met that night are one and the same." He found the words that had been so hard to say over the last few months tumbling out of him now like a waterfall. "That's why I fell in love with you. I realised you were not just another pretty face, although your face is lovely, let me tell you, but you were also brave and true and kind." "Stop." Her voice came out soft and broken. "You don't understand. I remember that conversation with Baron Warwick. It is odd that you should bring it up now, only moments after I thought of just that situation." She drew a deep breath. "You claim that conversation when I shared my true opinions and swayed a powerful thinker is what first won your heart. Well, it's what lost me my father's love, so that's only right." "What do you mean?" Lucille tilted her head to the side and spoke as though every word was stabbing her in the heart. "Well, I was never his favourite. You must imagine that Edmund was more valuable to him, and being saddled with twin girls was a curse to him rather than a blessing. But when I had that conversation with the Baron, it swayed him from supporting a policy that my father endorsed. I spoke with him at a dinner party my father held to win the Baron over to his side, and afterwards Sarah had gone upstairs to read. I was about to join her when I heard the Baron speaking with another man, and couldn't hold back the truth of my opinions. I thought it wouldn't hurt to arrange a chance for at least one mind in the House of Lords to think outside the usual comfort, but I was so wrong. Only minutes after the conversation, the Baron Warwick told my father that he wouldn't support the bill. In addition, he said that he thought any man that would push such an immoral situation through the House of Lords must be immoral himself. Well, Reginald couldn't resist smiling. He wasn't wrong. Perhaps, but he was also as open about my involvement in his change of thought as he was with you. My father was furious. He told me that between me and Sarah, he had always preferred me because I was kind and quiet, and knew my place. But now that he saw me for the manipulator that I was, he detested the very sight of me. That is when the rules I mentioned, which were previously important, became the law by which Sarah and I were forced to live. I often thought that if I'd just held my tongue, maybe he wouldn't have seen that independent streak in me. And maybe he would never have felt the need to crush it so thoroughly. The fact you claim made you fall in love with me is the very thing that made my father stop loving me." She dropped her head, and, despite himself, Reginald found himself wishing he could take her into his arms. He hated what Edgar Lockridge had done to break his daughter's spirit. To imagine a woman silver-tongued enough to claim the attention and respect of the stubborn Baron Warwick, instantly rebuked for that involvement and sidelined forever, it was no wonder that he'd found her so much quieter and more subdued than he'd expected. Reginald believed the heart of Lucille's courage was still very much there, just buried under years of verbal manipulation and cruelty from her father. It was like breaking the spirit of a beautiful wild horse. It was a crime, and Reginald burned to think of it. "I didn't know," he said at last, "but perhaps now that you do know, you can understand why I don't want to share my thoughts and opinions as you so blithely requested. It's a dangerous thing for a woman, even if she wasn't raised in the Lockridge household. People are rarely as easily won over as the Baron Warwick, and even if they are, it can erupt just as quickly in the woman's face." "I don't care about other people," Reginald said suddenly, a fierce longing burning in his chest. He pulled Lucille close to him and kissed her feather soft on her forehead. "You will never have to be afraid to express your opinion again, not around me, at least." She didn't pull back, which surprised him. "You say that, but you don't mean it. We will disagree one day, and then you will wish you hadn't allowed me to have thoughts of my own." He ran his hands gently along her arms. "We will disagree one day, probably sooner rather than later, but I will not hold that against you. I would rather have a wife that spoke her mind and held me to account than a frightened woman who couldn't show her true colours. And as for having thoughts of your own, I've no control over that. You're a thinking woman, plain and simple, and no amount of boorishness, even from your cruel father, can control that. All I desire is that you share those thoughts with me." She curled into his chest and sat there like a small bird. When she spoke, her voice sounded very small and tired. "I think I might be falling in love with a villain after all." It fell like a lightning bolt on Reginald's heart. The word love, whispered so tenderly into his chest, coupled with the word villain. It broke him, a little bit, to see himself through her eyes when he loved her so dearly. He held her close as long as she would let him, swearing to himself that he would be worthy of her one day. Chapter 11. The next day seemed to drag by in an endless series of projects that refused to eat up more than an agonizingly small portion of the clock. Lucille found herself looking at the timepiece so often that she wondered if she was going mad. What had possessed her, after all, to suddenly care so much about Reginald's return? She thought about how often he'd stayed overnight in the city as of late and, for the first time, didn't think it sounded like a reprieve. The idea of missing him tonight brought a sting of bitter disappointment into her mind. She arranged for a fine meal to be laid in the dining room in the hopes that he would come, and changed into a forest green dinner gown, pinning her hair up atop her head and putting some emerald jewellery into her ears and around her neck. Then it was back downstairs again to busy herself with a book she wasn't reading while watching the clock with an eagle's eye. At 8 o'clock, just as the bell began to chime, she heard the door swing open in the hallway and Reginald's familiar firm step outside the parlour. Lucille. He leaned into the room and smiled at her in a way that seemed almost boyish. "Have you gone into dinner yet?" "No." She laid aside her book. "Good. I was afraid I'd missed it." He was hiding something behind the door. "I have to run upstairs and change, and then I'll meet you in the dining hall." He turned and spoke to someone behind him, likely a servant. "You can lay out the first course for Lady Crowan. I'll be along in a moment." Then he was gone. Lucille stood and made her way into the other room, hating how her heart began beating wildly just at the sight of him. She had wanted something real with her husband, but now that there was a crack of hope and desire in her wounded heart, she felt a vague fear growing there as well. If she was vulnerable enough to be excited at his return, she was vulnerable enough to be crushed when he didn't show up. He joined her in the dining room with a package under one arm, which he slid onto the sideboard before taking a seat beside her at the end of the table. "Thank you for waiting," he said crisply, motioning to the servants to bring out the food. The first course was strangely silent. Reginald seemed consumed with his own thoughts, and for a moment Lucille was afraid that, after all, everything was just going to go back to the way that it was, silent and strained. But then he finished the soup and called for the main dish, leaning back in his chair to wait, as though he was pulled up in a chair by the fireside rather than at a formal dining table. "How did you pass your time today?" he asked. Slowly, Lucille thought, in the usual ways. She said simply, "I thought about last night all day at the House of Lords. I want you to know that I'm thankful for the things that you shared with me, and I will steward them as best I can." Lucille was surprised that he was addressing the subject of her embarrassment with such directness, but she found that it chased away the fear in her more quickly than any attempt at delicacy would have. She smiled tentatively. "Thank you. I appreciate that." "I've been thinking," Reginald went on, playing with the stem of his wineglass, "you need an opportunity to practice voicing your opinion without getting promptly subdued by the man in your life, and I can teach you how to do that. Your charm and polite nature are actually very useful in political spheres. I would be honoured to take you with me when I go out an evening." Lucille could see the light of excitement in her husband's eyes, and she knew that his words were honest. He really did look as though he wanted her to be a part of more aspects of his life, not just a little prized piece sitting on the shelf at home. "I'm sure I wouldn't have anything to say that was worthwhile." That's not what the Baron of Warwick thought. "I think you could be instrumental in helping to show people a softer, wiser side of society. You have good thoughts, Lucille, powerful thoughts, and if I was to teach you the right way to speak about them, you could do a lot of good." Lucille bit her lip as one of the servants came with a plate of roast duck for each of them. When they were alone again, she looked up at Reginald and met his gaze directly. "Then, teach me." He smiled. "I knew you would agree. You've got spice in you, lass, even if you do keep it carefully bound up in silence and lace." He took a bite of food, chewed contemplatively, and then went on. "You have mentioned before that I am a gatekeeper to a host of secrets, but what you don't understand is that the majority of those secrets come to me, not the other way around. I don't seek out these torrid details of other people's lives. They tell them to me." "How?" Lucille asked. "I would never just share something like that with a stranger." "Perhaps you wouldn't, but you're more restrained than other people after your upbringing." He took a drink of wine, warming to his subject. "Always begin conversations by prompting other people for their views rather than sharing your own. Often, others will speak first. This can be useful in two ways. Firstly, it helps you build an argument if you know exactly whom you're arguing with. Doubtless, it helped you speak with the Baron of Warwick once you understood that he had a misconception about the state of the poor in London. Then you could tailor your argument accordingly. And the second benefit, if you take the time to ask for people's thoughts and then wait a few moments after they share them to allow the edge of an awkward silence to come into play, then more often than not, people will try to fill that silence and will share more about themselves. Sometimes they will share things about other people, and that is how I have learned much of what I know. People will reveal things to you without even being aware that you are interrogating them if you do this. Most people. Exactly. He smiled and took another sip of wine. Most people love to talk about themselves. Even the shy ladies in your midst who grew up hiding in corners have been waiting for a chance to talk about themselves. I've been thinking about what you shared with me about your friend Margaret. If you want to help her, as we spoke about, showing up at balls and coaxing her to be more honest with you, these are tools that you can use to that end. She knows it's not something that she can talk about, but I'm certain that, with a little bit of encouragement, she will realise how much she longs to be honest with somebody for once. What if she realises that I'm trying to get the full story out of her? People rarely do. Reginald said dryly. I don't know your friend very well, but it's not just the unguarded or those lacking intellect who fall for this sort of thing. Still, you're trying to help her, not the other way around. If she suspects you of manipulating her, you can tell her honestly that it's in her best interest. A thought crossed Lucille's mind and she furrowed her brow, leaning back suddenly. This way of getting people to come out of their safe place, it's something you've done often. Making people feel like they can share things, making them feel like they need to fill some sort of silence. It is. Have you done it to me? Her words hung between them for a moment, and Reginald's wineglass froze near his lips. Then he came back to life, setting aside his goblet and reaching forward to take her hand. All the cavalier attitude of teacher and student vanished at that moment, and suddenly he was just her husband again, reassuring her in a sober tone. I haven't, Lucille. Not only do I suspect that such methods would not work on you, but I have the additional incentive that I never want to hurt you or manipulate you in any way. I can see that between us the primary thing lacking is trust, and if I were to bring you around to my way of thinking by force, I would lose that trust. She looked at him steadily for a moment, and then said softly, "And I would not forgive you." He blinked, and she saw a fear there in his eyes, not a guilty fear for past sins, but a fear perhaps of what he might do in the future. Her heart went out to him. Reginald was trying to help her and Margaret. He was trying to bring her out of her shell, and yet she kept levelling his character and tendencies against him. She cleared her throat and reached for the wineglass herself. I see you brought a package into the dining room. Is there a reason? Something else you wish to show me? Reginald shook his head as though to clear it and smiled. Yes, actually. But I am not going to force it on you. It's a tool, but only useful if you agree to help me solve the case surrounding Margaret's blackmailer. I agree. Lucille surprised herself by answering at once, without hesitation. She waited for the feeling of fear and dread to descend, but instead she felt strangely light. This was right. She could feel it. Reginald's face registered a moment of pleasure, and then he was all business again. He pushed back his chair, waving the servant, returning with sherry out of the room, and went to the package. It had been wrapped in fine brown paper and was tied with twine. He brought it over and placed it in Lucille's lap. She pushed back from the table to allow herself room and untied the package gently, peeling back the panels of paper to reveal a gown folded up inside. It was one of the most beautiful colours she had ever seen, something between green and blue that reminded her of the paintings of the West Indies and the gorgeous water there. Along the bodice was a crisp white line of delicate embroidery. The sleeves were short and came to a point from which dangled two elegant white tassels. As Lucille lifted the dress, she saw the folds tumble down, soft and filmy. "You should try it on," Reginald said, "to make certain that it fits." Lucille nodded, mute. It was beautiful, and more than that, it seemed to show a knowledge of her likes and dislikes that she hadn't even known Reginald possessed. "Thank you," she said. "It's lovely." "I'm glad you think so, but that's not all it is." Reginald stood and came close, flipping a handkerchief out of his pocket and holding it out for her to examine. Then he put his hand into part of the skirt, and as if by magic, drew it out without the handkerchief. "It's equipped with hidden pockets. I know that we've spoken about how our investigation in the case of your friend will be helped by intellect and charm, but sometimes a bit of sleight of hand is also necessary." "Stealing?" Reginald laughed and withdrew his handkerchief again, tucking it into his pocket. "Well, I can't endorse outright thievery any more than I can endorse you swindling people in a game of cards, but I do want you to be fully prepared for anything this case with Miss Margaret might call for. This dress will help." "How did you find something like this?" Lucille felt around in the rich folds, discovering 2 more pockets, one at the height of her hand and another hidden behind the wide ribbon at the waistband. "I'm certain they don't sell anything like this where my tailor is from. My tailor is used to working on odd bits for me," Reginald said with a smile. "I commissioned it and paid a little extra for his silence." "Thank you." Lucille searched her heart to know why it was that the dress moved her so. She'd been given beautiful gowns before. She'd even been at one point in her life infatuated with a young tailor in town who'd showered her with such gifts. But this felt different. She realised after a moment that it was the trust Reginald so clearly placed in her that moved her so completely. The dress with the hidden pockets invited her into a world she never before would have thought possible. A world of intrigue and beauty where Reginald seemed to think she could hold her own. She stood up, holding the dress close and letting the wrapping fall to the ground, and walked the few steps to Reginald's side. She stood on tiptoe and kissed his cheek feather soft. He froze as she did so, his face unreadable. "It's perfect," she breathed. He took a shallow breath and then smiled weakly. "I'm glad you like it." "I'm going to go try it on." She gave a little curtsy and rushed from the room, her heart unexpectedly aflame. It fit perfectly. She turned in the mirror and examined the hem where it floated elegantly just above the floor, the rippling effect of the delicate skirt, and the way it clung to her bodice in just the right manner. Lucille felt emboldened by the dress and by Reginald's faith in her. She walked at once to her writing desk and pulled out a crisp piece of paper and a pen. "My dear Margaret," she began, "I have been thinking often of the request you put to me at the poetry reading. I am saddened beyond words that you should be put in such a compromising position by a foul villain, and I would like to assist you. I have spoken to my husband, as we discussed, and he has agreed to offer his aid as well. You must imagine that this will be invaluable, but in case you have concerns on the matter, I will be the go-between you two require to solve this mystery. Please invite me to the next event you are holding, and I will come with the express intent to offer my assistance in any way." She signed it with her name and rang for the servant, surprised by the steadiness in her heart. Chapter 12. "How are you so certain it will be all right?" Lucille breathed in the darkness of the carriage, her eyes wide. Reginald looked at her and caught his breath at her beauty. She wore the new dress, and the way it skimmed along the bodice and highlighted her creamy chest and throat was infernally distracting. He tried to focus on her eyes, but those two, jewels set beneath a fringe of pale curls, were intoxicating. "I am certain," he said slowly, "because I trust you." "Perhaps we shouldn't have started with a ball," she said again, clearly stalling before the footman opened the door and let them out into the cool evening. "I could have handled a tea or a dinner party better." "Those are harder than you think," Reginald said gently. "No music to cover your awkward moments, no dancing to distract the person you're speaking with. No, you promised Margaret you would attend the next event she threw, and this is what she chose because it offers a chance for quiet and unperceived conversations." He'd learned long ago that hiding in a crowd was better than the emptiest dark alley. "Chin up, lassie." He would have touched her face if he'd dared. "Show me your courage." She swallowed and nodded, her face set and nervous but determined, nonetheless. Reginald knocked on the carriage door, and the footman opened at once, clearly curious as to what had taken the couple so long. Reginald climbed out, Lucille on his arm, and carried her inside, but as soon as they passed the people at the door, he gently pulled her hand loose from his and gave a bit of pressure to her lower back. She didn't ask questions. They'd already talked about how important it was for her to do this alone without feeding off the shrouds of mystery that surrounded Reginald's reputation. Lucille needed to seem confident, independent, and kind. That way people would trust her. That way Margaret would feel safe. He faded into the shadows with a practiced grace he'd learned long ago. A few handshakes here, a bow there so that people knew he was in attendance and weren't looking around for him, and then a spin to the side by the punch table, and a quiet lean in the shade of one of the oversized indoor palms. No one was the wiser. He watched from this vantage point as his wife began talking with people. He could hear her voice, faint and nervous, as she approached a group of women nearby. "Ladies," she said, "a fine evening for an event such as this, is it not?" Reginald saw the pause as the women saw her approach, then the ritual widening of the circle to include her. "A fine dress, Lady Crowan," one of the older women said. "Although a bit simple, you know that, as the wife of Lord Crowan, you are now permitted to wear all the silk and lace that you could possibly want. That man appears to dote on you. Make use of it, dearie." Reginald saw a blush creep into Lucille's face, quickly followed by that lower lip bite. "I like it," she said simply. She was still nervous. Reginald fought the urge to come to her rescue and put all those women in their place. She needed something to give her confidence, but he couldn't be that something. "Oh, our Lucille here was always a simple dresser," a young girl said with a grating laugh. "I remember wondering what could possess a grown woman to dress always like a little girl, but I suppose when you're comfortable with something, it's rather hard to break free." No insult meant, of course, one of the other young women interjected. "Come, girls." A middle-aged woman with her stiff brown hair drawn back into a bun stepped forward. "Haven't you heard the saying that the most beautiful gems don't need any accompaniment? Lucille's simple clothing is just an expression of how highly she values her own beauty." Lucille looked a little more relaxed, and though Reginald was glad to hear some kindness from the group of women, he was also disappointed. She needed to stand up for herself, not always rely on others to come to her aid. Then a tall young gentleman joined the group. He was looking at Lucille in a way that Reginald did not entirely like, a man clearly bent on wooing the most beautiful girl in the place. "I hear you are Lady Crowan," he said, his voice loud across the crowded room. "I am," she said, curtsying slightly. "And what a flower you are," he went on smoothly. "I have heard that your beauty was unrivalled, but to see it in person is a gift. I admit that I've looked for you at these events before, but unfortunately, it seems since your marriage your wings have been clipped." Reginald pushed back the ire that threatened at these words, reminding himself to trust Lucille. It turned out to be a good instinct, for this last comment by the gentleman seemed to be just what his wife needed to make a stand at last. She extended her hand to him with all the grace of a queen, and said coolly, "I thank you for your attention, sir. I will say, however, that reports of my wings being clipped are entirely exaggerated. I find that my new husband has granted me the freedom to think for myself, to go where I please, and to readily leave conversations where the topic seems to be entirely the style of dress I wear and the shape of my face." She curtsied, and, with the gracious smile never leaving her pristine face, sailed away. Reginald knew it hadn't been the epitome of the charm that Lucille would need to win the truth out of these people, but he still had to applaud the grandeur. A smile crept onto his face. She was a remarkable woman, his wife. He watched her join another group and couldn't hear their conversation, but saw her speaking often, her eyes bright in her pale face. Then she walked around the room with her arm in that of a well-known society matron. As they passed Reginald, he caught a snippet of their conversation. "You just look so different," the matron was saying as they walked by. "I wondered if you would be wearing black after the death of your father. but neither you nor your sister seem to be in the depths of mourning. It is, of course, a difficult time for our family, Lucille said, then, in a shift of tone, but tell me more about what is happening in your life. It's been so long since I've seen you. Reginald shook his head in amusement. She was a quick study. She'd taken a prying question and turned it around with just enough acknowledgement to avoid suspicion. He heard the matron speaking all the way around the floor, with Lucille only nodding her head on occasion to keep the conversation going. Reginald wished for the first time that Edgar Lockridge had been there to see it. Reginald would have taken his despised father-in-law by the collar and forced him to look at Lucille's confidence. "Do you see what you missed, old man? She's no little mouse at all." She was innocent still, wide-eyed and kind as Reginald had always known, but she was no fool and no coward. She had a strength in her that Reginald suspected ran deeper than even he knew. After half an hour had passed, he sought her out in a corner where she was talking with another lady. "Madam," he said, bowing to the other woman, "may I steal my wife away for this next dance?" "I would never stand in the way of that," the woman answered. Reginald thought she looked familiar, and when he led Lucille back to the dance floor, it came to him. "That's Mrs. Hartley, isn't it?" "Indeed. I've known her for some years, but she was a friend of my mother's long ago, and we haven't spoken much since." It was a familiar dance, simple in the choreography, and easy to keep up a conversation. During all the long stretches of promenade, he took Lucille's hands and asked her the more private questions. "I have some familiarity with the Hartley family." "Oh," she said, leaning close and smiling almost teasingly up into his face. "Do you mean the little scandal surrounding the Hartley property being sold off to the highest bidder in Northampton?" Reginald was shocked into silence for a moment, and then he laughed. "You already knew about that." "No, I didn't." She looked forward, the little bit of self-satisfaction in her face adorably endearing. "But someone told me recently that an awkward silence is as good as a question in an interrogation." They parted as the dance carried them in a loop away from one another, but when they were thrown back together, Reginald pressed her hand a little more firmly than the dance required. "You learn quickly, Lucille. That's quite the information to get out of a woman who would have reason to distrust Lockridge's daughter." She shrugged. "Perhaps I got lucky." Reginald doubted it, but there were more pressing things at hand. As they moved through the dance, he reminded her of the information he'd uncovered in the House of Lords that week. "You remember that I learned a little bit more about Margaret's family this week?" "Yes," she said softly. "You think her cousin Samuel is the most likely culprit?" "Exactly. Apparently, there's bad blood between him and the rest of the family, because she's inheriting the money that ordinarily would pass to him as the first male in line after her father dies." "And I spoke to Sarah," Lucille added, still under her breath, "and she seems to think that Samuel's sister might be angry about it as well. Rose, her name is. Apparently, both cousins thought they'd get some of the money, or else there's a clause in the family will that would allow Samuel to share with Rose if he inherited it. I'm not certain about the details, but now that everything is going to Margaret, they would have reason to blackmail the poor girl." "And reason is motive." She caught his eye during one of the turns and looked a little peeved. "Please, Reginald, do try to ask me something hard every once in a while. You make me feel like a child." "Look who's garnered a year's worth of confidence in half an hour," he retorted, but he couldn't help smiling at her spunk. "In all truth, Lucille, you were doing a good job. I saw the inroads you made with the women, and the news that you learned about the Hartley family was a good test of your skill. Consider it preparation, however, for what comes next. Samuel and Rose Hayward just arrived, and they should be your next target of conversation." Lucille nodded, but Reginald saw a sliver of her confidence slip. It was all still very new to her. She tilted her head up as the dance drew to a close and fixed her eyes on his. "What should I do?" For a moment, Reginald was distracted by the way the dress brought out a hidden colour in her eyes, the way her lip curled under her worried teeth, and most of all, the trust in her eyes. She would do whatever he told her to. He swallowed hard and brought himself back to the present. "You need to befriend Rose Hayward. She will be the best path to get close to Samuel and the quickest way to get to the blackmail material. It's not always necessary to out the person for their crimes. As you demonstrated with your father, it's sometimes enough to simply locate the blackmail material and destroy it. So there's no more power." The song had ended now, but Lucille had not moved. Her hands were still in Reginald's, her eyes on his. He wanted to stay like that forever. For a moment, he considered leaving the ball with her, then and there, and saving her from all the concerning conversation that was so far out of her comfort zone. But then he thought about what she really needed and what her friend needed, and he pulled away. Exactly. No more power. "Can you come with me?" He sighed. Sadly, no. Rose Hayward would suspect something in a heartbeat. No. Go over to her on your own and suggest some tea. Compliment her. Do whatever feels right. She nodded and turned to go. Before her back was to him, Reginald saw her slip a look of serene innocence over her features. It was so effortlessly done that it took him by surprise. She was learning the game already. She walked across the room, weaving through the crowds like water through reeds. He watched her form, mesmerised. Then she approached the Haywards at the far end of the room. Rose Hayward could have been a very pretty girl if she'd been a bit kinder and listened to her tailor a bit less. Next to Lucille's simple, natural beauty, Rose's dark hair, tall limbs, and garish scarlet gown looked out of place. She wore a long red feather in a turban atop her head, and the curls framing her face looked too sharp. Beside her, Samuel stood with his right foot forward and his face staring off away from her into the crowd. Lucille walked up to them and curtsied, her eyes glowing. She said something and then laughed. Rose did not laugh, and Samuel kept his eyes away from the conversation. Lucille attempted to speak again, and this time Rose gave a little sigh as though annoyed and looked off over Reginald's wife's shoulder. Then, quite suddenly, Reginald saw Samuel turn to the women as though hearing the conversation for the first time. He peered down his nose at Lucille and gave a little cough then, leaning in with a vicious look on his face. He said something that was clearly sharp. Reginald wished he could have heard what it was, but the effect was obvious. Lucille took a few steps backwards, stammered a few words, and then hastily curtsied and fled the conversation. She looked briefly across the room at Reginald, and he saw lingering in her eyes a look of invitation and pain. Then she spun to one side and disappeared through a door. He tried to take off after her, but before he'd gone 2 steps, he felt a hand on his arm and heard Mrs. Hartley's familiar voice. "Lord Crowan, I'd simply love to talk to you about that little wife of yours." "Yes, Mrs. Hartley. Another time, perhaps." "Oh, no. What time is better than a relaxed ball? I do so love a ball. And let me tell you, I wasn't sure about either of the Lockridge sisters at first, but that Lucille seems to have a real tender streak in her, and such a pretty thing." She rambled on, and Reginald was forced to listen, peering over her shoulder at the doorway where Lucille had disappeared. What could Samuel Hayward have said to make her react this way? Chapter 13. Lucille left Reginald and made her way across the floor to the Hayward siblings, her heart beating in her chest. She knew by now, after an evening of practicing, that the quivering of fear was something to be expected, and not a reason to avoid the conversation. She tried to smile, sailing up to Rose Hayward's intimidating form, but it was with some difficulty. Across the room, Rose had seemed like a rather garish figure. Up close, the effect was amplified. Her scarlet gown was all silk, crumpled and layered and bustled within an inch of its life, and heavy gold jewellery hung from her neck and the turban around her dark hair. Her eyes watched Lucille as she approached with that mild, removed disdain that Lucille had grown accustomed to over the years. Beside her, Samuel Hayward stood, distant and inattentive. He was mediocrely handsome, with dark hair and hollow cheeks, but Lucille could sense that patronising air about him as well as his sister. It made her want to walk the other direction as quickly as possible. Instead, she drew a deep breath, squared her shoulders, and approached them. "Miss Hayward! Mr. Hayward!" The latter didn't even turn to look, but Rose Hayward fluttered her fan open and peered at Lucille over the top of it with a calculating air. "Pardon me?" "I'm so sorry for interrupting you both," Lucille said, as though the siblings had been talking when she approached, instead of staring off into space with a languid attitude. "I was just hoping to speak to you, Miss Hayward. I've heard wonderful things about you and was dying to make your acquaintance." She laughed, trying to loosen the tension, but Rose Hayward stared on unamused. "I'd like to see Reginald handle this block of ice. You are both from London, aren't you?" "The fine part of London," Rose responded at last. Her voice was high and superior, and Lucille had to hold back a genuine laugh at the way she described her particular slice of the city. "Isn't that the best part?" she said, trying to sound innocent. "And you are?" Rose tilted her head up and stared down her nose at Lucille. "Lucille Lockridge," she smiled broadly. "Actually, I'm Lady Crowan now, recently married to Lord Crowan." "How fortunate of you." Rose looked bored. Samuel Hayward, though, seemed suddenly interested at the mention of Lucille's name. He turned, his head cocked to the side, and surveyed her with his sharp, snake-like eyes. "Lockridge? Why do I know that name?" Before she could interject, he leaned forward and continued in a menacing hiss. "Ah, yes, I remember now. Your father, the snake of the House of Lords, just died. I would offer my sincere condolences on the event of your grief, but I don't see a shred of mourning on you. Maybe the Lockridge children were just waiting around for old moneybags to be pushing up daisies. How's your brother taking his new position?" Lucille wanted to respond, but the old cold feeling of being trapped with nothing to say came flooding over her in an instant. She took a step back, gave a little curtsy, and said, "It's been difficult. Thank you for inquiring. I should be going." She turned and saw Reginald watching her from the other end of the ballroom. She felt a surge of shame, not just because she'd embarrassed herself in front of the Haywards, but because she'd managed to fail in her quest as well. She was no closer to Rose Hayward than she had been. She thought about standing her ground, returning to talk with the imperious brother and sister, but her mind became a whirl of memories and thoughts surrounding her father's death, and she felt the betrayal of warm tears pressing in her eyes. She turned and made for one of the side doors. As she pushed through the crowds, she remembered a day years ago when Edmund had been particularly nasty to her and Sarah. She'd pulled him aside to speak with him. "Edmund, you know you don't have to do everything Papa says," she'd implored. "Sarah and I love you. We'll always be here for you." But she hadn't been there for him. He was barely a young man, still boyish in many ways, and he'd been saddled with not only the death of his father and the managing of a new estate, but a murder investigation as well. In the past few days and weeks, Lucille had been so overcome with learning about Reginald and rediscovering what it meant to be married that she'd completely forgotten about her brother's feelings. A stab of guilt grew into a great, vast ache. She felt a little ill. That was why she was always the quiet one, the gentle one. Getting swept up in shenanigans meant you found yourself talking to a stranger in a ballroom and realizing it was the first time you'd thought about your hurting brother in weeks. The tears came now. She kept her head down to avoid unwanted glances from the surrounding guests and pushed her way forward down the hall, turning at the last minute into a smaller hall that promised a way to the outdoor balcony. As she did so, she collided with a man in the hallway and let out a startled cry. The long skirts of her new gown tangled around her feet, and she swayed for a moment, in danger of falling. The man reached out and steadied her. "Oh dear," he said, his voice low and quiet. "My lady, what can have happened?" She looked up at the man, taking in his appearance in the pool of amber light beneath a nearby lantern. He was of medium height, although still distinctly taller than herself, and had blonde hair and blue eyes. He was a handsome enough man, although there was something missing in his eyes. He was dressed in a fine dark coat and trousers, and had a stiff collar. "Are you clergy?" she asked, too taken aback by his sudden appearance and the discomfort of the last few minutes to tread lightly upon matters of etiquette. He laughed, a gentle, comfortable sound, and directed her through the hall and out onto the balcony, where the cool air wafted lovingly against her shoulders. "I am indeed, my lady, and you look as though you could use some fresh air." She felt her face flush with the heat of excitement and embarrassment. This was the opposite of everything that Reginald had taught her. Always be composed, even when you feel frightened. She didn't feel frightened exactly, just overwhelmed, and she was absolutely not composed. She sat on the bench, feeling the cold stone through the thin skirts of her dress, and sighed. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to run into you just now. And I didn't mean to startle you." The man gave her a smile and sat down beside her, patting her hand in a fatherly way. "I'm Jeremy Colby, the vicar here on your friend's property." Lucille felt another stab of guilt. With all the excitement of the last hour, she'd forgotten to seek out Margaret. Here, speaking with her vicar, was the closest Lucille had come to connecting with the poor girl. "I'm pleased to meet you, Mr. Colby. A fine estate this is to be part of. I congratulate you on your placement." He nodded and smiled politely. Then, after a moment's pause, he said, "I know that ordinarily it would not be fitting for me to ask you something like this." He gave a little laugh and shrugged. "After all, we've only just met. But I can't help noticing that something was very wrong when our paths collided in the hallway. Is there anything that I can do to help you?" She looked at him for a moment in silence, studying his face. Reginald would say to beware of everyone, to watch out lest someone manipulate Lucille the way Reginald had taught her to manipulate others. Yet she couldn't see any ulterior motive on the man's face. He had that open, honest, simple expression she so often associated with men of the cloth. "I confess I am not myself," she said at last, clearing her throat and looking back at her hands. Her eyes ached with unshed tears. "My father recently passed, and I have not dealt with the grief as I ought." "There is no ought when we are facing grief," Mr. Colby said softly. "We all act irrationally when we have to deal with loss, and the social mores to treat it, one way or another, are just a stumbling block to true healing. Give yourself the grace that everyone else will not." She looked at the strange man with surprise. It was wise advice, and strangely practical. "I don't know how to give myself grace," she said. "Well, for one thing, if this person that you are supposed to be grieving is not deserving of your, or anyone's grief, then you might consider turning your heart and mind to more productive outlets." The vicar smiled wryly. Lucille felt a shred of understanding dawn on her. "You know who my father is." She shook her head. "He was not well liked." The vicar's eyes were veiled in shadow, but Lucille thought she heard a softness creep into the man's voice. "I do know, but perhaps the way I just responded is the problem. People who didn't know Edgar Lockridge well want you to grieve more, and people who did know him want you to grieve less. None of that matters, madam. Only do what your own heart needs." Despite herself, Lucille found his presence soothing. There was something in the timbre of his voice and the way he tilted his head to the side that made her feel truly listened to, and it set her at ease. "That's good advice," she said at last. "Well, we're known for that." The vicar smiled and leaned back on the bench so that his back rested against the wall. "It was actually good that I ran into you. I always feel like an outsider at events like these. I think Lady Margaret and her family invite me out of respect, but I don't really like the dancing or the noise. You gave me a chance to talk about real things instead of all the lights and facade." "How long have you had a post here?" "Not long." They sat in silence for a bit longer. Lucille felt the tension of the last hour and a half slipping away into the inky night. She knew from previous childhood visits to Margaret's house that they were looking out over the gardens, but she couldn't see beyond the stone balcony edge. She closed her eyes and listened to the creatures in the night air. When she opened them again, she caught the vicar looking at her with an indecipherable look in his eyes. She smiled. "Is everything all right?" "Yes." He shook his head as though to clear it. "I was only thinking that I'd heard about Lucille Lockridge being recently married to Lord Crowan, and I'm worried that your husband might be missing you." He shrugged a little. "Unless he's too busy with affairs of state. I've heard that he's a rather influential man." "Of course, Reginald." She stood quickly and smoothed the wrinkles out of her skirt. "Yes, I think he might be missing me by now." The vicar jumped up as well and guided her towards the door with a gentle hand at her back. Then, "We shouldn't tarry. Back to the ballroom, my lady." He paused in the hall outside the ballroom, and they stood for a minute, all the music and dancing a mere arm's length away. He had a strange look on his face, but kindness in his voice. "I hope you know, Lady Crowan," he ventured, "that I take it as part of my duties as a vicar to provide advice and succour wherever it is needed. If you ever need someone to talk to, I would be more than happy to lend my assistance. Just come back here to Lady Margaret's estate, and I'll be back at the parsonage tending to my garden." She smiled. "I thank you again for your kindness." And then he was gone, melting away into the dark hallway. Lucille took a few steps towards the doorway, and then, quite suddenly, Reginald appeared. His face was clouded with worry. "Where have you been? I saw that something happened with the Haywards, but then you disappeared." He put a hand on her elbow, and Lucille felt a gentle thrill where his skin touched hers. "I was worried about you. I needed some air." She blushed at the memory of the run-in with Samuel Hayward. It seemed oddly long ago, and she realised that the vicar's help had all but washed the bad memory from her mind. "I'm sorry, but I'll have to try again with the Haywards. Things didn't go precisely to plan." "What did they say?" Lucille looked at her husband for a minute in silence, the truth settling on her like a comfortable blanket. "It really doesn't matter. It's a thing of the past, and it won't stop me again." Chapter 14. Lucille seemed preoccupied the rest of the night, but she wouldn't tell Reginald what was bothering her. He felt as though another wall had gone up in her heart just as he'd been beginning to see her true nature, and it hurt him. Still, he wasn't sure that he'd yet earned entrance into the deepest parts of Lucille's heart, and he tried to push the feelings of bitterness away as they rode homeward. What did the Haywards say to you? Samuel specifically. The rocking of the carriage filled the silence between them. Lucille's hands twisted in her lap, drawing Reginald's attention. They were such frail, soft little hands. He longed to know what worries were spinning in her mind. "I'm sorry," she said at last, her voice small and fragile. "I didn't go through with it. I got distracted. I will make sure to contact Rose Hayward again, and I won't be frightened away this time." Reginald felt the old edge of annoyance returning at the sound of how frightened his own wife seemed in his presence. He tried to keep his voice steady. "You don't have to apologise, Lucille. If something happened, I'm only asking because I want to know what it was, not because I fault you for not following through. Today was a big night for you. I don't think you have anything at all to be ashamed of in the way you've comported yourself thus far." "I do," she said quickly. "Have something to be ashamed of. I let Samuel Hayward frighten me away with some little thing he had to say about my father's death." "That was insensitive of him," Reginald said. He shook his head in the darkness of the carriage, wondering what would possess a man like Samuel to be so unnecessarily cruel. After all, he would have no way of knowing what Lucille was up to. His motivation would have been the same as if Lucille had been simply trying to make casual conversation, and yet he went out of his way to bring her down. What did he say exactly? "Just something about how I'm not wearing mourning clothes." She swallowed hard and looked down, and then he asked after Edmund. There was the crux of it, Reginald could see clearly. The bit about the mourning clothes seemed to be only a peripheral annoyance, but the mention of Edmund clearly tore at Lucille's conscience. "Why did that bother you?" he asked as gently as he could manage. For a moment, Lucille sat in silence. Then she looked up and met Reginald's eyes. He saw tears glinting inky black in her shaded eyes. "Because he's right," she said at last, the words ripping from her like she couldn't bear to say them. "I realised that I've been lax about tending to Edmund's concerns, and he has so much to worry about right now, Reginald. You don't even know the half of it." Reginald thought about the things that Augustus had shared with him that first day after Edgar's death, about the mystery of it all. He had put the pieces together himself, but he wanted to know the depths of Lucille's trust. He held his tongue, looking at her in the darkness. "Tell me, then," he said. "Tell me the half of it." She pursed her lips together and turned away in silence. When the carriage rolled up at their grand estate, Reginald helped his wife out of the carriage, lifting her from the waist as though she were dismounting a horse. It was transparent, he knew, a chance to touch her, but she submitted to it without complaint. When he'd set her down on the ground, she looked up at him with a world of concern in her eyes. "Reginald, I have to tell you something." "Yes?" He pulled her towards him, letting the coachman roll on toward the livery, and enjoyed the moment of her in the moonlight. Perhaps inside. She shifted to the side, bit her lip. There was that edge of worry in her eyes yet again. She was having second thoughts. "Here is fine," Reginald said gently, wanting to keep her there, beautiful and honest, before her fear took control of her vulnerability again. "What is it that you want to tell me?" She blurted it out then. All the details that Reginald had known or suspected since he first heard of Edgar Lockridge's death. "My brother thinks that my father was pushed from the balcony," she said, her voice catching in her throat, her eyes tearing up. "He thinks that it was murder, and there's been a secret investigation started into the whole affair. I don't know what to think about it, except that I know in my heart that Father had enough true enemies to make such a horror possible. The truth is, I've been lax as of late, forgetting about my family in this time of crisis and choosing to think about myself and our life together instead. I've appreciated seeing more of you, Reginald said gently. Yes, I know, she hurried to say, and I wouldn't wish that away, but I would wish myself to be more concerned with the grief of my family. My brother, in particular, lays heavy on my conscience. He's had to bear so much since my father's death, even before my father's death, if I'm honest. And I've done nothing to lighten the load. He needs a real man in his life, someone who can teach him how to manage the estate without cruelty and power battles. My father never taught him that. He needs the support of his sisters and our love as well. I've been selfish. I don't think you've been selfish. She looked at him in surprise, a crease forming in her smooth, pale forehead. The light from the house was streaming out into the darkened courtyard. A shaft of gold illuminated Lucille's pale hair and bright eyes. Wait, she said slowly. You don't seem shocked. By the fact you're struggling with a crisis? By the fact that my father is suspected to have been murdered? She cocked her head to the side. Most people would have asked me more about that when I gave them a chance, and yet you've only responded to my concerns about grief and selfish behaviour. You're sharp, Lucille. So, you already knew? I suspected. He sighed, and slipping his cloak off his shoulders, added it to the filmy blue one she already wore. He could see her shoulders shivering in the evening air, whether from real cold or nerves, and he wanted to offer her some sort of comfort. Talk travels fast, even with secret investigations, and you know that I'm always at the centre of talk. Lucille looked immediately concerned, frightened even. Are you angry? She asked, her breath coming up short. Are you angry that I didn't tell you everything myself, that you had to find out about it from someone else? Reginald waited a moment, weighing his words to make sure he was being honest with her. Why did you wait to tell me? She bit her lip. I've thought of that all evening while we were riding back. It seems so strange that I should hide something like this from my husband. I think that the awful truth is I'm uncertain why I care so much whether or not my father's death was an accident. He was awful to me, Reginald. Truly scarring and awful. Sometimes I just want to forget about everything to do with him and move on with my life. That's what I've been doing the last few weeks. But tonight, I realised that my purposed blindness was hurting my family. It's just that if I fully press into everything surrounding Father's death, I'm afraid of the pain and grief that will follow. I'm scared for Edmund. I'm scared for myself. Her honesty seemed to Reginald to be the sweetest of gifts. He reached out and took her into his arms, feeling her face against his chest and the fluttering of her heart. His words caught in his throat, and he stood with her for a moment in the moonlight, just basking in the feeling of holding her. Your grief, however messy and confusing, is safe with me, he said at last, his voice hoarse. You know I bear no good thoughts towards your father, Lucille, but I also understand why a daughter would feel grief upon his death. He paused and gently pushed her away so he could hold her at arm's length and look her in the eyes as he spoke. I understand that just as much as I understand the moments when you feel nothing. Your grief and tender heart are reasons that I love you, you know, he said quietly. You have things that I long for in you, worlds of compassion and kindness that were trained out of me long ago. Who trained them out of you? She asked, a little breathlessly. Reginald felt a pang of guilt at the question. It was just the sort of thing that Lucille would ask, an assumption that he'd been forced into the hard and manipulative life he'd chosen. an assumption that someone had done to him what Lockridge had tried to do to her. The difference was, Reginald had submitted easily to his teacher, while Lucille had fought back in her own peaceful way against her father's influence, somehow managing to maintain her innocence through it all. "I trained it out of myself," he said at last. "I thought it would make me weak." She nodded, strangely accepting of this awful revelation, and then willingly stepped forward and slipped her arms around his waist. Burying her head in his chest, she said nothing, just held him. But he felt the warmth of real affection from her for the first time since they'd been married. He realised with a jolt of terror that he needed her in a violent, unending way, the way he needed oxygen, food and water. She was a candle in a dark room, driving the darkness out of him day by day and showing him that there was more to life than shadowy dealings and deception. He wanted suddenly, desperately, to be worthy of her. She was holding him, the villain she had called him, and yet she was embracing him because somehow she thought he could be a better man. He took a deep, ragged breath and stepped a little to the side, releasing her arms from around him and offering his elbow. "We should go inside." He wondered if it was his imagination, or if that was a shred of disappointment on her face. It was hard to tell, hidden as she was in shadow. "I've heard all that you shared tonight," he said as they walked up the stairs and into the house. He helped her lift the cloak and hem of her dress to navigate the great swirling staircase on their way to the upstairs rooms. "I will reach out to your brother, Lucille. I am hardly as good a man as Augustus, but if there's anything I can do to help him handle the estate in the wake of your father's death, I will offer my services. And I will do better than I did tonight. I will help with Lady Margaret and return to you with details on what is troubling her." Lucille laughed a little and gave an awkward, self-mocking curtsy. "I won't be so easily run off again." "I don't think you will." He stared into her eyes, not wanting to lose the moment to attempts at humour. She sobered and pursed her lips together. "Thank you for helping with my brother. I know that Edmund will appreciate it. And you also know that it is not for Edmund that I offer my services." He saw the understanding in her eyes and the acceptance. It moved him, and for a moment he thought to reach forward and kiss her. Then, in the next moment, he remembered his promise to allow her to come to him, to make sure that she felt safe and in control for once in her life, and he stepped away, putting his hand on the doorknob to his own bedroom. "Good night, Lucille." "Good night." When he stepped into his bedroom and closed the door, she was still standing silently in the hall, her hands at her sides. Chapter 15. The next morning, Lucille woke with a renewed zeal for the project at hand. The fears that had loomed so large and confusing the night before seemed to have been bundled up and carried away into Reginald's room when they parted ways. She'd been able to sleep soundly all night, and when she skipped downstairs to the breakfast room and found Reginald already departed to the House of Lords, she knew at once what needed to be done. She ate quickly, dressed in a simple brown dress with white lace at the bodice and cuffs, pinned her hair up in a braided bun, and called for the carriage. Lady Margaret's house was far enough away that a walk by foot would be exhausting and foolish, but still, Lucille felt pretentious when she showed up at her friend's door in the grand Crowan carriage. It was gilded and extravagant, and Lucille felt strangely as though she was pretending to fill a role she didn't deserve. She shook these emotions away, however. Reginald had told her during the poker game that the guise she assumed was the one people would believe, however true or false it was. She smiled as blithely as she could, sailed out of the carriage, and waved her hand dismissively in the direction of the carriage driver. "Thank you, Stevens. You can leave the horses at the livery, if you please. I should be a while. As she mounted the steps to go inside, she caught sight of a figure all in black standing with a book in the garden, his hat shading his eyes. She recognised him from the night before, the vicar, Jeremy Colby, he'd said he was. She raised a hand in greeting and he echoed the gesture, turning back to his book as she made her way to the door. The butler greeted her on the first knock, and before she could state her case, he was showing her into the hallway, relieving her of her cloak and bonnet, and bringing her into one of the many tea rooms in the place. "Lady Margaret has been expecting you," he said with a smile. "I'm sorry we're all in a state of cleaning up after last night's affair, but she said that you'd promised to meet with her, and she said to watch for you all morning." Lucille had seen a flurry of activity in different rooms of the house as she passed. Garlands were being taken down, lights extinguished, carpets rolled back out across entryways. She looked at it all with wondering eyes. Though raised in grandeur, she had not often been part of the home where the hosting happened. Her father didn't want to waste the money or the energy, and her mother had been too much of a recluse to care either way. She hadn't missed the excitement, but now, looking at the aftermath of Margaret's glorious evening, she felt a tinge of jealousy. It would be fun, every now and then, to host something like this, to be the lady responsible for just the right set of music or the right flower arrangements. The tea room she was sitting in was small for a mansion this size. Lucille decided, after looking around at the simple surroundings, that it must be Margaret's private quarters, a place where the rest of the household could not hold their gatherings. There was a little writing desk in the corner, a reading nook, and a low table flanked by plush armchairs. Lucille sat in one of these, facing the doors, and waited for Margaret to arrive. When Margaret did walk in, she looked tired and wan, not at all like the glittering goddess Lucille had seen from a distance the night before. Her fine dark curls were loosely braided, wisps framing her pale face, and there were purple circles under her eyes. Her gown was a pale grey and made her look even more frail and frightened. "Lady Crowan, you came." Lucille was still not used to that title, especially in the mouth of a childhood friend, but it reminded her of her new role, and she rose with a confidence she didn't feel to grasp Margaret's hands. "Of course I came," she said, "and please call me Lucille. As much as I love my new name, I don't want there to be any formalities between us." Margaret sat, but before she could speak, a footman appeared with a tray of tea, and the women busied themselves for a time pouring the drinks and wrapping their fingers around the fine china. When they were alone again, Lucille spoke first. "I'm sorry we couldn't speak last night. Something took my attention away from the ball, and afterwards you seemed engaged with your guests." "I shouldn't have invited you to a ball first," Margaret said quickly, blushing a little. "I thought it would allow us some anonymity, but I realise now that it was foolhardy to think we could speak frankly surrounded by all those strangers." She smiled, a little shyly. "I knew you would come, though. I don't know how I knew, but I did." "I'm glad." Lucille took a sip of the tea, let it run down her throat and give her courage. This was just a conversation with a girl in need, after all. It wasn't some social obligation to instill her with fear, and even if it was, Reginald would say to be strong. She set her cup down and leaned forward, trying to put all the compassion she felt into her eyes. "Margaret, do you mind if I speak frankly?" Margaret looked like she very much did mind, but she didn't fight. She just swallowed and said, "Go ahead." "You asked me to help you with this little situation, and I'm more than happy to do so. In fact, I spoke with Reginald already, and he wants to help too. He thinks that we can track down the culprit, and he already has some ideas." She held up her hand at the light of hope in Margaret's eyes. "But I need some help from you too." Margaret blinked, looked nervously to the side as though unwilling to meet Lucille's eyes. "I don't know what I can do to help." "I think you do," she said softly. "You're not telling me the whole truth about what happened, Margaret. You can't expect us to be able to track this blackmailer down if we don't know what he's holding over you. It makes it so we don't understand motive. We don't even understand opportunity, for that matter." Margaret blanched, her face creamy against the grey bodice of her dress. "I can't do that. I can't ever tell anyone, ever." "Margaret, you don't understand." Margaret set her teacup onto the table, the little bowl clattering in the saucer with the force of her nerves. "Everything is on the line here. If you knew, if anyone knew, I'd be ruined." Lucille waited for a few moments, fighting the urge to speak and reassure Margaret. Somehow, without knowing quite what gave her the idea, she understood that now was the time for Reginald's little trick of using long silences to draw the truth out of people. Lucille wanted desperately to speak up, to tell Margaret that she could be trusted and that the culprit could not be found without a little sacrifice. But instead she shut her mouth and sat quietly, keeping her eyes soft and inviting but offering no reprieve from the quiet. Margaret shifted and reclaimed her teacup, running her fingers along the rim. "It's just so complicated," she whispered. Lucille nodded but held her tongue. "Maybe you would understand," Margaret went on nervously. "After all, your father was Edgar Lockridge, wasn't he? Maybe your past isn't as squeaky clean as it seems. Who am I to judge you as more righteous any more than I can judge you as flawed?" Another nod. Lucille was amazed to see what Reginald's advice was bringing into fruition before her eyes. Margaret seemed unable to stop filling in the silence. She still hadn't shared the truth, but words were pouring out of her. "And if you only knew the truth, you wouldn't look at me that way anymore. No one would. I'm just so afraid to lose everything that I've fought to build in this town. You know how important it is to have a good name in society. Do you think that anyone would come to my ball if they knew? Do you think that I'd have a reputable staff, a working business partnership with my land agent, or even the fine vicar who's taken up residence here? I can assure you I would not. They would all leave, driven away by the horror that is my tainted name." There it was, an opening. Lucille wasn't sure what made this moment any different from the rest, but she could feel the rightness of it and stepped in without overthinking it. "I don't know if they would leave or not," she said softly. "I don't know the facts." Margaret slumped her shoulders, looking defeated. "The facts," she said, "are shameful." Lucille took a deep breath and put a hand on Margaret's. "I don't know the whole of your story," she said, "but I know this. My family has seen its share of scandal, and yet I can still say that things always seem bigger when they're in the dark. Risk letting this out into the light of day in a safe little tea room with a girl you can trust, and I think it will have less control over you." Then she waited in silence, with bated breath. Margaret still seemed torn, but Lucille saw the exact moment when she decided to give in. A certain light of reluctant relief came into her eyes, and she said in a voice so soft Lucille almost couldn't hear, "I will tell you." She cleared her throat and dove in. "I only learned it myself recently. My father was the only one who knew for a time, and he even kept it a secret until his grave." She bit her lip and choked out the words. "I am not a legitimate child." Lucille made an effort to keep her expression calm and measured, even though the sentence was about as dangerous a piece of blackmail a person could hold in high society London. Margaret searched her face and then pressed on. "I'm legitimately my father's child, of course. I'm his heir, but apparently he had an affair with one of the tenant farmer's daughters on our estate. I don't know what started it, but I can tell you with certainty that my birth ended it. My mother, not my biological mother, of course, found out that the child was my father's. Ordinarily, she would have driven the woman away, but, you see, my mother couldn't have a child. She'd always wanted one and was heartbroken when a doctor announced that it was impossible. She saw me as her second chance, I think, and convinced the farmer's daughter to pretend the child was legitimately born between the Earl and his lady. The woman stayed on 2 years as my nursemaid and then was summarily dismissed. Margaret choked back a sob. I don't remember her. So, you never knew the truth? Until recently. That must have been devastating for you to discover. Lucille felt a well of compassion opening up inside of her. She had experienced many heartbreaking familial difficulties in recent years, but to find out that your parents had lied to you, and with a lie that could ruin your life forever, must be dreadful. Tears came into Margaret's eyes. For a time, I didn't know how to move forward. I demanded the truth from my mother, who told me that she had sworn to take the secret to her grave. She said that when she claimed me as her own, she chose to be my mother, and that she was my mother still. She sighed. I tried to be angry for a time and told her I would never forgive her, but in the end, I knew she was right. I never knew my biological mother, but I cannot deny that the woman who raised me cared for me as her own. And this is the secret the blackmailer is holding over your head? Yes. Margaret twisted her handkerchief in her hands. It would ruin me, you know. My marriage prospects would, of course, be non-existent. Who would want to marry the illegitimate daughter of an earl, even if she did inherit his vast fortune? I know it's weak, but I have to give in to it if you don't find the perpetrator. You're not weak. Lucille shook her head with emphasis. Whatever you are, you're not weak. How did you find out, if it's not too difficult to talk about? You say your mother swore not to tell, and your father carried the secret to his grave. There were letters, Margaret said, the tears now breaking free from her eyes and tracing mournful paths down her cheeks. Letters from this woman, my biological mother. Apparently, when she found out she was pregnant, she wrote to my father asking for his assistance. She begged him, really? I read the letters. Margaret gasped and put a hand to her mouth. The blackmailer sent me one of them and said that he had the rest. And you believe him? I saw that in the letter it referenced previous correspondence. I can only assume that my father kept the letters out of sentiment, and someone stumbled upon them. Lucille couldn't imagine finding out such an awful secret under any circumstances, but finding out at the hands of an evil, manipulating blackmailer was just about as dreadful as it came. She sighed, her mind spinning. I know this has been difficult to share, she said, but I want you to know that you did the right thing. Really? Margaret's voice took on a hard edge, because I can already hear the change in your voice. You're shocked, Lucille. I suppose you have a right to be, but it's hard to see it there on your face when I know that same look will be reflected back at me all around London when this news gets out. Lucille made a mental note to take better control of her expressions and rubbed Margaret's arm gently. You're seeing what you expect to see instead of reality, she said. I care about you, Margaret, and I'm your friend. I'll help you no matter what, regardless of what you told me. They'll all know it was me, Margaret said, burying her head in her hands and descending once again into quiet sobs. I'm not named in the letters. They were written before anyone even knew I was a girl, but I'm my father's only child, and I assure you that everyone will know. You have to stay calm, Lucille said urgently. I know that's easier said than done, but I promised you I would help, and I already have. Reginald has been keeping his ear to the ground, and I know that with the truth of the situation at my fingertips, we will be even more able to help. You're not alone anymore, Margaret, and if this ruffian wants to convince you that you are, he's sadly mistaken. Margaret sniffed, her passion calming ever so slightly. You already have been helping. Yes. Lucille picked up her teacup, feeling confident for the first time since the beginning of the interrogation. Reginald believes your cousin has a good motive for blackmailing you, and after brushing shoulders with the man last night, I tend to think he has the temperament too. Let us stop bemoaning the genius of his blackmailing prowess and turn our attention to what we can do to investigate his estate. Chapter 16. Reginald rode for the Huxley estate after the House of Lords let out early on holiday the next day. It was a long but pleasant trip, and the time gave him a chance to think about what he would say to the young heir. He'd never much liked Edmund, but then that wasn't saying much. Reginald rarely liked anybody, much less someone so intimately connected with an arch-enemy. He thought the boy pretentious, a copycat of his infernal father, and an automaton without much thought for himself. But then, he'd only met Edmund on a few occasions, and the lion's share of those had been when the boy was in the company of his father. Regardless of his own opinions, Reginald vowed to give the conversation his utmost attention. It was for Lucille, after all, that he was doing this. It was her worries that he wished to allay, her heart that he wished to touch. Edmund just so happened to be the tool through which that could happen. No stableman met him at the foot of the grand estate. No butler answered the door. It was a serving boy in a brown cap who finally opened the great oak door and, giving an awed little bow, agreed to show him into the house. "Where is Lord Huxley?" Reginald asked as the boy showed him into the foyer, and then looked as though he intended to leave the guest there with his coat and hat in hand. The boy paused, blinked. "Master Edmund." Reginald knew that the title, as pretentious as it would sometimes seem, was important. He bent down and looked at the boy. "What is your name, lad?" "Joseph. Father's a McKinley." "Well, Joseph McKinley, what would you think if I were to call you Mr. Brown or Mr. Williams?" "That's not my name, sir." "And Lord Huxley's name is not Master Edmund any longer. He is in charge of this estate and should be addressed accordingly." The boy swallowed, seeming to understand the gravity in Reginald's tone. "Yes, sir." "Will you take me to Lord Huxley, please?" "He's in his chambers, sir, not to be disturbed." Reginald resisted the urge to correct this display of unnecessary information, realising as he listened to the silence of that house that there was almost no staff in the great, echoing chambers. The poor boy, crass as his service was, at least had a grain of loyalty. "Go fetch him for me." He looked down the hall at the nearest open door. "What's in there?" "The parlour, sir, but there's no fire in the hearth." "I will wait there. Tell Lord Huxley to come and speak with me when he's ready." Reginald showed himself into the parlour and winced at the darkness therein. As much as he wished Lucille no longer had to concern herself with Lockridge affairs, he had to admit that her concern was warranted. The parlour was like the rest of the house, dark, stale, and quiet. He drew the shades, and when the dim sunlight wasn't sufficient to warm the room, he bent down and lit a fire. It took him some time. He smiled to himself to think how quickly Augustus Sutton would have managed such a small task. But in the end, some friendly flames were crackling in the hearth, and he could sit back to dust the soot off his hands. Only a few minutes after the fire was roaring, Edmund Lockridge walked into the room. At first, Reginald didn't recognise him. The last time he'd seen the boy had been the funeral, and there he'd been shadowed by an oversized top hat and a crisp black uniform. Now he was in rumpled clothing, only a pair of trousers, house shoes, and a loose linen shirt untied at the neck. He wore no coat at all, and had his long blonde hair tied back at the base of his neck, as though he'd just come from a fist fight. His eyes were ringed with circles, and his shoulders slumped. Reginald noticed the odd truth that Edmund seemed to have aged years in the last few weeks, and yet he still had a look of confusion in his eyes. Lord Crowan. He stayed only a few steps past the doorway, his face wary. Heavens knew what Edgar Lockridge had told Edmund about Lucille's new husband. It couldn't have been good. Lord Huxley. Edmund waved his hand weakly, and then rang a small bell sitting on the table by the door. You know, I'm not yet accustomed to that name. It's too closely attached to my father, and try as I might, I can't escape that man's legacy. There was a hard edge in his voice. An older, uniformed woman appeared in the doorway in a starched apron, her hair tied back in a tight bun. You called, sir? Will you please fetch us some tea, Hannah? She nodded and disappeared. Reginald watched her go with some interest. So there was more than Joseph, the scrawny lad, who'd agreed to stay at the house. He wasn't sure where to begin, and so he started at the most obvious transition. I know it feels like an odd name, Edmund, but you should use it with your staff and everyone outside this house. It has power and demands attention. Edmund sat, seeming suddenly weary. The late Lord Huxley was a charlatan. That's the thing about sons. Reginald felt his heart going out to the boy despite himself. They don't have to follow in their father's footsteps, especially if those footsteps were misguided. You have a real chance now to redeem the family name, to salvage what has been squandered, and to build relationships. What have you been doing since your late father's death? Edmund smiled, a little sadly, and met Reginald's gaze. You think that I've been just sitting here letting a fortune run through my fingers. I assure you, sir, I am naive in many things, but in the ways of business, my father made certain that I was adept. The issue at hand is that I have been handed an unfair cup. The great Edgar Lockridge left behind a slew of secret debtors who have come one by one to my door in the days since his passing to demand their due. The serving staff that he beat and abused and manipulated saw his death as a chance to escape at last from this tomb of an estate, and even the circumstances of his death. He trailed off, uncertain. Reginald put him at ease. It's all right. I know about the death investigation already. We can talk about that later. He took a deep breath. This is a bad hand you've been dealt. That's for certain. But you have to stop feeling sorry for yourself. At one point or another, every man will be handed an unfair cup, and it's what he does with it that matters, not what the nature of the cup was in the first place. Before Edmund could protest, he continued, But I don't like to see a young boy with your talents be shackled with debt so early in his life. I would like to offer my expertise, if you will allow it. Edmund looked at him for a moment, a suspicious light in his eyes. My father told me about you, he said at last. The great Lord Crowan, who has everyone wrapped around his fingers and carries the secrets of kings in his back pocket. You wouldn't offer your assistance for free. What's in it for you? Your family now, Reginald said quietly. Edmund's eyes lit with understanding, and Reginald saw in him an intelligence that he had missed before. You're doing this for Lucille. He frowned. You care about her. Of course I do, Reginald retorted gruffly. She's my wife. I know, but I thought... Edmund broke off as soon as Hannah returned with tea and some cold cakes. He accepted the tray, poured himself some of the hot black liquid, and then served Reginald. Thank you, Hannah, he said. And in a moment, the two were alone again. The interval of time seemed to have changed his mind about the situation, for he said slowly, I cannot deny that some advice would be welcome. You're just wary of trusting the wrong man. Reginald nodded approvingly. It's wise of you to be cautious. That kind of outlook will help you as you go forward. For now, I will offer advice, and you weigh it against your own judgment and the judgment of those you respect. Perhaps Augustus Sutton, or his wife. Perhaps your land agent. Reginald saw a flicker of despair in Edmund's eye and added probingly, unless, of course, you no longer have a land agent. You met Joseph when you came in. And Hannah? Yes. That is all that is left of the Huxley staff. Hannah's been cooking and I've been helping Joseph with the stables. He waved at his shirt. That's why I look like this. And why you look bone-tired as well, Reginald said. Well, here is my suggestion. First, I say you need to hire new staff. Post an advertisement in the town over. I will help you interview applicants, and then we will choose the best to begin work. You can offer to pay them a good and honest wage. But the debtors simply cannot be paid outright. It would ruin the estate. I cannot have that conversation with them, Edmund, or they will not respect the name of Huxley any more. You must gather your own courage and present your argument in a firm tone. You will tell them that you have a series of investments from which you will be receiving money over the next 5 years. You will offer to pay each at a different time over that span, and you will make it clear that they can either receive the full amount they require at a delayed time or not at all. As brutal as such men can be, I will tell you that the annoyance of having to deal with a foreclosure is not in their best interest. Edmund nodded. That sounds wise. But what should I invest in? I'm no proponent of speculation, Reginald said. I think it more than likely ends in ruination, and that's likely how your father put the Lockridge money at such jeopardy in the first place. Still, there are safer investments. Land is the safest of all, but I'll admit that with the majority of older family estates being entailed, not much new land is available. I've personally invested in the funds because the government backs the funds to pay off the national debt. The investment is not particularly risky and can give a return of up to 5%. He saw Edmund take out a piece of paper and start scribbling notes with a quill. It pleased him to see the boy taking his advice to heart. He seemed so much more serious-minded, not despairing but willing to work to fix the situation. Consuls are another option. I would just avoid bill brokers and moneylenders. I think in the end you would only find yourself in more trouble. Edmund nodded. These are good ideas. Go to Lord Whitehall with them and make sure he agrees. Don't mention my name. If he does agree, use his pull with the fund allotment to get in with a good interest rate. Edmund looked up with a frown. Why shouldn't I use your name? I don't want him to feel that he ought to agree because we're family. I want you to get the best advice going forward. The boy nodded and scribbled something else on his paper. Thank you, he said quietly when he was done. This helps. And another thing. Reginald nodded at the tea spread out on the table. This Hannah woman and the boy Joseph have been loyal to you. That is a quality that you can't buy anywhere else. Make sure you promote them, but only after you've hired the new staff. It's important that the others see what the Huxley estate values. Especially if they are old hires returning, Edmund said. Actually, Reginald smiled wryly, you shouldn't accept any old hires returning. They showed the exact opposite of what Hannah and Joseph showed, and you can't trust workers like that. If anyone comes crawling back for their job, send them to the neighbouring estates for work. You don't need that kind of fair-weather worker. Edmund nodded. You have a point. Lastly, Reginald softened his voice, you mentioned the investigation into your father's death. I would like to be of any assistance in this matter as I can, just as I offer my aid in matters of the estate management. Are you willing to answer a few questions about the night of his death? Edmund paused and looked at the paper in his lap as though he could burn a hole through it with the heat of his gaze. "I suppose so. I have spoken to the authorities already." "I know, lad." Reginald wanted to reach out and touch the boy's arm, to give him some encouragement, but he knew it would take away the new Earl's pride, and he wasn't willing to compromise that. But sometimes the bobbies and constables are tied up in their investigation because they have to follow protocols that you and I would be free from. That brought a weak smile to Edmund's face. Apparently, the idea of playing detective appealed to him. In truth, Reginald understood why. In a series of events and crises that Edmund had no control over, at least now Reginald was giving him an opportunity to take a bit of ownership over the situation. "All right," he said. "What do you want to know? Was there anyone new or strange in the house that stood out the week before his death? A visitor? A doctor, perhaps?" "Now that you mention it," Edmund said slowly, "there were a few servants, 3, I think, who were taken on shortly before his death. I don't remember much about them, but I know they hadn't been here long. I passed them in the hall and spoke with them, but I'm afraid I can't even remember a single name. Hannah would know." "And after the death?" "They left with the rest of the servants, of course. I suppose they thought there was no use hanging around a sinking ship. Or they had something on their conscience." Reginald pursed his lips. "Edmund, would you sit down with Hannah and ask her to make a list with you of all the servants who left? Please indicate in the list which ones in particular had recently arrived. But I think I will need a comprehensive list to rule out all possibilities." Edmund nodded soberly. "I will," he said. Then, with an edge of confidence in his voice for the first time, he added, "And Lord Crowan. I'm beginning to think I should add your name to the long list of things I've recently discovered my father was wrong about." Chapter 17. Rose Hayward seemed different in the light of mid-morning, with the turban gone from her head and only a pale cream dress on her tall figure. She greeted Lucille in her morning breakfast room and showed her out to the garden where they could walk and talk. "I'm sorry about how cold I was at Margaret's affair," Rose said, a little nervously, Lucille thought. She walked slowly, her hands hanging by her sides. "I've just had quite a bit on my mind as of late." "As have I," Lucille said. "I cannot apologise enough for my behaviour at the party. I was taken off guard by something." "You were taken off guard by my brother." Rose paused in her walk and turned to pin Lucille down with her gaze. Reginald may have been the master at manipulation, but Lucille was a master at understanding genuine emotion, and before her now stood a woman who was genuinely apologetic. "I don't want to make you uncomfortable by revisiting a difficult experience, but I will tell you that my brother can be harsh sometimes." "There's no need for you to apologise," Lucille said quickly. She didn't want to lose the upper hand in the exchange of charm by putting Rose through an unnecessary guilt trip. "I was overly sensitive." "Overly sensitive? Your father had just passed on." Rose cleared her throat and turned to walk on. "The past is the past, I suppose." Something about the way she said it reminded Lucille of how imperious and haughty Rose Hayward had been the night of the ball. She realised that such an imperfect outer exterior was just a wall put up by Rose to protect her from events such as those. The way Lucille's silence and shy attitude had been a wall before Reginald took it down. She felt the heavy weight of a lockpick kit in one of her hidden pockets and remembered the lesson that Reginald had given her the night before. Hold steady, don't force it, wait for the click. It had been an easier skill for Lucille to learn than the other social skills Reginald had been trying to teach. After all, it required a level head and patience, 2 things that Lucille had in spades. She had practiced long after the couple parted ways for the night, And now she just needed a chance to slip away from Rose Hayward and see if the blackmail material was hidden away in her brother's house. As if reading her thoughts, Samuel Hayward appeared on the garden path in front of the two women, walking towards them with long strides and a fierce frown on his face. He pulled up short, only a few steps away. "Ladies." He bowed stiffly at the waist. "Samuel, you remember Lady Crowan? We met her 2 nights ago at Lady Margaret's." Lucille hid a smile at the note of reproof in Rose's voice. "Ah, yes." He narrowed his eyes. If Lucille had been under any illusions that Samuel Hayward would have grown out of his distasteful personality, the way his sister seemed to, she was sadly mistaken. And how very interesting that the late Earl of Huxley's daughter should suddenly take an interest in our family. "Samuel." This, from Rose, the note of warning in her voice, sharpening to a hard point. "I'm just trying to reach out to my friend's family," Lucille said softly, trying to act the part of the innocent, wide-eyed lass. "Lady Margaret is a long-time friend of the Lockridge family, and I know that it would mean the world to her if I were to connect with her relations." "Would it mean the world to her?" Samuel questioned sharply. "As far as I can tell, we didn't matter 2pence to her father. I don't know why she should be any different. It seems odd that you should be so suddenly interested in making friends when you used to be the mouse hiding in Edgar Lockridge's pocket." Lucille swallowed hard, determined not to let him get to her again. Then, seeing the concern in Rose's eyes, she realised Samuel's rudeness would be an obvious cover for the machinations she needed to engage in. She bit her lip and let a bit of moisture creep into her eye. I think I need to freshen up. Is there—" Rose's eyes softened and she pointed towards the house. "Go to the end of the great hall and there's a room past there. I can call for the servants to bring you some water if you need it." She shot a glance at Samuel. "And hurry back. I think my brother will have somewhere else to be, so you may miss his presence." Lucille nodded, pretending to choke back tears, and then hurried into the house. Thankfully, the powder room was far down the hall and gave her ample doorways through which to peer in search of Samuel's study. Near the end of the hall, the library loomed dark and inviting. Lucille saw a heavy wooden door in the corner, and looking right and left to ensure she was alone, she slipped into the room and tried the handle. Locked, this had to be his study. She remembered her own father's study adjacent to the library, and knew that another man with a locked door would almost certainly hide his blackmail in a place like this. She knelt down and pulled the little bundle of tools out of her pocket, unrolling it on the ground like a carpenter's kit. She selected the long, skinny pike and the wide, crooked tool. She put the skinny tool carefully into the keyhole, and, when she felt it touch the back, she held the other tool against the side and twisted both. The lock clicked open as smoothly as if she'd held a key. For a moment, Lucille felt like celebrating. After all, she knew that Reginald would have been proud of a first-try lockpick under circumstances such as these. But then she heard footsteps in the hall. She stepped inside the study quickly, pulling the unlocked door shut behind her, and shoved the wad of tools into her pocket. It was dark in the room, with only the light of a dying fire to illuminate. There were books, some study items, and a desk, just what one would expect of a personal office. She started walking along the shelves, searching for a misplaced book or a box where something important might have been hidden, but no sooner had she gotten comfortable than she heard voices in the library, headed towards the study door. Frantic, she turned and saw a slender servant's entry beside the fireplace. She ran to it, unlocked it from the inside, and slipped on the other side of the door. She tried to control her breathing, just as the sound of Rose and Samuel Hayward's arguing voices came into the recently vacated study. "Won't your guest miss you?" he was asking. Then, after a moment's pause, "I was sure that I locked this. Perhaps you forgot." "I never forget." He walked over and pushed open the servants' door. Lucille would have been seen if she hadn't slipped behind it just in time. It stayed open for a moment, Samuel clearly staring down the hall in search of an intruder, and then he pulled it shut behind him. She heard the latch close from inside. "I wonder if one of the servants picked it in an effort to steal something." "If they did," Rose said nervously, "then I will deal with it. But really, Samuel, we need to talk about the way that you treat Lady Crowan. It's not called for." "I don't trust that silly little guest of yours. Not that I think her smart enough to actually pull the wool over our eyes, but I think that she has all the look of a gossiping housewife with nothing better to do than share stories. You know that if she shared anything with her husband, we'd be in for it." "Samuel, I don't think this is a good idea." Lucille could hear real fear in Rose's voice. "I think it's gone far enough. And don't you see how jumpy you've become? You see danger around every corner. You're frightened of your own shadow." "I'm frightened of nothing, only suspicious." Samuel's voice was thick with a sneer. Lucille could almost see it on his face. "You would do well to be a bit more suspicious yourself, sister of mine." His voice lowered, but Lucille could still hear him clearly, close as he was to her hiding place. "Not that I should be worried. There's no one that can get in the way of my plans now, and I will make certain that my quest for the earldom is not hindered by anything." "I think you're naive," Rose said softly. "I'm worried this isn't going to work out the way you want it to." "And I'm worried that you've grown so weak as of late," he snapped in response. "I wouldn't have thought you the kind of woman that would give up on her machinations because of a guilty conscience." "They were never my machinations," Rose retorted. "They were yours." Samuel gave a great, dramatic sigh. "Well, make yourself useful then. Go back and get your flighty guest from the powder room, dry her tears, and keep her out of my business. I would prefer it if I didn't have to see her innocent little face again today." Lucille felt a stab of fear mingling with anger at the man's brutish words. She wasn't in the powder room. What would Rose do? She took off down the servants' hall as quickly as she could while still keeping her feet quiet. She wasn't sure where she was going, but by a lucky chance, she came out on the other side of the library. Rose would be emerging from that door any minute now. Lucille raced for the powder room, her breath coming short and fast. She cast a look over her shoulder only once to be certain that Rose hadn't come into the hall, and then ducked into the room and sank onto the plush ottoman there. She knew Rose would be opening that door at any minute, and didn't know how to explain her rapid, panicked breathing. Then she heard Reginald's voice in her head. "People see what they want to see." She dropped her head into her hands and started crying. When Rose came in a few minutes later, she found only a sensitive, heartbroken woman whose feelings had been hurt yet again. "I'm sorry, Lady Crowan," she said. Lucille looked up, pretending to be embarrassed. "It's nothing," she mumbled. "I'm just adjusting to this new life and social status." Rose bit her lip. "My brother won't be back," she said quietly. "Why don't you and I walk to the parlour and try to forget we ever ran into him?" As they made their way down the hallway, Lucille's mind was in turmoil. She felt a dull panic throbbing in her chest at what she'd discovered, and she tried to keep it at bay. Reginald was right. Samuel was after Margaret, and if he was so certain of the earldom, he must have the evidence that she wasn't legitimate. Lucille realised with a sinking heart that, either way, Margaret would lose. Even if she paid Samuel, It was in his best interest to reveal the torrid plot, discredit her, and claim the kingdom he thought he deserved. Chapter 18. Margaret Hayward hadn't realised how good it would feel to share the truth, finally, with at least one other person. Lucille had taken it well, or so it seemed, although Margaret had always known Lucille was the sister that would choose kindness over correctness every time. At first, she felt like hiding from everyone and everything after discovering the truth of her birth, but then she realised that the secret was, as of yet, still just that, a secret. Nobody seemed to see the great poster she felt was pinned to her head saying, illegitimate, and she knew that if she acted out of the ordinary, it would draw attention. That's why, even though it frightened her, Margaret agreed to attend Rose Hayward's dinner party and dance the next week. It was billed as a private affair, but when she pulled up in her carriage, she saw almost as many guests as had attended her own ball 2 weeks before. She walked inside, looked around nervously, and spied Lucille across the ballroom talking with her cousin Rose. Lucille seemed to have become a different person overnight. Margaret remembered when she'd been just a frightened, quiet little woman, always hiding in her sister's shadow. Now, Lucille seemed to have not only a mind of her own, but the courage to match. Lady Margaret, a pleasure to see you here. A gentleman interrupted, bowing over Margaret's hand and kissing it gently. She looked at him as though seeing through him for a moment, completely unsure who he was. Then she remembered that he'd been at one of her dinner parties, an officer in the Navy, she thought, although he was now out of uniform. Ah, a pleasure to see you as well. She looked over his shoulder and caught sight of Edmund Lockridge standing in a corner, watching the crowds. I'm so sorry, but you must excuse me. She ducked away from him and made her way down the ballroom towards Edmund. The gentleman made a disappointed sound behind her, but Margaret didn't really care. Her mother would have told her that she hadn't many suitors and she should encourage men when they offered their attentions. But Margaret just couldn't bring herself to look at anyone but the one man she'd been interested in for the past few years. And that man, sadly, seemed not to notice her existence. She came up beside Edmund and looked where he was looking across the room. His gaze was fixed on the Duke of Whitehall and Sarah. How are you this evening? She ventured. I haven't seen you anywhere since your father's passing. Death! He cleared his throat and shifted a little, crossing his arms and not even turning to acknowledge her. I don't know why people keep saying passing as though that is somehow more sensitive. He died. Let's all just say it plainly. Margaret bit her lip and fell silent. She couldn't see Lucille any more on the floor and wondered where she'd disappeared. Edmund seemed to come to himself at her side, and he said, a little more gently, I'm sorry, Margaret. My tongue is sharp today. She shrugged, her shoulder brushing his, not even venturing a look in his direction. I know you've been through a lot. The silence between them took on a more comfortable note, and Margaret felt a little like she used to when she and Edmund were children, as though their friendship was outside all the whirling drama of Edgar Lockridge's troubles and the sisters' mishaps. She was thinking of something to say to engage him yet again in conversation, when quite suddenly Samuel and Rose appeared at her side. Lord Huxley, Rose said, curtsying deeply. Edmund responded with a bow. Miss Hayward, a pleasure. Margaret pushed back the conflicting emotions that rose in her at this meeting. On the one hand, she could hardly stand being near Samuel after the suspicions that Lucille and Reginald had raised in her mind regarding his involvement in the blackmail. On the other, she knew that if Lucille had disappeared from the dance floor, then something must be afoot, and she wanted to keep her cousins occupied. A charming evening, she interjected. I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to talk with you two more at my own event a few weeks ago. You know how the pressures of hosting can sometimes distract from the moment. I wouldn't know. Rose gave a little laugh and tossed her dark hair over one shoulder. It's my belief that if a hostess is bearing the stress of a ball or party, she is doing it wrong. A lady such as myself should just relax and content herself with being the life of the ball, not the instigator. Margaret resisted the urge to roll her eyes. Rose had always been like this, even when they were children, serious one moment, light-hearted the next, and Margaret knew that coy, light-hearted nature well. It always came about when a handsome young man was near. Rose leaned forward and put one of her slender white hands on Edmund's arm. "I'm so sorry to hear about your loss," she said to him, her voice taking on a more sober and kind tenor. "We all want to be here for you in your time of heartache." Margaret hated the way Edmund melted under her gaze. He clearly found her attractive. But then, who wouldn't? Rose Hayward was the belle of any ball, tall and beautifully attired with dark hair and eyes like the French. Margaret had always felt inferior to her, just as she'd felt inferior to Sarah and Lucille's pale blonde beauty. The one was as powerful and overwhelming as the nighttime, the other as breathtaking as the day. Margaret was neither. She felt her plain looks, the soft brown curls, wide eyes and short frame, were like the English moor, fair on the right kind of day if held separate from other beauties, but dismal and a little dull next to truly stunning landmarks. Usually this didn't bother Margaret. She'd come to grips with her appearance years ago and felt that it was a waste of time and energy to wish for things you could never have. And yet here she was, a grown woman feeling small and inferior and jealous all over again because Rose was touching Edmund's arm. Rose was laughing into his eyes. Rose was drawing him out of his shell where Margaret had failed. "You don't even know the half of it," he was saying in response to some question that Margaret had missed. "This ball gave me a chance to get out of the house and forget all that I have to do. I'm thankful." Margaret thought that he didn't look thankful. He looked like he was still focused intently on Lord Whitehall and Sarah. She wondered why. Did he disapprove of that union for some reason? It would be odd, after they'd been happily married for months, without any disturbances. But maybe there was something she didn't know. "Lord Huxley," Rose said slowly, savouring the words. "That has a nice ring to it. How do you find you're adjusting to the new title?" He shrugged, winked. "Well enough. Sometimes I wish I was Master Edmund again, but then I suppose everyone feels like that now and again. Besides, if I were only Master Edmund, perhaps you wouldn't be quite so willing to take my arm for the next dance." Smooth, Margaret thought bitterly, watching him extend his hand to Rose and watching her blush coyly at the attention. "Perhaps you're right," Rose said, "but you are titled and wealthy, and so we don't need to consider what I would have said to such an invitation otherwise." Margaret thought she saw something like worry flash over Edmund's face, but as soon as it had come, it was gone again, and he was debonair as always. "Wonderful, my lady." He turned to her and Samuel, as though seeing them for the first time. Margaret felt his eyes slide over her to Rose's brother, as though she were just another column or fern decorating the dance floor. She pushed back against the bitter jealousy that had wormed its way into her heart. "So," Edmund was saying, "I suppose I ought to excuse myself from your lovely company in pursuit of an even lovelier partner." Samuel looked relieved and peered across the ballroom as though searching for someone. It was only then that Margaret realised that if Rose left his side, the man would be able to track down Lucille, wherever she was. Margaret thought quickly, reaching out and taking Samuel's arm, even though the very motion made her feel a little ill. "I suppose that leaves us two as partners," she said with a forced smile, wanting for some mysterious reason to cry. I don't think that's a good idea, Samuel said slowly, his eyes locked on hers. Margaret felt suddenly like a small woodland animal in the sights of a hunter. She fought the panic that threatened to rise and forced another smile, this time broader. How can you say that? It's a ball after all, and balls are for dancing. Samuel smiled too, then, and Margaret knew for the first time what it was to wish someone would keep an eternal frown on their face. Samuel's smile was unpleasant, like the widened mouth of a snake right before it strikes. They walked together to the dance floor, taking up a position immediately beside Edmund and Rose. The waltz was a simple one. Partners moved forward towards one another and then away. Then there was a bit of back-to-back stepping, a group turn with the couple to one side of you, and then a cross-couple spin with the opposite partner. They began dancing, Margaret and Samuel painfully quiet, and she could hear above the music the sound of Rose laughing lightly at something Edmund had said. Margaret stepped forward, feeling Samuel's gaze white-hot on her, and then away again. She went through the motions and tried not to think that her partner might be harbouring blackmail against her in this very house. Then Edmund reached across the circle as Samuel reached for Rose, and the partners turned for one moment. Margaret looked up at Edmund, but his eyes were on Rose. Then they broke apart, and the dance drew them further apart by intervals. By the end of it, Samuel and Margaret were at one end of the long line of people, and Edmund and Rose were at the other. Still, even with the distance, Margaret felt more aware of that couple than of anyone else in the ballroom. Chapter 19. This is the list. Reginald looked at the smattering of names. Is there anyone you left off it? Edmund shook his head and sat down, a crease on his young forehead. That's everyone. I couldn't have come up with all of them on my own, but Hannah has a wonderful memory and wouldn't have forgotten anyone. Reginald read over it, something standing out that he couldn't name. He read it again. This time the name connected, Benjamin Moore. This one. He held up the list. Benjamin Moore. Was he one of the 3 servants that came in with the new batch of hires? Edmund looked at the name and then nodded. Yes, Hannah said the 3 at the end were the most recent, and that name is second to last. Reginald drew a deep breath. Then we have a problem, he said. Do you know that name? Edmund asked. Reginald considered responding, but then he looked at the young man sitting across from him and knew that too much information could be dangerous. He stood quickly, tucked the list in his coat pocket, and took up his hat. I do, he said, but I cannot tell you how or why at present. Please trust me that all will be revealed in good time. For now, I must attend to some pressing business in Whitechapel. He took his leave, climbing astride his horse and making his way down the road with thoughts of the list turning in his mind. Benjamin Moore, a short, middle-aged man from Whitechapel who had long been an informant of Reginald's. He wasn't Reginald's favourite character, but then informants rarely were. They were the sort of people who would turn on their only family, who preferred money to loyalty, who crept around in back alleys and betrayed their own mothers. Reginald even remembered one time when he'd been meeting with Moore in a back alley, and the man had lifted a purse off a passer-by without seeming to move a muscle. He was not to be trusted, surely, but stoop to murder. It seemed unlikely. As shady as Benjamin Moore was, with all his underhanded dealings and trafficking in stolen goods, he was too proud of the money he made from his interactions with Reginald, too afraid for his own skin to try anything so risky, and yet it seemed The closer Reginald rode to Whitechapel, that perhaps he'd been offered the perfect deal at last, the amount of money that was too good to turn down. Reginald felt a ball of frustration in his gut at the thought. He hadn't liked Edgar Lockridge one bit, that was certain, but he wouldn't have wanted the man dead. He certainly wouldn't have wanted him dead in this way. Moore worked out of a dingy office in a loud and dirty street. The office was at the top of a flight of stairs, in a building squeezed between a butcher and a baker. It smelled both wonderful and horrendous, and was dimly lit as usual. Reginald tied up his horse outside and dismounted to walk inside. The front door was open, but when he stepped into the foyer, it seemed even quieter than it had been the last time he came. Moore did almost all his business from this little office. It seemed unlikely that he'd be out and about. Reginald climbed the stairs carefully, his boots making hardly a sound. At the top was a door, and through that a small lobby. He walked inside, but the receptionist was not at his usual desk. Behind the receptionist's desk was a small door through which Reginald knew Moore's office was hidden. He knocked, and when there was no answer, pushed it open. Long ago he had killed the part of his conscience that would have told him prying into another person's business was wrong. He only thought of it now because of Lucille, who seemed to be awakening in him all manner of inner critique. Still, he knew that if Benjamin Moore really was at the bottom of Edgar Lockridge's murder, then perhaps fate had handed him a chance to investigate the room without interruption. Perhaps there was evidence here, evidence Moore himself would never offer up. He stepped inside. The office was empty. It was cluttered as always, bookshelves along the back wall, a pile of documents covering the desk and spilling onto the floor. There were boxes near Reginald, and he opened the lid on one of them, peering inside. Some sort of liquid gleamed there, and Reginald suspected at once that it was black market opium. He put the thought of calling the constable out of his mind and stayed focused on the task at hand. What evidence could he find? He walked towards the fireplace and scanned the mantelpiece. The dust was all undisturbed. Then he turned towards the bookshelves and walked back behind the desk to investigate. That's when the toe of his boot ran into something firm and warm. Reginald looked down slowly, his mind filling with dread. There on the floor lay Moore, his body stretched out face down, blood pouring from a wound on his head. His eyes were closed, and he wasn't moving. Benjamin! Reginald knelt down at once, tossing aside his gloves, and held his hands to the man's neck. There was a pulse, but it was thready and weak. Reginald rolled the man over and tried to wake him, remembering all the books he'd read about permanent damage if you were unconscious for too long, a time after a severe head injury. But Moore seemed lost to the world. He'd seemed so short in person, but now his body was impossibly heavy. Reginald jumped up and went to the window, cranking the shaft until it squeaked open to the street outside. He leaned out and called to a man tying up a team of horses below. "Hello! I need assistance up here. A man is injured. Hurry, man." Then he ducked back, not even waiting to see if the Good Samaritan in the street below had fully understood his request. He untied his cravat with one hand, remembering what one book he'd read as a boy had said about blood loss, and pressed it to the man's bleeding head. The wound was bad, worse than a mere blow. He thanked the stars that he had a strong stomach and, holding one hand to the wound, used the other to fumble against the knots of Moore's own cravat. When it was free in his hand, he bound it around the head, clumsily but firmly, until the stream of blood had eased. Then he sat back and took a deep, shuddering breath. His hands were dark red. His mind was spinning. The man from the street below burst in at last. "Did you call for help?" "Yes, over here." Reginald tried to keep his voice steady. "Are you good around blood, sir?" "I've got a solid head," the man answered, his voice betraying his country upbringing. "Good," Reginald thought weakly. "I'd rather have a country bumpkin dealing with a disaster like this than an aristocrat." The man peered at Moore's body. "Dead?" "No, but he's barely alive. Can we take that carriage down there to the hospital?" "I'm just the driver," the man said. Then, after a moment's pause, he shook his head with vehemence. "But the lady will be inside for hours visiting her niece, and this is more important. I can take the man to the hospital if you will come along to explain things to the doctors." "I will." Reginald reached under Moore's shoulders and hefted him up, balancing the dead weight as best he could, until the driver got under the wounded man's feet and helped to support him. "You didn't hit him yourself, did you?" the driver asked a little nervously. Reginald resisted the urge to laugh and just met the other man's eyes as soberly as possible. "No, I did not." He thought about leaving the statement there, but knew when the constabulary got involved, it was witness accounts from men like the ones standing across from him now that would be taken under consideration. "I found him like this moments ago. I came for a meeting and he was lying here behind the desk." "Tough break," the driver said, clearly taking Reginald's word at face value. It took some time to manoeuvre the dead weight of Benjamin Moore down the stairs and into the street. Reginald knew that a slack person was far harder to move than someone awake and trying to help, but he was still surprised at Moore's weight. Afraid he would accidentally drop the man and worsen an already horrific injury, he directed the driver to take his time and followed suit himself. In the street outside, a passer-by paused to question what they were doing, and Reginald was able to ask them to hold open the door to the carriage while they loaded Moore inside. The vehicle was plush, well decorated, and quite fine. "Your employer isn't going to like finding blood on the upholstery," Reginald said wryly, trying to situate himself across from Moore. The injured man lay sideways, still unconscious, his head against the hard wood of the carriage wall. The driver took off his coat and wadded it up under the injured man's head. "No, they won't take kindly to a stained carriage. See that you keep an eye on that head and make sure he bleeds on my coat and not the cushions." Reginald nodded wordlessly, fighting a feeling of panic when the carriage door closed and, after a pause, the vehicle lurched forward down the road. He had a sudden, unexplained sensation that he had been locked in a coffin with Benjamin Moore and was being taken away to a graveyard. He shook this feeling off as soon as it came, well familiar with the tricks a man's mind plays after moments of trauma. Still, as the carriage rocked along the rough streets and Reginald struggled to keep Moore from rolling to the floor, he couldn't deny that there was more to his fear than a response to a wounded man. A shiver of dread ran up his spine. If Moore was injured, then perhaps he wasn't the direct culprit in Edgar Lockridge's death after all. Perhaps he was an unwitting pawn who'd gone along with some scheme or other, only to find himself to be some villain's loose end when the murder was complete. The injured man was unable at present to confirm as much, but the injury itself spoke volumes. Even if Moore had pushed Lockridge to his death, then this at least proved that someone, at least as sinister, was still roaming about looking to shut mouths and keep secrets. The situation, which had once seemed to be simply a death investigation, or at the worst a moment of passionate vengeance for one or another of Lockridge's crimes, was suddenly unfolding into a more calculated plot. Reginald thought at once of Lucille, and he trembled to think how closely she was connected with all this. She was the murdered man's daughter, if he had been murdered as Reginald suspected, and she was Reginald's wife, part and parcel of all the investigation he underwent. And now she was privy to whatever schemes Moore's attacker might think to levy against Reginald. He'd not realised that marrying the one you loved could sometimes put them in danger rather than taking them out of it. The driver had claimed that the hospital was close, but to Reginald it seemed like years before the carriage at last stopped and the door opened. The driver was replaced by a bevy of nurses in crisp uniforms who loaded Moore onto a stretcher and carried him carefully out of view. "What now?" Reginald asked the closest doctor, a tall man in a dark felt cloak, with a monocle on his eye. "Are you this man's contact?" the doctor asked stiffly. "One of them," Reginald lied. He wanted to be the first to hear when, or if, Benjamin Moore regained his faculties. "Then I will be honest with you. A wound like that, and there's no telling. He could recover, but he could just as quickly pass in the night." And with that word, the doctor turned on his heel and followed Reginald's last hope of information into the bowels of the hospital. Chapter 20. The whole way home, Lucille thought about what she had overheard at the Haywoods. She was still shaking when the driver dropped her off at the front entrance to her new estate. She climbed the stairs with her heart in her throat, eager to tell Reginald what had happened, yet still shaken by all that had transpired. She could see for the first time how the world of mystery and intrigue could be addictive in its own kind of way. She half wished she'd spent a quiet day in, and yet another part of her was yearning to get back out there and get to the root of Margaret's woes. "His Grace just arrived home, Your Grace." The butler met her at the door. "I saw him ride directly to the stables and have yet to hear how his business went today." Lucille nodded with a hurried smile, passing off her coat to the man and untying her bonnet. She brushed her skirts out as she made her way to the parlour, feeling girlish and nervous, as though Reginald was a new beau and not her familiar husband. Yet, she thought with a jolt of surprise, how familiar was he, after all? She believed him to be as much of a mystery now as he ever was. As she waited for her husband, Lucille's spirits seemed to rise with anticipation. Her hands still shook in her lap at the memory of Samuel Hayward opening the servant's door to peer into the dark hallway where she hid, but she could feel the flush of success in her cheeks at the same time. She'd done something that even her brave sister Sarah wouldn't have risked, and she'd done it successfully. She heard the sound of boots in the hall and stood just as the door opened. Reginald was walking in and talking over his shoulder at the same time, his attention directed at the servant loitering behind him in the hall. He didn't even notice his young wife standing with folded hands by the fireside. "I'll be up to my quarters in a moment to change before Lady Crowan returns, but you'll need to draw a basin of cold water to clean the stain out of this shirt. Could you send in a stiff drink and He froze when he saw Lucille, and for a moment she saw confusion in his eyes, followed by a quick, languid smile and the old mask sliding into place. He was a wreck. Lucille had a moment of near déjà vu. Such did this moment resemble the last time Reginald had appeared at his home with a wound on his arm and his clothing torn after the attempt on his life. Now, she couldn't tell for certain where he was wounded. His shirt had blood down the torso, and his coat was off and over one shoulder. His hair was dishevelled and had fallen loose from its binding to drape dark and lank around his shoulders. His eyes, above the careful smile, were dangerously dark. Something had happened. "You're hurt." Lucille walked forward, wanting desperately to touch his torso, to search for wounds. The old wall was there, though, and she couldn't surmount it without his invitation. He turned ever so slightly away from her. "I didn't know you'd be back so soon." "The butler didn't tell you?" "I came in the back door." He cleared his throat. "I'm not injured. It's not my blood." Lucille shivered. "Whose is it?" A small, wry smile tugged at Reginald's mouth. He looked tired, more tired than she'd ever seen him. "Not you too, little wife." He ran a hand over his forehead. "I didn't hurt anyone. I was just trying to help someone else who was injured. That's a lot of blood. Lucille closed her eyes for a moment. In all her girlish imaginings of what keeping house would look like once she was settled in marriage, having to clean blood out of her husband's clothes twice in as many weeks had never occurred to her. Is the person... At present, yes, the man's alive. Reginald sat down on a couch and Lucille sank down quickly beside him, reaching out with her hands to take the coat from his arms. He let it go, staring at a spot on the rug before him, as though it alone held the answers to the questions swirling in his mind. Tell me what happened. Lucille prayed that her voice sounded firm but kind. She didn't want to overwhelm Reginald, but she had an innate sense that if she let this moment slip away, he would let the dark details slip into the past, as he had so often before. Old habits die hard. I think your father was murdered, he said bluntly, not meeting her gaze. Just as you and Edmund suspect, I saw a list of servants who'd appeared at his house a few days before the incident, and one of those was a man named Benjamin Moore. He swallowed and raised his gaze to the flickering flames in the fireplace. I knew the name. Moore is a man I've used before as an informant. Lucille tried to keep her expression blank, listening. She wanted to shiver at this further reminder of her husband's underhanded dealings, but more than that, she wanted Reginald to feel she was a safe confidant for his tale. He went on speaking without meeting her gaze. I found Moore at his office with a ghastly wound to the head. If I'd got there even a few hours later, I think he would have died. He paused and shrugged, like a man at his wit's end. He may die still. So you think he pushed my father to his death? Lucille was surprised at her own voice. It sounded even and measured, and carried with it none of the panic that she felt blossoming in her chest. I think he might have, but you know what his injury means, don't you? Reginald turned to look at Lucille for the first time, sitting there beside her with his hair hanging loose around his face and those faraway lines on his face. He looked almost boyish. She suppressed a sudden urge to reach out and take him in her arms. It means that even if Moore was partly responsible, he wasn't working alone, she said evenly. It means someone hired him, or at the very least, someone is working with him. That's my girl. He smiled weakly, putting that sharp brain of yours to good use. Lucille watched him silently. There was something further that was on her husband's mind, and she thought if she waited long enough, he might reveal it. But instead, he shifted and levelled her with a serious gaze. How was your day? In a rush, Lucille remembered everything that had happened before Reginald appeared in the room with a bloody shirt and a frightening tale. Oh, she said, risking a gentle smile, you'd be very encouraged by my day. Really? I could use some encouragement. Lucille leaned forward. I went to the Haywards. Much to her surprise, Lucille saw a shadow cross Reginald's face. Alone. Of course alone. Who would I have taken with me? She smiled. But wait until you hear what happened. I apologised to Rose for my behaviour at the ball, and she not only accepted my apology, she, in turn, made excuses for her brother's behaviour and seemed intent on building a friendship with me. Then, at the first opportunity, I claimed to need the powder room and slipped away from my hosts. She bit her lip, the excitement building. I found Samuel's study and picked the lock to get in just as you suggested. It wasn't so very hard after all, not when my head was cool and my hands steady. Unfortunately, I'd hardly had time to get into the room when Rose and Samuel entered it together talking about something secret. I slipped behind the servants' door, and thank heaven I did. Samuel opened that very door to search and make certain no one was listening, but I, of course, hid in the space between the door and the wall. People really should be more thorough if they're going to be looking for spies. She took a deep breath, a little surprised at Reginald's silence. There was a look of near anger on his face. She continued at a slightly slower pace. Anyway, I heard Samuel talking about some plan that he'd put into action and how nobody could stop him now. I also heard them talk about me. You. Reginald's voice rose. Yes, but it was only in a derogatory manner. They suspect me of nothing but a bit of idiocy and stupidity. Anyway, I truly believe that with a little more investigating, I can clear Margaret's name and save her reputation. All I need to do is break back into the study and find the evidence he's holding against her. I'm confident it's there. All you should be confident of, Reginald said slowly, his voice like ice, is that this man, and possibly even his sister, is a dangerous foe. You don't know that he even keeps the evidence with him, much less in his study. My father did. And look how your meddling affected things in that case. Lucille blinked, hurt. I don't understand, she said softly. Why are you angry at me? I did as you asked. You were the one who taught me to charm and manipulate. You were the one who taught me to pick a lock. And I deeply regret doing so. Reginald's voice was tight. For it is far too dangerous for you to be playing at the game of investigation any longer. As your husband, I forbid you from looking further into the mystery surrounding Lady Margaret's blackmail. You forbid me? Lucille's mind flashed back to all the conversations she'd had with her father where he'd used almost identical language, growing the list of things she couldn't do for her own good. You promised, she said hoarsely, her anger building. You said that you wouldn't inhibit my freedoms. You said that I was strong enough to do all the things that he told me I couldn't do. Now you sound just like him. A flash of hurt crossed Reginald's face, but was replaced immediately with a look of resoluteness. The situation has changed, he said. He took hold of her wrist and brought it to touch the dark blood on his sleeve. Things are dangerous now, and I have no choice, Lucille. I can't lose you. She jerked her hand back, hating the way tears pricked at her eyes. She didn't want to appear weak in front of him, not when it was for that very weakness that he was forbidding her from continuing in the one thing that had finally made her feel alive and useful. You lied, she said sharply. She didn't recognize her own voice. It sounded so full of frustration and sharp in her own ears. You told me that you were different, that you believed me capable of things that other people thought I couldn't do, and yet you're putting me in a box just as they did. Lucille. No, you've spoken enough. She stood and backed away from him. Go ahead, have your secrets. You can enjoy all the mystery and danger and intrigue and leave your little wife in her quiet sewing room. She paused at the door, feeling the weight of his hypocrisy and betrayal on her chest. I really thought you were different. Chapter 21. All night, Reginald thought about going back to Lucille's door, knocking and apologising for what he'd said and the manner in which he'd said it. When it came down to it, though, he knew that he couldn't. It wasn't pride standing between him and the desire to let Lucille investigate. It was fear. Whenever he thought about telling her to continue her machinations, he just saw Moore's limp form on the floor, and he knew in his heart that it was too dangerous for her to live the life that he'd chosen for himself. It frustrated him that Lucille couldn't see his motivations were pure. It hurt him to hear her compare his actions to those of her father, who had been nothing but evil and manipulative for the whole of her childhood. She couldn't see that Reginald's actions were for her own good, not to keep her from good. It was bad enough that Reginald had to think about Edmund's life and the possibility that the man who'd attacked Moore might attack again. He didn't want to be worrying about Samuel Hayward's vindictive streak as well. It sounded as though their assumptions about the matter had been correct all along, and if that was the case, then Reginald didn't want Lucille hiding behind any more doors or eavesdropping on any more conversations. The kind of man who would say, "Nothing can stop me now," would also hurt anyone who tried to impede his plans. Reginald felt ill at the thought. The next morning, he rose early. There was a light on in the study. No surprise, since Lucille cared so much for the early mornings, but he didn't want to face her anger and pleading. Instead, he bypassed his office, put on a coat and hat, and took out his horse to visit Benjamin Moore in the hospital. As he approached the impressive stone building, he found himself uttering a prayer that the man would be alive, not only for heartfelt reasons, but because Moore was the last lead he had in the circumstances surrounding Edgar Lockridge's untimely death. Reginald had asked the doctors and nurses to keep Moore's existence at the hospital a secret, convinced that the man who'd attacked Moore would be happy to finish off the job if he found out the informant was still alive. Once a rat, always a rat. "I'm here to see Benjamin Moore," Reginald said at the door. The nurse looked up from her clipboard, dressed in a crisp navy uniform with a full pinafore over top. "We don't have anyone here by that name." Reginald risked a smile. "Good. I was worried you hadn't followed my instructions. William Morrison, then?" The nurse let down her guard enough to allow the corners of her mouth to acknowledge the secret name they'd chosen for the prized subject. "Yes, sir, I will take you to him immediately. We've followed your instructions to the letter. Constabulary enter through the kitchens to avoid drawing undue attention, and he's had no visitors other than you." "So, I take it he's survived the night." She paused and turned in the hall to regard him with surprise. "You haven't heard. He didn't just survive. He's up and talking." The hospital was crisp, clean, and well lit. Reginald followed the nurse eagerly over polished wood floors and up 2 flights of stairs to an isolated ward. They'd kept Moore away from the others, as he'd requested. The man was lying in a bed in a small room by himself. The room was sparsely decorated, nothing but a chair, a table for the nurse to set her instruments, and a bedpan at the foot of an iron bed. It bordered on being a sanitarium. Benjamin Moore lay in the bed, his head on 2 pillows, his arms at his sides over the blanket, a bandage around his head. A constable sat in the corner in the single wooden chair. He stood when the nurse entered and nodded crisply at Reginald. "Lord Crowan." "That's it, constable. I'll take it from here. Is the patient awake?" "He woke earlier, but he's unconscious again. He's not been able to speak a word to us about what happened to him." The constable shifted uncomfortably. "Now that you're here, could you keep an eye on the lad for a few minutes while I see to the loo? I've had no backup, and they say it isn't good to leave him with the nurse." He cast a distasteful look at the still, pale form in the bed. "Not that I can see what harm a man in his situation can do." "You'd be surprised," Reginald answered dryly, "but I'm happy to take over." In reality, it was more than he could have asked for. He went and sat in the corner chair, watching as the nurse checked the patient's pulse, adjusted his bandage, and then disappeared after the constable, closing the door after her. As soon as she'd gone, Reginald stood and approached the bed. He took the chair with him, sitting down very close to Moore. The man's eyes were shut, his breathing even. His skin looked a little pale, and there were purple circles under his eyes. Reginald watched him quietly for a few moments, and then reached forward suddenly and rubbed his knuckles harshly across the man's sternum. Immediately, Moore's eyes broke open and he cried out in pain. "What in the world?" he yelled, his eyes focusing on Reginald's face. "Why would you do that?" "Ah, don't worry." Reginald smiled wryly. It won't injure you further. A good sternum rub is just painful enough to see if someone is faking unconsciousness. If you slide your eyes closed again and pretend to sleep, I'm happy to repeat the action." Moore wrinkled his nose in disgust, but kept his eyes open. "How did you know I was pretending?" "Because if I was in your same situation, I would pretend to be unconscious as well. It's not a ruse you can keep up forever, but it's something that will give you a chance to formulate a reasonable lie, with the added benefit of trapping people into speaking secret things around your lifeless form." Moore pursed his lips in silence. "No, lad," Reginald said, rubbing the tops of his knees with his hands. "That's not the way this is going to go. You're not going to clam up and keep silent. I need some questions answered." "What are you going to do?" Moore asked bitterly. "Torture me. If you think that I'm going to speak about what happened, then you have another thing coming." Reginald just watched him silently. He could tell from the jittery way the other man shifted his hands across the bedspread that Moore was going to give before he did. The man cleared his throat. "Don't look at me like that. This isn't like our old exchanges," Moore said. "I'm not passing on names of political rivals and scandals. This nobleman, he'll kill me." "So he's a nobleman." Moore blanched. "I wish I could tell you what happened," he said after a moment's pause. "But it would be the end of me. You don't understand this man. I worked for him once, Crowan, and he's a brutal man. I can't give you any more information than that. I'd rather face the law of England." "That's what you will be facing," Reginald said coldly. He paused a moment and looked at the bandage on Moore's head. "But I don't know why you think your silence will protect you. It wasn't enough before, was it?" Benjamin Moore blinked, and Reginald saw the fear raw and complete there on his face. Reginald shrugged. "Tell me this. Did you do it? Did you kill Edgar Lockridge? You know that we will pin something like that on you in no time at all. Your sentence might be affected by how honest you are about the man who hired you." Moore opened his mouth, and for a brief moment, Reginald thought that he would spill everything. Instead, he shook his head and, his hands shaking on the bedspread, said, "For once, Crowan, I'm more scared of the man I'm informing on than I'm scared of you." Then he turned his head away. "Can I close my eyes now?" Reginald waited a moment more, and then returned the chair to the corner. A knock came on the door, and the constable re-entered. "Is he giving you any trouble?" "No, but I think I tired him out." Reginald met Moore's eyes before leaving the room. "If he decides he needs me after all, send a messenger. I wouldn't want to be too late to help him." And with that, he walked out into the hall. Quickly, he made his way downstairs again and found the nurse. He handed her his information on a slip of paper. "I'm not sure," he said, "but I think the man you're taking care of upstairs is going to get shifty as the day progresses. I think he's going to grow afraid and maybe attempt an escape. Please inform the constabulary of this. When the escape is foiled, he may find himself in a position at last where he's willing to look to my particular expertise. Please don't hesitate to send for me." She nodded and pocketed the slip of paper with a grave face. Reginald walked out to his horse, feeling a weight of exhaustion he'd never before known. There was something about this case that took more out of him than previous cases. He felt weary and wanted desperately to ride for home, find Lucille, and make up with her after their fight the night before. He thought about her shoulder, the curve of her neck, the sweet way she'd allowed him to rest in her lap all those weeks ago, and he yearned to go to her and get the resting he truly needed in her embrace. Even as the thought crossed his mind, it was chased by the bitter reminder of her words the night before. "I thought you were different." She would not be a safe place. Not right now. "I'll never understand women." he muttered to himself, climbing onto his horse and turning the beast homeward. Even as the words came out of his mouth, Reginald knew that, regardless, he would spend the rest of his life trying to understand Lucille. Chapter 22. At the graveside, midday. It was a short message, written on a scrap of paper, but when Lucille saw it with Margaret's signature in the morning, she knew the wheels she'd set in motion before Reginald's ultimatum the day before had come into being. She'd agreed to meet with Margaret, Sarah and Edmund to talk about the developments of the case and fill them in on everything that had transpired the day before. Now was her chance to listen to Reginald, to put aside the investigation, and to respond to Margaret that she would not be able to move forward at present with the plans to unmask Samuel. Even as she pulled out a pen and paper to respond, Lucille knew in her heart that she wouldn't turn down her friend in her time of need. She started writing quickly, the pen scratching across the paper, but it wasn't Margaret's name she put at the top of the note. Reginald, meeting Sarah and Edmund by the graveside today to lay flowers for my father. Be back by evening. It grated against her to lie to him, and she felt the bitter taste of guilt in her mouth as she folded the note and slipped it onto the mantelpiece, where Reginald would be sure to see it when she returned. She knew that he wouldn't approve, and feared his anger, but at the same time, the irritation she'd felt the evening before still built inside of her, and she wanted to show him that he couldn't control her. She'd tasted freedom that he gave her, nonetheless, and she wasn't willing to go back so soon. Reginald had told her over and over that sometimes manipulation was necessary to receive proper ends. She'd thought and told him that was another way of saying a person had to play dirty to get what they wanted. Now, she believed it, and she was ready to do what it took to help Margaret. She dressed in a plain grey gown, put on a long cloak, and tied a bonnet around her soft, pale curls. And she took the carriage to the graveside and arrived in the mist-laden cemetery in time to see her sister clasp hands with Margaret, Edmund standing only a few feet behind. "I'm glad you came," Margaret said demurely, as Lucille walked up. She looked around the circle of people who had known her since they were children. "I'm glad you all came." "Of course we did." A frown wrinkled Sarah's face. She shot a suspicious look at Lucille and then back at her friend. "But you must tell us what's happened. You're keeping us in suspense, and I can't imagine what is afoot." Lucille saw something strange in Edmund's face. He was hiding something. She wondered how his conversation had gone with Reginald the day before, how he was feeling after all the revelations, but she knew the important subject at hand was Margaret's dilemma. Here is the truth. Margaret was shaking under her cloak. Her eyes looked abnormally wide in her pale face, and the dark curls tumbled loose around her shoulders as though she'd run all the way to the cemetery herself. "I wanted to keep this from you," she said, nodding at Sarah and Edmund, "because of the shame of it. But Lucille and I were planning to take things to the next step today, and I fear it will be dangerous. We need you both to understand what is going on in the event that we need your assistance, and Edmund." She blushed painfully. "I think we need you there for protection." Edmund turned questioning eyes on Lucille, but she made an effort to keep her face neutral. This was Margaret's story, not hers. Margaret went on, her hands twisting nervously at the folds of her cloak. "Suffice it to say that I am being blackmailed. A man knows something dangerous about my past, something I'm not yet willing to reveal here, and that person is holding it over my head. At first, I thought he was only going to extort money, but after Lucille helped me investigate the matter, it appears the man intends to use the information to ruin me." Her voice fell. "And it will work. This blackmail is such that the slightest whisper, will mean the end of me." Lucille saw a momentary look of annoyance flash over Sarah's face. It was odd, after all, that Lucille had been chosen for this initial confidence instead of Sarah, but as soon as the frustration entered her eyes, it had disappeared again. Sarah was one to look at the greater good, and she did not harbour ill thoughts. She clearly was willing to put Margaret's good over her own. "I'm so sorry." Sarah came forward and put a hand on Margaret's arm. "I'm glad you told us." "Lucille thought we needed help. No one else can know." Margaret looked at Lucille. "I'm surprised you didn't bring Lord Crowan to add his expertise as well." Lucille forced a smile, the guilt eating away at her again. He was otherwise engaged. She shot a look in Edmund's direction. This was all too interconnected. It was only a matter of time before Reginald discovered their meeting, and when he did, he would be furious and hurt. "What steps have you taken thus far?" Sarah asked kindly. Margaret, seemingly bolstered by the positive response, said weakly, "Mostly it has been Lucille, not I. She discovered through some investigation that my cousin, Samuel Hayward, and possibly his sister Rose, though her involvement is questionable, are out to ruin me after my father gave the fullness of his inheritance to me. Samuel's jealous and wanted it for himself. Now that the situation is finished and he has no chance of inheriting the Hayward estate, he wants to make it so that the name of Lady Margaret Hayward is ruined on the tongues of all London socialites. Villain." Edmund worked his jaw in silence, fire in his eyes. Lucille looked at her brother with interest. There was something in the way he stood, the manner of his speech, and the set of his shoulders that seemed different. He was stepping into his role as Lord Huxley more quickly than she'd thought, and for the first time in her life, she saw nobility, not just the hope of goodness, in his brow. She wondered what role Reginald had played in all that. "My brother is right," Sarah said wryly. "This is just the sort of thing I despise." The three siblings exchanged glances. It was no use pretending. This was also the sort of thing that ran in the Lockridge family. Edgar Lockridge, before his death, would have done the same thing to Margaret if he'd had the means to do so. "Are you going to take what you've learned to the constables?" Edmund asked soberly. Lucille and Margaret exchanged glances. "We think not," Lucille said at last. "We don't have enough information. Still, I saw a slip of paper in Samuel Hayward's study that mentioned a meeting at the docks today, and we wanted to go down together and see if there was anything untoward taking place." "He's a businessman," Edmund said stiffly. "There are many reasons why he could be meeting at the docks. Perhaps, but we also have definite proof that he has a plan underfoot, and it sounds like a destructive one." Lucille drew herself up to her full height, trying to look more confident than she felt. "Whatever it is, action must be taken before the worst occurs. You understand as much, surely?" "I understand no such thing." Sarah stepped forward and laid a hand on Lucille's arm. "I have to leave soon and meet Augustus, but I want to part with these words. You should not do anything to anger Samuel Hayward, especially if you think he has ill intentions. You should not confront him, and you should certainly not follow him to the docks. Likely he is just completing some routine business. But even if it is as innocent as that, he's sure to suspect you of ill deeds if he finds you close by." Lucille bit back her retort. She knew her sister well enough to see the set look in her eyes, and no, there was no point arguing the point at present. "All right," she swallowed. "Have a safe journey then, and please try to keep what you've learned here to yourself." As Sarah walked away to her carriage, Margaret whispered quietly to Lucille, "Is that all then? We're giving up when we're so close to the truth." "We're not giving up," Lucille said, her voice quiet but firm. We're just doing this without Sarah." Edmund raised his hands. "Now, hang on, sister. You were always the wise and measured one in our family. I cannot imagine that your husband would be all right with you putting your life on the line for a matter of social standing." Lucille took a step forward, feeling as though a rod of steel was fused to her spine. She chose her words carefully. "Edmund, you are correct. Reginald doesn't think it is safe. He has asked us to cease and desist the investigation." She saw Margaret bristling in her peripheral vision and pushed on. "But I disagree. I think that if we wait, we will miss vital opportunities to learn more about the situation. I think I also am a bit more careful than you give me credit for, and I'm confident that I can complete this investigation in a safe and timely manner. Therefore," she took a step closer, raising her finger to shake under her brother's nose, "I'm going, no matter what. Your decision is not whether or not to endorse this action with your presence. Your decision is whether or not you will provide a safety net should my judgment be as ill-placed as you deduce. Crowan will kill me. Leave my husband to me." Lucille set her lips in a hard line. "Lucille, you don't have to do this." Margaret's voice was shaking. "I didn't know it was coming between you and Reginald. I can find other help, I promise. I don't want to cause trouble." "Margaret, hush." Lucille turned and took her friend suddenly into her arms, pressing her tightly and then releasing her to hold at arm's length. "You are not causing trouble. Samuel Hayward is causing trouble, and it is him that I wish to punish, not you." She turned her gaze back on Edmund. "I'm surprised you're willing to stand passively by while a woman is forced to endure such intimidation and cruelty." "That's not fair," Edmund began. "I agree with Reginald. I don't think it's safe." "Well, it might not be," Lucille said with a shrug. "But I'm going either way, and Margaret's coming with me. You can run and warn Reginald, but we'll already be there undefended if you do. Your only other choice is to come with us and offer your assistance." Edmund stared at her for a long, silent moment. Then he gave a gruff, humourless laugh. "You know, Lucille, I've never seen this side of you before. I can't decide if it makes me angry or impressed." He shook his head. "As long as it's on the record that I disagree with this decision, I'm along for the ride. If you're going to be putting yourself in needless danger, at least you'll have me backing you up." "Thank you." Lucille briefly put a hand on her brother's arm. "Now." She turned to Margaret with a strained smile. "To the marina." Chapter 23. Margaret struggled to keep up with Edmund and Lucille as they made their way up the street toward the low buildings lining the docks. They'd left the driver and the carriage a few blocks back to avoid detection and were now winding their way along the cobblestones, looking every which direction to be sure no familiar faces were in sight. Margaret risked a look over at the brother and sister beside her. Lucille's face was set and determined, and Margaret wondered what turmoil lay behind that seemingly placid exterior. She could see that her predicament had driven a wedge of sorts between Lucille and her new husband, and it pained her. Still, she couldn't help being grateful that she had at least one ally in the matter who seemed as passionate about finding resolution as she did. Her gaze slipped from Lucille to hover ever so briefly on Edmund. His long stride, fine pale eyes and sharp jaw made her feel strangely nervous. She reminded herself of the sight of him whirling around the ballroom on the arm of Rose Hayward and tried to pretend that that was discouragement enough from the feelings she'd been battling lately. "Here," Edmund said abruptly, stopping near an alley. "I think the best thing to do would be a roundabout approach above the wharves rather than on them. Ladies of your standing, with fine silk dresses and lace bonnets, will stand out. I remember coming down here with father." He trailed off for a moment, then seemed to remember himself. It would be best to keep you out of sight, so as to keep questions at bay. Lucille nodded and Margaret followed suit. At the end of the alley was a ladder of sorts, rough-hewn out of old wood, and leaning against the wall to make a path onto the roof above. Margaret craned her neck to follow the path the ladder opened up and saw another ladder on the roof above it, and then another beyond that. "We're to climb that?" she asked softly, wishing her voice didn't convey quite so much fear. "If you'd rather not," Edmund said curtly. "We could always turn back and forget this whole endeavour." Lucille pursed her lips together. "No, Edmund, if you brought us this direction to scare us away from our goal, your mettle is misplaced. You cannot, however, wait behind us on the ladder. If it's expressly listed in Forsyth's sermons that a lady oughtn't to walk in front of a man up steps, I'm sure the same applies to ladders. You go first, Margaret will follow, and I will take up the rear." Margaret looked at her friend with newfound respect. Every day Lucille seemed to be gaining more of her own voice and more backbone to match. She took charge, where she had always before been a follower, and she was confident in matters upon which she never before would have trespassed. Edmund shrugged, still clearly put out by the whole affair, and started hand over hand up the ladder. When he reached the top, he readjusted it to a better position on the roof and then waved Margaret up. It was more difficult than it looked, climbing in a skirt, but she bunched up the thick fabric for each step, dropping it to readjust her hands. When she was at last at the top, Edmund took hold of her wrists and helped pull her to safety. She wished as soon as he'd taken hold of her that he would release his grip. It was disorienting. Looking down, she could see the top of Lucille's head as her friend started up the ladder. "Hurry up!" Edmund hissed. "There are some people about to pass the alleyway, and I can assure you a lady such as yourself climbing onto a rooftop will attract undue attention." Lucille looked up languidly, as though mildly annoyed and completely unhurried. "Edmund," she scolded, her tone sharp, "I'd like to see you come down here and climb in a floor-length gown, then we'll see who's taking their blessed time." Edmund shrugged and shot a glance in Margaret's direction. "She's got a mouth on her now, hasn't she?" he said under his breath. "Your voice carries." Lucille answered from below. When she cleared the rooftop, Edmund helped her over the side as he had helped Margaret, and they moved on to the next ladder, and the next. The last scaling was at a height that made Margaret's stomach lurch, but she kept her eyes on each rung in front of her and tried to focus on the goal. If they could find out what Samuel Hayward was doing, then there was a possibility, a small possibility, that the whole world wouldn't learn about her bastard birth. After the last ladder, the roofs along the wharf stretched out one after the other, connected by low, narrow walls. The three moved quickly from one to the next, keeping low and always checking to make certain the way was clear before shuffling on to the next. At each stop, they peered over the side, searching the faces and figures for signs of Samuel's tall, imperious form. "Maybe you were wrong," Margaret said softly. Perhaps it wasn't a meeting at the marina after all. Perhaps it was simply code, or a documentation of something that had already happened. Lucille shook her head, looking a little less confident. "I could have sworn it talked about the docks, and these are the closest. I can't imagine it being elsewhere." Edmund sighed. "If I accompanied you all onto a roof for the fun of it, I couldn't be happier. After all, that means that a certain dangerous cousin isn't out for our blood. Still, one hates to waste a good ladder climb." Just as he said those words, Margaret saw a familiar figure part the crowd with long strides. She pointed. "Look, there he is by the bellwether. Do you see?" There was a moment of silence and more description, as her two companions sought to pick out his figure. Lucille was first to recognise Samuel walking back and forth in front of the ship, pacing and yelling directions to the men coming on and off the boat. Then Edmund saw him. "This does look innocent," Edmund mused. "The man must have just sought for something to be brought in from the islands or maybe the Indies. There's nothing wrong about a bit of good business." Margaret was going to agree, but Lucille stopped her, laying a hand on her arm. "Wait. Something's wrong." They watched in silence for a moment as Samuel paused in his pacing and looked down the wharf. Coming towards him were two stiffly dressed constables, with their arms swinging by their sides and their shining shoes clicking together. The lawmen appeared to be out for a regular stroll and patrol, but Samuel's reaction was clear. He was afraid. He looked for a moment as though he was going to run the other direction or duck behind a box, and he said something to two sailors descending the gangplank with a large crate. The sailors took off at once, ducking down behind some other cargo and concealing the crate under a tarpaulin. "He's hiding something," Edmund said slowly. "You were right, Lucille. There's something illicit going on here, although I can't think what." "Quite a few boxes went by," Margaret breathed. "He's shipping something into England that shouldn't be here, and I think there's a lot of it." The constables stopped one dock away, talking with the captain jovially and taking a few notes in their notebooks. Then they continued on, halting by the bellwether. Samuel had turned his back, pretending to look at some logbook or other. When the constables approached, he turned around suddenly, his expression too far away to determine, but his body language that of an effortless business owner ready to talk. The constables stayed only a few minutes and didn't even take notes on the interchange. When they'd left, Samuel waited a few more minutes before calling the sailors out again. They re-emerged with the crate and disappeared in the direction of the street. Suddenly, Edmund tensed beside Margaret. "The rigging!" Both girls looked up in tandem. In all their care about the street below, they'd failed to think about the ship's rigging on eye level with their position. There was a sailor in the ship across from them, tussling with the lines. He hadn't noticed them yet, but if he turned, he would surely see and wonder. Perhaps he'd even yell down to the people on the ground. "Follow me, we've seen enough." Edmund took off across the rooftops, and Lucille followed. Margaret took up the rear, casting one last look over her shoulder at Samuel Hayward and his shifty operation before hurrying over the low walls and flat roofs to the ladders. Going down was harder than climbing up, but when they at last hit the ground, Margaret turned from Lucille and started toward the wharves. "Where are you going?" Lucille asked. "You two go on home," Margaret said, out of breath. "I have to confront him. Don't you see? He's doing something illegal. That much is obvious. And even if it's not connected to the blackmail, it's still something that I could hold over his head in return." Edmund jumped the rest of the way off the ladder to the ground and turned to face her. "Not now," he said firmly. "Come with me and Lucille, and we will discuss all this. We saw what we came to see, more than I thought we would see, and you know it. Now it's just for us to return home and decide our next action in a measured manner." He paused and raised his eyebrow. "After Reginald kills me, of course." "He won't kill you," Lucille said. Margaret didn't think she sounded very sure. "Then go on," she said at last. "Hurry. I don't want to keep either of you a moment more, but you can't make me come with you. This ends now." She whirled on one heel and made her way down the alley, unsure how far she was from the bellwether, but blind with stupid courage and anger. She'd only made it a few steps when she felt Edmund's hand on her elbow, pulling her around to face him. She saw Lucille in the background, further down the alley. Edmund spoke in a low voice, so that only Margaret could hear. "Maggie, you're being foolish." It was the old name that he'd used to call her when they were children. Maggie. She loved it and hated it at the same time. Tears started into her eyes, tears that had nothing to do with the blackmail or the nerves of the situation, tears for the boy so close at hand and yet so far away at the same time. "Let me go," she said hoarsely. "No," he answered, his voice strangely calm and certain. "I'm not going to let any harm come to you, Margaret, even if that means saving you from yourself. Please, make my job a little easier and stop throwing yourself in front of danger." She wanted to pull away from him, to get her wits back, but she couldn't. She relented and nodded. "You'll come with me?" he asked. Her heart beating wildly, she nodded again. "Good." He squeezed her elbow and released it. "Then let's get back to safety and talk about what we should do next." Chapter 24. Reginald paused on his ride back to the hospital outside Benjamin's office. At first, he stopped the horse out of a strange sense of responsibility, as though he should give respect to the scene of the crime. But the longer he stayed there outside, the more he felt drawn to go in. Benjamin said it was a nobleman who'd hired him, a former employer. Reginald slid off the back of his horse and tied the animal up at the same post where the driver had lashed his team the day before. He tried the door and, surprised to find it still unlocked, walked carefully inside. Who knew whether or not the man who had attacked Benjamin had returned to hunt about his office? Reginald climbed the stairs as quietly as possible, only relaxing when he'd walked through the waiting room and into Moore's old office without running into anyone. He locked the door behind him, not wanting to be interrupted, and made for the files stacked in piles on the desk, table, and chairs. Benjamin Moore's system was atrocious. Reginald sorted through the sheets of paper, his eyes searching for anything that talked about employers or former jobs. Then, at the base of one particularly large mountain of information, he found a box labelled Clients. He opened the lid. "There we are, good man," he said under his breath, pulling a finely written list of names off the top. The list was not titled, but the names on it were high profile. Reginald checked for his own name and, not finding it, decided that this wasn't just a list of people Benjamin interacted with as an informant. It was a list of clients for whom he had completed jobs, like pushing a troublesome member of the House of Lords to his death. Reginald mused to himself. He recognised a few names on the list. Tucking it into his pocket, he looked out the window at the busy street below. Best to take what he learned and leave before someone more sinister came to investigate the wounded man's possessions. By the time Reginald was pulling into the drive of his own estate, he had all but resolved to let Lucille resume her investigation. Not in full, surely, but in part. The idea of her thinking even for a moment that he was part of a long list of men who wished to keep her from her true potential grated at him, and beyond that, the anger in her eyes had haunted him through his day. The last few weeks had been surprisingly good. All the icy walls that Lucille seemed bent on hiding behind were melting one by one. For a moment before last night's argument, Reginald had felt like there was a chance at a real partnership with this woman that he loved so much. He didn't know if he would ever have her heart, but he knew that the first step in that direction was gaining her trust. "I thought you were different." He wondered bitterly if the chance for that trust was lost forever. He climbed off his horse and made his way inside, handing off his coat to the butler. "Where is Lady Crowan?" he asked. "She's been gone all day, sir. Left a note in the parlour." The butler took the coat and hung it in a nearby closet. "What did she say in the note?" The butler paused for a moment, clearly confused. "It was addressed to your grace, sire. I didn't investigate further." "Of course you didn't." Reginald felt a little foolish. He left the servant and made his way to the parlour. The little scrap of paper folded on the mantelpiece caught his attention at once, and he opened it to read the contents. Reginald, meeting Sarah and Edmund by the graveside today to lay flowers for my father. Be back by evening. That punctuation after his name didn't bode well for their impending conversation. Reginald could see from the abruptness of the letter that his lovely wife was still furious at him for the forbidding that he'd done the night before. He stood by his desire to keep her safe, but wondered if there was some way they could have the best of both worlds. Perhaps he could arrange for her to investigate things that were already deemed safe, things and people that he knew were reliable and wouldn't hurt her. But would she see through that? He wasn't sure. All he knew for certain is that he had to apologise to her before he lost her again to that icy wall. Be back by evening. He looked at the clock. It was 7:30, squarely evening, if he knew anything about time. He wondered whether he should worry that she still hadn't returned, then thought better of it. She said she was with Sarah and Edmund. They wouldn't let anything happen to her, would they? Still, as calm as Reginald tried to be, he was beyond relieved when he, at last, heard a commotion outside and, looking out the window, saw his estate carriage pull up and his wife alight from inside. Her form was twisted and small in the wavy glass of the parlour, and she made her way quickly up the stairs, looking over her shoulder twice as though uncertain. Reginald felt a pang of guilt. Perhaps she was looking for him, trying to make her way safely to her room without running into him. He hated how brusque he'd been earlier and vowed to track her down and apologise. He didn't have long to wait. In a few minutes, he heard her boots, light and feather-soft in the hallway. He stood up and called her name. "Lucille?" Her step froze outside the parlour door, and Reginald could imagine her deciding whether or not to risk going inside. Then the handle turned, and she opened the door, her face still concealed in shadow. "Yes, please." He tried to keep his voice light. "Please come in and let me speak with you. I have much to say about last night." She stepped into the doorway, and the firelight caught the light undertones in her hair. She looked dishevelled, more so than he'd ever seen her. Usually, Lucille was immaculate, every hair in place, like a painting or a marble statue. Now her grey gown was smudged with dirt, wrinkled around her ankles, and she had a woolen shawl around her arms that had slipped off her shoulders and was hanging down nearly to her feet. Her hair, once in a bun of sorts, had fallen mostly out and, but for a few strands, was cascading like a fountain of blonde white foam around her shoulders. Her green eyes were veiled, guarded. Reginald raised a hand. "Please come and take a seat." "I should change, Your Grace." She curtsied, rooted in place. Her eyes darted to the letter he hadn't realised he was still holding in his hand. "You got my note?" "I did. I hope your time at the graveside was comforting." She looked back at him, shivering ever so slightly, and then, after an interminable pause, she nodded. There was something about the doe-like way she stared that made Reginald take a few steps towards her. She moved away at once, but not before he got a hint of an aroma from her figure. It was the last thing he would have expected to smell on her, something rough and garish and plebeian. Reginald's brain raced to place it, to understand whence it came. At last, it hit him. "You smell like the marina," he said, his brain piecing together a distant memory where he'd been down on the docks to meet with another member of the House of Lords in a clandestine manner. "That's not very polite," she said, stumbling over her words. "Lucille, please come here." He stayed rooted in the centre of the room, and after a moment's pause, she stepped forward, walking all the way to where he was, with a light of defiance in her eyes. "What, Reginald?" He held up the letter, opening it, but never breaking eye contact with her as he recited it from memory. Reginald, meeting Sarah and Edmund by the graveside today to lay flowers for my father. She held his gaze, and Reginald thought vaguely that he would have been impressed by this newfound spunk if he didn't feel so betrayed. "Where were you?" he asked softly. "I do not owe you my whereabouts," she answered in clipped tones. "You thought otherwise when you fashioned this letter." He waved the scrap of paper. "Why would you deliberately lie about where you were going today, unless it had something to do with the thing which I earlier forbade you to do? Were you investigating Margaret's case, Lucille?" She stared back at him, matching his fury with her own. "You are not my father." "That's absolutely right," he snapped back at her. "And so, perhaps you can do us both a favour and stop acting like I am. Stop behaving as though you think I'll harm you or get angry." "You're angry now." Reginald felt the ire rise into his throat. He raised his hands in exasperation. "Maybe I am." He took hold of her arm, gently but firmly. "I have a right to be angry if you lie to me." "Who said I lied to you?" "Are you going to deny that you purposefully implied you were going to the graveside today, and then went instead to the docks, or wharves, or somewhere that the stench of fish and filth came to cling to you?" "I was at the graveside today," she said back to him, jerking at her arm until it fell loose from his grip. "And I'll thank you to unhand me, sir. I am a lady, and not to be treated thusly by a brute." "Stop," he said, rolling his eyes. "Stop pretending that you are in the right and I am in the wrong. I am your husband, after all, and of all the people on this earth, I most deserve the truth from you. Tell me why you lied about the graveside." "I didn't lie about the graveside." Reginald could see the fire in her green eyes, the way she planted her feet squarely like a boxer prepared to stand her ground. "Then why was it that you so desired to change before you greeted me this evening? You wanted to hide the state of your clothes after some misadventure or other." "It wasn't a misadventure." "So you admit it?" Reginald cut her off, his temper flaring. "It was an adventure of sorts." "Fine." She threw her hands up in the air, and for the first time, Reginald saw something of the child in her. "If it's the truth you want, it's the truth you shall have. I did go to the graveside today, but it wasn't to lay flowers at my father's grave. You of all people should know that that man deserves no blossoms from my fingers. I went there because Margaret wanted to share her plight with Edmund and Sarah. Afterwards—" She paused, and for the first time, Reginald saw a blush of shame light her cheeks. "Afterwards, we did go down to the docks." She raised her hand as though she could sense the flurry of angry words building in Reginald's chest. "But I only went because I suspected Samuel Hayward of illegal activities, and I was right. Reginald, I was right. I used the skills that you taught me." "You went to the docks alone." He could barely contain his anger. Fear rose, bitter in his throat at the thought of Lucille so close to such danger. "I wasn't alone. Margaret was with me. And Edmund." "Edmund?" He was truly shocked at this. He knew the boy was occasionally immature and had some growing to do, but he had seemed to be taking the death of his father and the responsibility of Earl of Huxley more seriously. What was he thinking? The idiot! He was not an idiot. There was pleading now in Lucille's eyes. I forced him into it. He thought it was too dangerous, and I told him that I would go regardless of whether or not he came as well. I told him that he needed to be a safety net. Then, for once, one person in this ridiculous saga did the right thing. I applaud his basic common sense. Lucille took a step away, putting a hand to her head. "Reginald, I'm tired. Please let me go upstairs and rest, and then we can speak about this." Reginald thought she did look a little piqued, but he'd heard about women using their wiles to manipulate men into giving them what they wanted. Perhaps this was just Lucille using the skills Reginald had taught her once again. "You're not getting out of this so easily," he snapped in a voice like ice. "You've crossed a line, Lucille. You know that I honestly was going to come back to you today and tell you the truth of all that I discovered. I was going to invite you to join me on a caper to help you learn the ropes without endangering your life. What is it that you want, after all? To prove yourself." Lucille shook her head, her face oddly pale. "Reginald, please!" He threw his hands in the air. "Well then, go ahead. Go chase after every loose end, and when I find you bound and tied at the bottom of the Thames, I suppose I'll just chalk it up to your desire to prove that your father was wrong, after all. That will make everything okay, won't it? That will—" Quite suddenly, Lucille, who had been standing with her hand against her stomach and her eyes on Reginald's face, pitched to the side as though about to crumple to the ground. Chapter 25. The room pitched to the side and faded for a moment, but in the next, Lucille felt Reginald's arms lifting her and holding her. She struggled to get her feet under her, feeling a rush of embarrassment. "I'm sorry," she mumbled, wondering why the words were coming out so slowly from her lips. The events of the day flooded over her in an inescapable stream. The argument, the lies, the graveside, the docks, another argument. She took a shaky breath, but felt as though the laces around her chest were keeping her from getting any real oxygen. Reginald seemed to notice, because he picked her all the way up in one swift movement, one arm under her back and one arm under her knees, and started carrying her upstairs. Lucille laid her head against his shoulder as they went, taking small gasps of air. "I'm sorry," she said again. "Hush." His strides felt enormous. "Just breathe." Then he raised his voice, as though calling to a servant he saw at the end of the hallway. "Draw the lady a bath, please." There was a scuffling of activity, and then Lucille felt the close warmth of her own chambers and saw in flashes the dark red walls and rug and the drapery of her bed. It crossed her mind briefly that this was the first time Reginald had been in this room since they were married. She felt his arms as he set her on the bed. "I'm going to get the corset off of you," he said gently. Then, before she could feel shocked or worried, he added, "Don't fear me. I will respect your modesty." She felt his hands at the laces of her gown, untying the little ribbons until the fabric came loose enough to slip off her shoulders. Then he worked the laces and buttons on the tight undergarments until they too popped loose of their constriction. She turned her head and looked at him as he worked. His eyes were on his fingers only, and she saw with quiet gratefulness that he didn't stray to look at her bare shoulders or lower back as the fabric fell away. She took a deep, shaking breath. "Please," she said, her eyes on that set jaw and the intensity of his averted eyes. "Please don't be angry, Reginald. This is just a distraction. I really am sorry for lying. I just wanted—" "Not now." His words were quiet and short, but not unkind. He took a throw from the foot of her bed and dropped it around her shoulders. The fabric felt soft and protective against her bare skin. She reached shaking fingers forward and took hold of the front to close it modestly over her chest. "I wasn't trying to escape the conversation," she said, a little more steadily. "I don't know what came over me. A panic attack, that's what." Reginald knelt down quite suddenly then at her feet, unlacing her shoes and slipping them off. "I've seen it before. I used to get them when I was a child, actually. It's no secret what brought it on, but it is not something we should discuss at present. Take a bath, breathe slowly, and when you're ready, come downstairs." He looked up then, setting the last of her shoes aside, and Lucille saw deep waters in his eyes. "I'll be waiting down there as long as it takes. Don't hurry, and don't be afraid." The door opened, and a maid came in, averting her eyes when she saw the master on his knees by his wife. Reginald stood and, laying a gentle hand in parting on Lucille's shoulder, disappeared from the room. Watching him go, Lucille was stricken with a memory of their wedding vows, when they'd promised to love and cherish each other always. She'd repeated them as the rote memorization and requirement that she thought they were. After all, she'd not had an example of a loving marriage in her house, and agreeing to that covenant was only another step in a person's social standing and life, not a real promise to love and cherish. Watching Reginald, though, showed her that some people really did take those vows seriously. He treated her like something to be honoured and cared for, even when their marriage hadn't turned out the way he wanted it to. She thought of his arms strong beneath her as he carried her upstairs, his fingers feather soft on the laces of her gown, his eyes sliding away from her to protect her modesty. She had been so consumed with her own opinions about his moral integrity that she'd thought it was she who was sacrificing everything to be with him. Now, she realised with a start that it was Reginald who had given up the most, and without complaint. "Come, Your Grace, I've drawn a bath in the adjoining room." The maid helped her up, supporting her as they made their way to where the hot steam was rising from a marble tub. Lucille sank into the water slowly, breathing deeply as Reginald had recommended. The maid bustled about in the background, preparing another evening gown and a brush, fetching soaps and smelling salts, and humming quietly to herself. Whatever concerns the little lass might have held about the sudden illness striking her mistress, she seemed willing to set them aside for the sake of her duties. "How long have you worked for Lord Crowan?" Lucille ventured softly, holding her hair up out of the water and sinking down so that her shoulders were beneath the bubbling surface. 5 years, Your Grace." 5 years? "But you can't be but 17 years old." The maid shrugged and came over to pin Lucille's hair out of the way, so her arm was loose to slip into the water unhindered. "I was 11 when he took me on. My father was a farmer on his property and had a bad crop year, so Lord Crowan offered me a job at the great house. Truth is, he paid full what he would have paid me if he'd hired me as a lady's maid, but all I did was sweep out the grates and lay the fires in the morning. The rest of the day, he let me sit in the library and work on my studies, or hurry on back to father and help with the harvest." Lucille looked at the maid, for the first time feeling not a shred of surprise when she heard of Reginald's good deeds. It appeared that, beneath a veneer of secrecy and mystery and implied wrongdoing, her husband had a heart of gold and was using his power and position to make a real difference in the lives of the people around him. She stayed silent for the rest of the bathing, then climbed out with the maid's assistance and dried off before stepping into the gown that had been prepared for her. It was blessedly lighter and softer than the other, and she dressed quickly, trying not to think too much of Reginald's hands helping her earlier. She left her hair down, the curling ends a little damp still, and wrapped a shawl around her shoulders. "Do you feel better, Your Grace? Or should I bring you a cup of tea?" the maid asked. "I feel better, and no, I don't need anything else." She slipped into silk shoes and padded quietly downstairs. Reginald wasn't in the library, but she found him in the lower study, reading quietly by the fire. His face was turned down into the pages of a book when she stepped in, but as soon as she crossed the threshold, Reginald seemed to sense her presence. He looked up with surprise, his eyes unreadable. She swallowed hard and curtsied. "Could I sit next to you?" she asked, her voice breaking a little. "Of course." His voice sounded a little hoarse, She walked over and sat on the settee very close to him, curling her feet up beside her and leaning into his side. His torso felt warm and sturdy, and she could hear his heart quickening against her ear when she laid her head down. "I don't want you to think the fainting was on purpose," she said softly. "I don't want to get out of our fights by falling back on some stereotype of a weak-minded woman." He was frozen, as though frightened that, with the slightest movement, she would run away like a scared animal. Then his hand moved slowly to her head, and she felt those light fingers again stroking her hair. "Lucille," he said softly, "you are the furthest thing in the world from a weak-minded woman. I think you had a real panic attack, and so you don't have to apologize for anything." "You were kind to me," she said slowly, her eyes on the fire in front of them. "I said sickness and health," he whispered after a pause, "and I meant it. I will never mind taking care of you, Lucille. Never. It is the greatest privilege bestowed upon me in the office of your husband." Something about this, so close on the heels of Lucille's own memories of their wedding vows, moved her beyond words. She sat up gently, pulling only slightly away from Reginald's chest, and reached out one hand to place on his cheek. He was still and frozen, as though her touch frightened him, burned him. Then she leaned forward and kissed him gently, his lips warm and giving beneath hers. When she pulled away, she had tears in her eyes. "I'm glad that I married you," she said hoarsely. "You're a good man, Reginald." Desire filled his eyes and he just stared back at her, wordless. The only other time she had kissed him was in the required ceremonial procedures of their wedding. He had seemed so eager then, so delighted to have her standing before him in her gown. She had been terrified of touching him, much less kissing him, and the whole thing had lasted only as long as was required. Afterwards, she'd seen the disappointment in his face and known how much her indifference had wounded him, but there was no helping it. She couldn't pretend to love someone she doubted and feared. This kiss was entirely different. The other kiss had locked something up inside of her, but this had set something free. Chapter 26. Her eyes were like deep green pools, drawing him in. Reginald didn't want to move, didn't want to frighten away this moment that he hadn't even known he'd been craving. Lucille leaned forward again and kissed him, delicate and sweet, and then slid back down with her head against his chest. He put his hand back on her hair, feeling the soft silk of the strands amid his fingers. The fire flickered in front of them, the flames licking around the logs and mesmerizing Reginald, like the feeling of Lucille's head on his chest. "You know there's another man like me," he said softly, surprising himself that, after everything going through his mind, he'd chosen to begin with this topic of conversation. Another man in the House of Lords who keeps people's secrets. "Or sells them," she murmured. Reginald would have been hurt, but there was a note of teasing in Lucille's voice. "Our marriage is a result of just such a transaction, after all." "It's a result of a great deal more than that," Reginald retorted gently. "This other man, is he good like you, trustworthy?" Good like you. That was a great deal different than villain. Reginald cleared his throat. "I am not sure, but Augustus Sutton doesn't seem to think so. He calls himself Harpocrates, or so I've heard. The god of silence and secrets in Greek mythology." "How do you know that?" Reginald looked down at the top of her head in mild surprise. Sarah Lockridge was the bookish sister, not Lucille. She gave a soft little laugh. "You're not the sole possessor of knowledge, Reginald." She waited a moment more in the quiet of the room and then asked, "Why do you tell me about him, Reginald? Are you afraid?" Reginald's first response was to deny any fear at all. He was speaking to his wife, after all, to whom he wanted to always appear confident and in control. Then honesty took over and he said in a quiet voice, "I don't know. I am more worried than I'd even like to admit to myself." The truth hung between them for several minutes, with nothing but the ticking clock and crackling logs in the fire to break the silence. "Will you try me again?" he said at last. "Try you again? How?" she asked. "Try to tell me about your day, everything you saw and experienced. I will make an attempt to be more understanding, and perhaps I can actually afford you some aid instead of just bristling at the idea of your falsehood." She sat up a little bit, pulling back her head to look at him. There was a hint of worry in her gaze. "I suppose so, if you don't think it would anger you." "So you went down to the docks?" She nodded, swallowed, and pulled herself up to a well-postured sitting position across from him. She curled her legs to the side, looking very much like a little girl preparing to give her school recitation. "I did. Edmund and Margaret went with me. As I said before, Edmund had no intention of going at first and told me it was a dangerous idea, but I insisted." "That sounds right." He made sure to measure his tone. He felt guilty for the way he'd acted before, and when Lucille had nearly fainted at the height of their argument, Reginald had seen with awful clarity the destructive path of his bad temper. "I'm glad your brother had some good sense in the matter, and as I see you gave him no choice but to accompany you, I'm glad you were not alone." Lucille nodded, bit her lip. "We climbed some ladders," she said at last. "You said you wanted the truth of it, and that's the truth. We scrambled up 3 different stories onto some flat roofs overlooking the wharves, and then followed the top until we laid eyes on Samuel Hayward. How were you able to spot him from so high?" "His form at first, and the set of his shoulders, but once we'd hidden behind the height of the retaining wall, we could see his face and actions as well. He was very nervous. You know how you talk about body language. I could see that he was shifty and alert for people to cross his path. There were 2 constables that came his way at one point, and he sent 2 sailors with a suspicious crate scurrying out of view beneath a tarpaulin. He's hiding something, I'm sure of it." "So, what do you think he was doing?" "Not that I'm very familiar with docks or the goings-on there," she said, blushing prettily, "but I suspect he was unloading some sort of illicit goods. That crate he hid wasn't the only one, or even the largest, that he directed off the ship and towards the street." "You didn't happen to catch the name of the ship, did you?" "The Bellwether." He paused for a moment, considering what she was saying. This was very serious indeed. What Lucille had described was exactly what Reginald would have guessed from a black market dealer, or something even more malicious. Whatever her initial motivation had been, Lucille had certainly stumbled upon a bigger conspiracy than mere blackmail. "You did well," he said at last. "I don't like your methods, but I can't argue with your powers of observation." She looked so surprised that Reginald felt momentarily guilty. He wished he'd responded thusly earlier in the evening, before his blind fear and rage had frightened her so. As it was, he thought she would hear the heart of what he wanted better if he maintained a level head. "I'll tell you the truth, Lucille. This makes me more and more nervous with every word that I hear. It's clear that Samuel Hayward is up to no good, and not just as relates to poor Lady Margaret. Before, I had little respect for him, but I would have told you that he was just untrustworthy and deceitful. Now it sounds like he's dangerous." Lucille looked at him with a measured gaze. Reginald could see something new in her eyes, a middle ground between the frightened girl he'd married and the angry, rebellious lass he'd seen earlier that evening. She wanted to be involved still. She wasn't frightened by Samuel's dastardly nature, But she wasn't going to lose her temper again. "Reginald, I know that you think it is dangerous, but I'm not sure what direct wrong you think that he'll do to me. You say that you were on the roofs near the marina." "Yes." "Are you absolutely certain that nobody saw you?" "Yes." She paused, thoughtful. "Well, we left hurriedly because there was a sailor working in the rigging. I don't think he saw us, but it did prove that we weren't completely aware of all eyes in the circumstances." Reginald felt another sharp bite of fear in his heart, but he pushed it back. "It's nothing against you and Edmund and Margaret, actually. The truth is that nobody ever knows for certain that they went undetected in illicit behaviour. Samuel Hayward himself just got caught up to no good on the docks. I make a living off of knowing things that I'm not supposed to know. I know how easy it is to sniff out a spy, Lucille." He sighed and ran a hand through his hair. "I'm afraid that Samuel might hurt you if he found out you were investigating this issue further." She took a deep breath. "I know you're afraid of that, but this conversation is just looping us back to where we were last night and earlier this evening. You think it's too dangerous, and I don't want to be kept in a glass case for the rest of my life." Reginald looked at the fire. He wanted very much to please her, to walk alongside her. As though reading his mind, Lucille put a hand out and took hold of his forearm, feather-light. "I want to be your helpmate," she said softly. "Not just the thing you take with you as an accessory to social functions. How can I actually help you unless you give me opportunities to be useful? I don't want to just show my freedom by throwing myself into dangerous situations. I want to be purposeful and lend aid where it is required." Her eyes were so enticing, dark green and glittering with emotion. Reginald marvelled at her, knowing that Lucille herself didn't know the full power of her beauty and feeling. Eyes like that, a heart like that, could move mountains. Women like Lucille had brought empires to their knees, he thought, knowing he was going to relent somewhat before he even spoke. "I see that you speak the truth," he said hoarsely, folding his own hand over the one of hers still resting on his arm, "and I want you to know that what you say means the world to me." He reached into his coat pocket and withdrew the list he'd taken earlier from Benjamin's office. "So I will be honest with you, my partner in crime. Today I visited Benjamin Moore, the man who I found wounded in his office, the man I told you earlier I suspected of killing your father. He survived, cloistered away in a room in the local hospital, and I have a constable on duty there to make sure he stays alive." "What is it you fear?" Lucille asked. Then, before he could answer, she said in a cold voice, "You think someone will try to come back and finish the job they started?" Reginald nodded, relishing for a brief moment that he could speak so openly about such grotesque matters with his wife. Many women of her social standing and class would have shrunk away from all the things he discussed and the skills he'd attempted to teach her. Lucille seemed to take it all in stride, choosing, for the most part, logic rather than drama. "That's exactly what I fear," he answered. "I think someone's trying to keep him quiet, and once they learn that he is alive and well and talking, they'll visit him at the hospital to shut his mouth for good. And so it's important to talk to him sooner rather than later." "I could actually save him," Reginald said bitterly, "if he would only be honest with me about who he worked with, what deed was committed, and who attacked him. He's more afraid of this man, it seems, than he is of the noose." Lucille shivered. Reginald reached out and pulled her shawl up so that it covered her shoulders, crossing it across the front so she would feel its comfort and embrace. His hand lingered for a moment on the soft wool, his eyes on her face. "So," she said softly, not looking away. What did he say? Nothing by choice, but he did let slip that the man who attacked him was a nobleman he'd worked for in the past. I went by his office on the way home and managed to procure this list of his former clients and employers. Procure? A smile played at the corners of her mouth. The same way you taught me to procure items that were not my own and hide them in the secret pockets of the gown you gave me. He smiled and looked at her with pretend astonishment. My lady! What is this you accuse me of? She took the paper in her hands and opened it to the firelight. Reginald could see the list of dark names through the paper, illuminated in silhouette by the flickering flames on the other side. So these are the men he worked for in the past. And one of them likely attacked him in his office, which means one of them also likely hired more to kill your father, or to be a scapegoat. Reginald watched Lucille's face carefully to see any sign of the earlier panic, but here, faced with the cold, hard facts of murder and death, she seemed completely unaffected. It was the anger of her own husband that had reduced her to fear, and Reginald hated that more than anything. So this is how you can help me, he went on gently. Write letters and arrange social calls with the wives of the men on this list, specifically the ones that I've marked here and here. He pointed to a series of small tiers in the paper, and here and here. These are the names that are most familiar to me, and I always think it odd when coincidental connections appear in circumstances like these. Lucille looked up from the paper with surprise. So you will allow me to help you. I can meet with the wives and try to pull out of them what information I can. Not quite so direct as all that, he said quickly. I don't want you jumping from one dangerous situation into another. Still, I can give you a few things I'm looking for, and you can ask innocent enough questions to achieve the same ends. She smiled seriously, and then nodded. I'll do it. But, he paused and pursed his lips, if you help me in this matter, you must leave the other matter of Samuel Hayward to me. I promise not to leave your friend out to dry. We'll find a way to clear her name, and hopefully we'll find a way to apprehend Hayward in his misdeeds as well. Lucille looked torn. I don't want to leave Margaret without aid. I know. You're a very loyal woman. I love that about you, he thought, but didn't say. You can still offer Margaret your sympathy and a shoulder upon which to weep, but I think it best if you leave the investigation into Samuel Hayward to me at present. It won't be difficult, after all, with all the work you'll be doing on Moore's list. Lucille seemed to consider this all for a moment, and then said at last, All right, I agree. I will tend to the list at once, although I don't know if Margaret will be so very willing to drop the issue. Reginald had considered this already. I think Margaret is trustworthy enough to lend her aid in the Moore matter, impress upon her the need for secrecy, and then you can work on the list together. That will give her something else to occupy her thoughts and fears for a spell, and you can tell her that every moment she spends on the list will free me up to spend time tracking Hayward down. Lucille drew in a deep breath. All right, husband, she said softly. We've struck an agreement. Chapter 27. Do you really think I'm the best for a task like this? Margaret asked, her face lined with worry. She'd invited Lucille over to discuss all that they'd discovered during their visit to the docks, and Lucille had interrupted her questions at once by presenting the list and explaining what Reginald had asked that they do. Margaret seemed unconvinced. I just feel that after everything we've learnt about Samuel, that's where our real efforts should lie, making him see the error of his ways, bringing him to justice before he can do more harm. I agree that he should be brought to justice, and quickly. Lucille put a hand on her friend's arm. But who is going to do that? Would you like to accompany me down to the docks now and call him to account? That will only put us both in danger. I think it best that we let Reginald tend to the matter in his own way. This other task will give us something to work on together." She smiled, hoping to release some of her friend's fear. "I understand if you don't want to help, and I assure you I will be all right to tend to the matter alone. I only thought that, in halting the Hayward investigation, you might find yourself a bit eager for something to fill the void." Margaret bit her lip for a moment and then stood, examining the list of names. "I do know some of these people, and it would provide a distraction. Besides, I know that Edmund is eager to find who his father's killer was and get to the bottom of this matter." She continued reading for a moment and then looked up quickly, a pink blush suffusing her pale cheeks. "I mean, you all, of course, not just Edmund. You all must be eager to get to the bottom of this dreadful issue." Lucille pretended she hadn't noticed the slip-up. There were bigger things afoot now than what appeared to be a light infatuation her friend had with her brother. She nodded and took the list back. "Do you have a pen and paper? We can divide the list down the middle and speed the process along. Do you see the 4 names that are marked? Those are people that Reginald recognises and said he believes are more likely to be involved. We should each take 2 of those names." The girls bent their heads together over the list at Margaret's desk, transcribing each name, along with notes about the people that each was able to tell the other. A few titles traded papers after Lucille discovered Margaret's connections were more diverse, but in the end both girls were satisfied with the outcome. "I'm going to the library to work on a few letters now. Would you accompany me?" Margaret stood with her list in hand. Lucille looked outside. The warm sunlight was playing on the grasses in her friend's manicured garden, a lovely, inviting sight. "I would love to," she said, "but Edmund's going to be here within the hour, and I think I will wait for his arrival in the garden." She saw that Margaret was torn and assured her quickly, "You needn't come too, love. I treasure alone time as much as I treasure company." "Good. Call if you need anything." Margaret gathered up her skirts and slipped out of the room. Lucille took herself to the great French doors, opening onto the back patio and garden, walking slowly along the plush grass towards the terrace. She had worn a white dress, something she rarely did, and in the sunshine, with the memory of her head on Reginald's chest the night before, she felt light and almost girlish. She passed along the length of the garden and then went down a flight of stone steps to a lower area she knew well. It was a bit wilder, less cared for, but beautiful all the same. The grasses were high and the wildflowers brushed her fingers as she walked. A large tree sat in the centre of the garden, and beneath it was a scattering of violets. Lucille was leaning down to pluck one of the tiny, delicate flowers, when she sensed, rather than heard, someone near at hand. It was the vicar. She straightened, the bloom still held lightly between her 2 fingers. What was his name? She racked her brain, trying to remember. He was walking towards her, nearly to the tree, following a path from further down the hill. Of course, he must be attending to Margaret, coming up from the parish. He was a little less imposing than he'd been in the moonlight the night of the ball. Broad daylight made the shadows on his cheeks and the cut of his chin a little less sharp and even more inviting. His eyes were still soft and kind, though, inviting without being off-putting. "Good day, my lady," he said in an even tone, coming to join her among the lilacs. Jeremy, that was it. But Jeremy, what? "I don't know if you remember, but we met the other night at Lady Margaret's ball." He indicated himself with a hand that was lily-white and soft. Jeremy Colby. Ah, yes, Mr. Colby, a man of the church who took the time to help a lady feel comfortable at a social gathering. Women everywhere owe you thanks. Style, text a line, Justify. He laughed and motioned to the carpet of lavender blooms. Will you sit with me and talk, Lady Crowan? Lucille looked where he pointed in the garden and felt flattered that a gentleman of the cloth should desire to share a few thoughts with her. Sarah. She would have understood. Her sister had a sharp intellect and a bookish consciousness that worked well in conversations with intellectuals. She'd never had that skill. All right. She sank down in the grass, a proper distance from the vicar, folding her legs beneath her and off to the side. She plucked a few more flowers and began weaving them carefully into a line. He sat down as well, a short distance off, and raised one knee over which he draped his arm. It's a beautiful day, surprisingly warm for the springtime. I'm sure the rains will come again soon, Lucille said with a little laugh. England is not very coy about her weather. That's a good thing to hear, the vicar said. Then, when she looked at him in momentary confusion, he clarified. Your laugh, my lady. I could see when I approached you that something was troubling you, and I'm glad to see that, even in the difficult times, you can find moments of joy. Lucille was surprised. In the moments before Mr. Colby had come upon her in the garden, she'd been unusually peaceful, her mind occupied as always with Margaret's troubles and Reginald's affairs, but still more at rest than ever in the knowledge of all that had passed between her and Reginald the night before. Still, under the vicar's steely gaze, she felt the need to confess some of her troubles. Shouldn't I speak my confessions to a priest? She tried to make light of it all. His eyes wouldn't let her. Serious, kind. You speak of your sins in a priest's confessional, but here in a garden of violets, I only ask to hear of your worries. Lucille bit her lip, still fighting with the idea of propriety and the idea of honesty. But, in the end, the good vicar was a man of God, and he had told her the night of the ball to come to him if anything untoward was troubling her. She thought of Margaret's tightly wound worry and Edmund's attempts to fill his father's shoes, and she knew that neither of them had room in their anxieties for her own fears. That was what vicars were for, wasn't it? Bearing some of the load their flocks carried, helping to ease the weight on the souls in their care. I do have some worries. Yes, she admitted at last. There are some sensitive issues plaguing my family at present, things that would be very troublesome if they ever made it out into society, or even to some local authorities, and I am afraid. The vicar nodded and stayed silent, looking out over the garden with a pensive gaze. Then he turned to her and said gently, If the things of which you speak are private, I understand. There's no need for you to share unless you think it would give you some peace. Just know that if you do choose to share anything, your secrets are safe with me. They belong to God when they enter my ears, and the highest would never trifle with another's confidence. It was as though a dam broke in Lucille, and she found herself fumbling through an explanation of all that had happened in the last few weeks. She tried to be careful about the details, but the vicar seemed able to surmise the truth from her vagueness. And so your brother thinks that the death of your father was intentional. His eyes were full of pain. That must be so difficult. After everything that you shared at the ball, you must already feel so torn about your father's passing. To find that it happened under dark circumstances is an added blow that no daughter should have to bear. His words were balm to Lucille's heart. If it was something malicious, it only remains to be seen whether or not we should be frightened of further action because of our connection with my father, she said. I don't know that I feel the pressing danger as my husband does. Ah, yes, your husband. The vicar shook his head understandingly. I can only imagine his concerns for your safety in this matter. He paused for a moment as though choosing his words carefully, and when he spoke at last, there was a sheepish air to his words. I don't mean to tread on ground that is not mine to traverse, so if you don't wish to speak on the subject, please feel free to let me know. But is it true that you and Lord Crowan are recently married? Recently, yes, although it's been quite a few months by now. And this marriage... He paused, again weighing his words, and Lucille felt sorry for him as she watched his attempts to preserve propriety. Well, I suppose marriage in general is an odd thing in our day and time. There are many different reasons to join in matrimony, and love is not always one of them. His eyes fastened on hers, kindness pouring from them. Have you found a way to love your husband, Lady Crowan? It was such a well-worded, well-timed question that Lucille was taken off guard and answered with an honesty she hadn't even been able to use with her own sister. It's strange, she said softly, and I don't know that I fully trust my own heart yet, but I must admit that my love for Reginald is growing daily. I know that it is improper to speak of marriage and love. Not here, the vicar rushed to say with a smile. I believe that before God, marriage and love ought always to go hand in hand. I'm frightened of it, Lucille burst out, feeling the warm prick of tears in her eyes. There's so much that I'm learning about Reg, about Lord Crowan, and everything makes me want to know more. I know that he has a history that perhaps even you are aware of, a reputation, but I see in him a kind and loving man. There is just so much that weighs on his mind, matters both personal and politics. Just last night, he told me about a man who goes by the name Harpocrates, that threatens him and others in the House of Lords. Tell me, is that the way our government should be running? Lucille knew that she was just bringing up Harpocrates to get the vicar off the subject of love and marriage. She was far more frightened by her growing feelings for Reginald than she was by the injury and death that had begun to circle her like the plague. Thankfully, the vicar seemed willing enough to follow the political thread of conversation. I can see that worries you greatly, he said, his forehead a mask of concern. Do you know, I have actually heard of this man, the same one of whom your husband speaks, and his presence and influence have worried me for some time. Truly? Where did you hear of him? I go to London often, the vicar said with a shrug. If the Lord is to be believed, then our duty is to care for the poor and the fatherless. I have found the greatest population of both exist in our city slums, and I often attend the orphanages and workhouses in London in hopes that I can alleviate some pain or offer some assistance. That is kind of you, Lucille said, meaning it. It is there that I first heard this strange moniker, Harpocrates, but since then I learned that he often finds his spies in the very streets where I serve. If you would like a chance to ease at least this worry in your husband's mind, I would be happy to assist you. Lucille cocked her head to the side, hardly able to believe her good luck. How could you help me? She said. I mean, would you be able to tell me who this man was? The vicar looked worried. I wouldn't want to put you in danger. I'm sure your husband wouldn't approve of that. Lucille was growing weary of hearing that very excuse from all the men in her life. Don't worry about that. Surely we can work something out that suits us both. Perhaps. A thoughtful look crossed the vicar's face. I could arrange for you to spy on the man, certainly, if you were willing to hide in some corner until he appeared. I have people on the inside who could arrange a meeting, and then you wouldn't be in danger of actually interacting with him. I don't know how much it will help you, or how much it will mean to your husband. It would mean the world to him. Lucille smiled at the thought. He's been so weary as of late, with so much concerning him. I know that he would have such peace of mind if this little thing was tended to, and I don't think he would mind me looking into it, as long as I avoided danger." The vicar swallowed hard, barely convinced. "All right," he hedged. "For the lady. I'll look for the man this very day, and when I know a time and a place, I'll send you a message to join me." "Thank you," she said, her heart soaring. "Thank you so very much." Chapter 28. Margaret finished the work more quickly than she'd expected. She had always found that if she went to a desk and kept distractions away, she could finish tasks much more quickly than when surrounded by people. She envied those women who were always rising from conversations to drop a note to Martha at a nearby desk, writing a letter, and all the while looking up and interjecting their opinions in what the rest of the party was discussing. She had never had that talent, but alone in the library, she'd finished her messages from Moore's list within the hour. Then she stood, stretched, and looked out the window. In the garden, Lucille was sitting under the tree talking with someone. Ah, yes, the vicar. Margaret liked Jeremy Colby. He had a kind face and an unassuming manner. Likely he'd been on his way to see her when he ran into Lucille. She'd asked him to come so she could run some ideas by him in the parlour. She wrapped the letters in twine and, stretching her aching fingers, made her way out into the hall and down towards the garden. She'd hardly walked a few steps, however, when she ran into Edmund striding around the corner. His arms swung at his sides, and his gaze looked past her even when he saw her. "Is Lucille here?" he asked, the first words out of his mouth. Margaret bit back the disappointment that she'd learned to put up with as a sort of ill-fitting glove. "She is. She spent the morning here, and is now out in the garden getting some much-deserved fresh air." He looked for a moment as though he was going to walk on in search of his sister, but then he paused and levelled a serious stare in Margaret's direction. "Do you mind speaking with me a moment, Maggie?" She nodded and swallowed hard. There was something especially sombre in his tone today. He'd had that way about him since his father's death, an adult manner that had always before been on the fringes, but hadn't been allowed a chance to feature. There was no way for Edmund to truly grow into himself while under his father's shadow. After all, Edgar required Edmund to be a cruel and manipulative man, and it seemed almost as though Edmund's natural propensity to kindness and fairness kept him from growing up lest he sacrifice these qualities to his father's agenda. Now, he seemed to Margaret to be fully a man, flashing eyes, strong shoulders, and his mouth curved in a serious but gentle smile. "Whatever you want, Edmund." He took a step towards her. "I want you to be honest with me, Maggie, about the trouble you've gotten yourself into." "I told you not what you said at the graveside. You talked about the blackmail and Hayward and all that, but you didn't tell me or Sarah a thing about what he's actually holding over your head. I need to know. What does he think he has on you?" "It's not a matter of what he thinks," she answered dully. "It's a matter of what is." She wondered if he could see the shame hanging around her shoulders. It felt so real and palpable, like a thick velvet cloak or a wrapping of chains. She couldn't meet his gaze. "So," he said stiffly, "then tell me what is." Margaret thought about it. She truly wanted to tell Edmund everything for a moment. How hard would it be, after all? She could just confess to him her father's indiscretions and her mother's lies. Were they really her sins, after all? She'd done everything right since she'd been a little girl, and she would never have done what her father did or what the serving girl did. But no, she knew better than that. Society would hold her responsible for the sins of her father, and Edmund would as well. Edmund may have grown away from his father's legacy, but Margaret knew the truth. Edgar Lockridge was a stickler for status and, at least on the surface, traditional values. Edmund might turn his back on his father's deceit and manipulation, but there was no reason to turn his back on what would be considered by some to be the stronger tenets of his father's belief system. He would hate her if he knew the truth. Even if he was kind enough to pretend like it didn't matter to him, he wouldn't be able to hide the disappointment from her. She would see it just the same way she saw him look through her now. The deep disgust would be lurking there in his eyes. As much as she hated being ignored, being shifted to the side so women like Rose Hayward could dance on Edmund's arm, she wouldn't be able to bear his hatred as well. "I can't tell you," she said at last, the words coming out more like a cry than a confession. "Please, you can't ask it of me." He looked at her and pressed his lips together tightly. He looked so serious and cold when he did that. "I must ask it of you. You have to understand why." She didn't, actually. Couldn't he help her without knowing all the sordid details? She understood Lucille and Reginald needing to know. Reginald's power and influence relied on the amount of information he had at any one time. But Edmund wouldn't be able to do anything with the knowledge. Surely. He stepped forward and held out his arm. "Walk with me." She took it, feeling a bit like she was walking into a trap. They started down the long hall towards the garden. Margaret walked upright, only holding Edmund's arm as firmly as was necessary for propriety. They'd played games like this as children, pretend parties and balls and the like, but this felt different. She wanted to be here forever with him, and at the same time, she desperately wanted to flee. "Maggie, you know that we're long-time friends, the best of friends," he said warmly. "I have always respected you as the friend of my sisters as well." Margaret smiled weakly, thinking inside that she would scream if he found another way to work the word friend into their conversation. "And you know that I'm sorry for you in this difficult time," he went on. "I don't think any woman deserves to be treated as Samuel Hayward has treated you. He's a brute, really he is, and he ought not to have been trusted with the secrets he found." Margaret nodded. It was kind, what Edmund was saying, but it all seemed to be building to some however. Edmund paused outside the door leading to the garden, his eyes on his sister and the vicar under the tree. "It's just the whole thing frightens me," he said softly, kindly, "and I have to think about Lucille and Sarah." Margaret felt an icy little hand on her heart as understanding began to dawn. "I see." "I hope you really do see," he said earnestly, turning to her and meeting her eyes with his own. "You're a good enough friend, but my friendship with you only goes so far. If one of my sisters is hurt because of secrets you drag them into, then I will never forgive you for it." His words were ricocheting around inside her heart, and though Margaret kept her face placid and understanding, she could feel the wounds echoing inside her. "A good enough friend. I will never forgive you." "I understand," she choked out. "I don't want them to be hurt either." "And you will still not tell me the truth?" She wanted to. How desperately she wanted to. But no, it was out of the question. "I can't tell you what you want to hear, Edmund," she said softly. "But I can keep Lucille from danger. I'll do that, Edmund, for her sake and for yours." Chapter 29. The next day, Reginald rose, true to his word, and put on a drab brown hunting jacket and trousers with a low cap. When Lucille ran into him in the hallway, she had a bright look on her face. "I'm going to Margaret's again today," she said cheerfully, "and then perhaps running some errands in London. I should be back in the evening." She peered at his attire with a comical little frown. "Why are you dressed like a page boy?" "And here I thought you didn't care for the finer things," he said. "You always seem so above the lace and frills that we dukes are required to wear in society." I'm sure you have me mixed up with my sister, she retorted playfully. Although that will be the first time such a thing has happened with you, at least. He tugged at the hem of the hunting jacket. Tell your friend that I'm tracking Samuel today. You both have given me time to work on her case, what with the footwork you're doing around Moore's List. I'm going down to the docks and I don't want to stand out in my grand boots and overcoat. My dear, she said gently, taking his hand as she'd never done before and kissing it gently. I'm afraid it would take an act of God for you to avoid standing out. Then, in a more serious tone, be careful. He watched her leave in the carriage and then walked quickly to the livery to saddle his horse, glad that she would be home in the evening to greet him. It was strange how the situation between them had changed in the past few weeks. He had gone from yearning from a distance to an up-close and personal relationship with his wife, and yet the more he had of her, the more he craved. Even now, having seen her only just depart the house, he felt suddenly as though the estate was garish and empty without her. At the livery, he passed over his usual stallion for a simple brown mare and a saddle that was just as unassuming. He wasn't certain that this particular day would find Hayward at the docks, but he'd asked after the man from one of his serving boys and found that Samuel had determined to be gone from his estate for the entire day. Reginald thought this location was as good of a place as any to start trailing the man. He tied up his horse at the corner, gave the boy there a few coins to watch that it wasn't stolen, and strode slowly towards the outer wharves. The smell of fish and filth reminded him of his argument with Lucille a few days before. He wished he was with her now, stroking her hair as he'd done that night. Right on, sir. Will you be here for business? A tall, skinny man stepped forward and placed his hands on his hips. He had a cockeyed hat and patches on his knees and elbows. I think the docks are hardly a place where a man has to state his purpose. Reginald looked around, stalling, to be sure that Samuel was nowhere near. I'm actually interested in a little lady you had tied up here a few days past. The bellwether, she was, had a bit of my cargo aboard, and I was out of town on real business when she came in. The thin man nodded, clearly respecting Reginald more after this bit of information. Right. She's gone now, but they're moving her innards today, I suspect. He waved down the length of the docks, and then turned and moved on. Reginald followed his motion and caught sight of a tall, rigid form giving directions in the distance. Hayward. He dipped his head out of habit and drew his coat collar up around his face, walking slowly and confidently so as not to draw undue attention as he came a bit nearer to the man he was following. He found that luck was in his favour as he came into a clearer view of the man, for there was a long, rough colonnade near where Samuel stood, affording an easy avenue of hidden approach dotted with columns and discarded cargo. The result was that Reginald found himself standing only a few feet from Samuel, hidden by the shadow of a particularly filthy column, when he heard the man's plans. That'll be the last of the crates, Samuel was saying gruffly. I'll follow along in my carriage. Just make certain that the wagon goes slowly over the cobblestones. If anything shatters, I'll have your pay for a week. Reginald knew that he had only moments to act, so he hurried back down the colonnade and cut out to the main busy street. His mare was tied up where he'd left her, and as his fingers fumbled with the reins, he looked down the street and caught sight of a black, imposing carriage. Hayward came striding out of an alley only moments later, and giving one last mumbled direction to the sailor nearest him, climbed inside. Further ahead, Reginald caught sight of a wagon piled high with crates. He climbed onto his own horse, but pretended to be making conversation with the boy he'd paid to watch for thieves to avoid detection. You did a good run of it, he said absent-mindedly, his words here, but his mind fixed on the 2 horse-drawn vehicles ahead. "No one made an attempt at my horse." The boy snorted. "A simple mare like her isn't worth the coppers, I tell you." Reginald saw the black carriage lurch forward in his peripheral vision and turned after a moment's pause, following at a distance. He didn't want Hayward or one of the sailors to turn around and notice their silent tale. Even if he was dressed more plainly than most, they would suspect a spy at once and be on their guard. Blessedly, the passage of the cargo was brief enough. After 10 minutes of back streets and hairpin turns through alleys, Reginald saw the wagon and carriage stop outside a dingy warehouse building in the slums of London. He leapt silently off his horse and stepped forward to listen, the reins in his hand. He had a nice enough vantage point from behind a wall. The horse was completely hidden, and only Reginald's own head peered out from the corner. Unless someone stared directly at him, the hiding place and the gloom of the city would keep his secret. "Right on, then," Samuel said, already speaking as he emerged from the carriage. "Put it with the rest of the spirits. There's only 1 box of tobacco in this run. The rest is already stacked in the corner. Just keep them separate for ease of access later and to prevent any crossover." Tobacco and spirits. Something about that sparked a memory in Reginald's mind, but he was too busy craning to hear more to sort it all out now. The porters had already set to work, and Reginald heard the distinct sound of glass clinking against glass. "Spirits," he'd said. Why would Samuel Hayward need to bring in so much alcohol and tobacco and squirrel it away in some shed in central London? And what could it possibly have to do with his blackmail of Margaret? Reginald turned around and tied his horse to the iron windowsill at his elbow, then crept through a nearby alley and up to a stack of cargo nearer the door, where he could listen clearly to Samuel's directions to the working men. "You all work as slow as laundry women on a grey day," Samuel was saying with a hiss of annoyance. "We can't be out here on the street forever. I don't want all of England to know we're trafficking black market goods." Something about the way he phrased this last pronouncement clicked the final realisation into place in Reginald's mind. He knew where he'd last heard about spirits and tobacco in a context such as this. It had been in connection with one of Edgar Lockridge's recent taxation bills, the petty annoyances with which he taxed the poor and gave leniency to the rich. He had been planning to impose greater taxes on spirits and tobacco. That enterprise had been backed by both the pious church and the rich men who could get their tobacco on the sly, but such a tax would surely hurt someone like Samuel Hayward, whom the harsher restrictions would seriously affect. He was a simple merchant, and if the supply was heavily taxed, then suppliers would be reluctant to ship it into the country. Doubtless, he was stockpiling tobacco and spirits now before someone else picked up where Edgar Lockridge had left off when he died or was killed. Killed. A chill ran up Reginald's spine. He had gone after Samuel today to help Lucille and Margaret, but was it possible that their 2 cases were connected? With that cold sense of knowing that Reginald had come to appreciate as a part of his natural gift, he was confident it was so. Edgar Lockridge's new law would have disrupted everything for Samuel, and Samuel, in turn, had Edgar killed. He was the powerful nobleman Benjamin Moore was so afraid of. He might not even be involved in Margaret's blackmail. He was just pushing his sister into Edmund Lockridge's arms so that he could eventually dispose of the boy himself and inherit Lockridge's wealth. Reginald crept back to his horse, untied the animal, and rode as quietly as possible away from the scene, his mind all astir. His first inclination was to go immediately to the constabulary and share all that he knew. He could take them back to the warehouse and show them the stockpiled goods and explain to them the motive he thought Samuel had. As soon as the thought came to him, though, he was forced to discard it. After all, Edgar's restrictive legislation had never officially passed, so, as of yet, Samuel was not breaking the law. Certainly, the goods raised suspicions and would be an excellent foothold once the law was officially involved. But it wouldn't be enough to arouse their interest in the first place. He turned down a lane towards his own estate. There was only one thing to do, and luckily it was something Reginald was very good at. He needed to find a scandal, something Samuel was embroiled in, the man, that would cause enough of a stir to raise the ire in the man and turn the eye of the public onto him. Someone like Samuel Hayward always had something in his closet. If there was anything Reginald knew to be true after his time in the government, it was that men who shipped secret goods in from other countries and murdered their rivals were repeated offenders with other things to hide. He would find a skeleton and he would expose Samuel or use it to get to the truth of the matter. He also thought about reaching out to Benjamin Moore, dropping just enough information so that the man knew that he knew the truth about Hayward, hoping to get a confirmation of the hiring and employment contract the murder for hire had involved. When Reginald reached the house, he looked out towards the livery, but couldn't see Lucille's carriage. She must have arrived earlier than expected, so that the stable had time to put the vehicle and all its tresses away. He slid out of the saddle, handed his horse off to the stable boy, and climbed the steps 2 at a time, eager to see his wife and tell her everything that had transpired. When he opened the door, however, and asked the butler where the mistress had settled for the evening, the man answered with raised eyebrows, "I'm sorry, Your Grace, but I assumed she'd met up with you somewhere in town. We haven't even laid a dinner out." Reginald frowned. "Lady Crowan hasn't returned at all, not even to change and go out again." The butler shook his head. Reginald thought of the day Lucille had come back smelling of the wharves, of the risks she'd taken in the past, and he shivered to think that perhaps she had gone somewhere more dangerous than she'd let on. But he'd thought, after their last argument, that Lucille had put such things behind her. Surely she wouldn't endanger her life in any way. "Perhaps she got held up," the butler said kindly, clearly able to see the worry on his master's face. Reginald nodded, taking off his hat and cloak ponderously. "Just tell me the moment she's back," he said, almost to himself. Chapter 30. Lucille smoothed her hands along the beautiful blue-green fabric of the gown Reginald had given her. She was glad she'd worn it to the meeting with the vicar, not because she thought she'd particularly need it in her plot to spy on Harpocrates, but because it gave her a sense of safety and confidence that she sorely needed at the moment. The gown had been hard and fast evidence that Reginald trusted her to do hard things, and though she hadn't told him of her plan when she left that morning, she felt certain that he would be proud when she returned. "This isn't like the wharves," she said aloud, not feeling entirely convinced. "I won't be in any danger. I have people who will be meeting me and helping me along the way." Her voice sounded empty and small in the carriage, like it belonged to another woman entirely. She peered out the window as they rode, watching the buildings change as they passed from some of the finer city neighbourhoods into the slums on the outskirts of town. She didn't recognise the area, and when she'd given a note to the driver to take her there, he'd wrinkled his nose in confusion. The vicar had explained that it was a bad part of town, and that she ought to leave her carriage driver at a distance from the park where they were planning to meet, in case the locals should think her to be too wealthy, and therefore a good target for pickpockets. Lucille agreed, and when the carriage driver pulled over, she put on her bravest face and climbed out of the vehicle with a light smile. "You've done wonderfully," she said to him. "I'll just be going around by the park. I'll be back in a jiffy." "I don't think Lord Crowan would like this," the man said nervously. "You have no idea," Lucille thought, realising that subconsciously she'd just admitted to herself what she'd been trying to ignore all morning, that no matter which way she justified it, she should have asked Reginald to accompany her on this little adventure. or at least told him about it. It didn't matter now, though. All that mattered was to throw back her shoulders and pretend to feel more courageous than she did. She wasn't sure what she would say to this mysterious man when the vicar had shown her to where he was lurking, but she knew that she wanted to protect her husband as he had so often protected her in recent weeks. Lucille lifted her skirts and made her way up along the street, past dark doorways opening into halls and homes that she didn't want to enter, to what passed for a park on the top of a hill. The vicar had called it a park, and at least there were 2 trees sticking, craggy and silhouette-like against the sky. When Lucille neared them, however, she could see that it was more of a graveyard than a park. There were tombstones along the backside that had crept up as the years passed and now filled all but a small patch of brown grass nearest Lucille. It was in this patch of grass that she stopped, pulling her cloak close around her shoulders against the chill that was settling now upon her. A crow sailed high in the sky overhead, and Lucille felt eerily alone. No one was walking around the park, and she couldn't see the vicar anywhere. He'd told her that he would have a few of the Harpocrates' acquaintances along with him so that they could take her to the man himself without delay. But after 10 minutes had passed, Lucille was still sitting alone, with not a person in sight. She was nearly ready to give up, thinking that things had gone terribly awry and worrying about the vicar's safety, when she heard someone approaching across the field and turned to see 4 figures walking her way. The first thing she noticed was not the vicar himself, but rather the 3 men accompanying him. They were not grubby-faced workers as she'd suspected, or even the kind of slimy, sneaking gentlemen that always seemed to be at Reginald's beck and call, feeding him information. No, they were each very tall and wide and looked strong, as though their muscles were straining from beneath their tattered brown coats. Their boots were caked with mud, and each face seemed more brutish than the next. She took an involuntary step backward, but then saw that the vicar was walking, slim and languid, between them, with not a care on his face. He was not dressed in his parson's garb, as she'd seen him at every earlier occasion. The collar was gone, and the black cloak as well. He wore simply a pair of brown trousers and a grey-green riding coat over the top. His boots were clean, but simple, and his hair was no longer in the coiffed manner of the church. It was pulled back in a low, long tail at the back of his neck. "Sir?" she ventured when he was within talking distance, fighting the urge to turn on her heel and leave at once. "You're looking different today." She remembered all their previous conversations, including the vicar's kindness the night of the ball and in Margaret's garden, and smiled, hoping to have her fears reassured by an answering expression. The man smiled indeed, but the look was anything but reassuring. It crept across his face like the smile of a cat looking at a mouse, the wide, humourless expression of victory without joy. He came to a stop only a few feet away from Lucille and gave an elaborate bow. "You've noticed I changed out of those oppressive clothes, haven't you?" Even his voice seemed different. It held none of the encouraging notes, the expressive kindness and tenderness of a man of the cloth. In the place of that kindness, there was a sort of cold, hissing sound, as though the man's true nature was creeping out of his soul and whispering along with each of his words. "Jeremy?" Lucille asked, taking another small step backward. "I'm sorry, love," he said, matching her step with one of his own. "I may have misled you a bit as regards my name. I didn't stray far from the truth, though. I'm Jerome Colborne, if you must know." Lucille frantically searched through her mind, trying to remember why that name sounded so familiar, but failing. The vicar, who was not a vicar, smiled unpleasantly. "You don't remember the name, do you? Of course you don't. That's the added insult of it all. You're infamous for a few years and then society forgets you entirely. That's the game of it all, isn't it?" Lucille didn't understand what was happening, but she knew she was in danger. The cold fear creeping along her spine confirmed as much. She looked behind her, kicking herself that she'd left the carriage out of sight. Jerome, whoever he was, had chosen his meeting spot well. She looked back at him, raising her chin in a weak attempt at defiance. "I demand to know what's going on. Who are you? You're not a vicar, I presume." "Depends on what you mean by a vicar." He gave a hoarse, shallow laugh, like a man who'd battled with a lung disease in his youth and still held the scars. "I do hear a lot of confessions from people, and I get in the business of those I don't really deserve to know. I also play God in people's lives as often as I can, and I twist fate back upon those who have wronged me." This last sentence came out cold and hard, and the man levelled an icy gaze on Lucille. She shivered. "I don't think you're very well acquainted with the job description of a vicar," Lucille said with a weak smile, trying to stall while she determined what to do. "Perhaps not, but that is only because I was never really a vicar, and I never cared for them. The disguise only offered me proximity to someone I needed to be close to, and protection against any sort of suspicion. Think about it, Lady Crowan." For the first time, Lucille heard the disdain he placed on those words. You yourself were more than willing to meet a man you barely knew at a dangerous and, may I say, suspicious location, merely because I claimed to be a man of the cloth. I would have thought the discarded daughter of Edgar Lockridge would have been a bit smarter than all that. But I suppose the apple falls far from the tree. Is this about my father? A feeling of chilling understanding settled on Lucille. Her father had so many enemies. She wouldn't be surprised if this strange man was one of them. Another person that her father had hurt who needed to get back at the Lockridge name. He's dead, you know. There's nothing you can do to me that will truly get you your revenge. That's not exactly true, the man said with another rough laugh, raising a hand to his chin in the mock attitude of one trying to make a decision. People always put limits on revenge. There's nothing that's going to make you feel better by making others feel worse, Jerome. Or, you ought to just let it go, Jerome. But do you know what? I think it's all rubbish, because I think that revenge has no limits, little lady. He leaned in close, his beady eyes catching the light and hurling it back to Lucille like daggers. But let's not get ahead of ourselves, Lady Crowan. This isn't about your father. It is a little about revenge, but you'll have to indulge me on that point at least. Lucille suddenly remembered who he was. It was the way he'd leaned forward, the way he'd used the phrase, "indulge me," with such comfort and aptitude. "You're a baron," she said, "or at least you were once, weren't you?" She reached back in her memory, trying to recall his history. "I don't know what happened. You were disgraced, forced out of my position because of a bit of underhanded dealing, relegated to a life of whispers and secrets and lies." He stepped menacingly forward, so close that his coat brushed the front of Lucille's gown. "That's right, Lady Crowan. Now your memory is returning. I am indeed a fallen man, fallen from grace, and I've been waiting a very long time to get what I'm owed." Lucille still couldn't remember the finite details of his history, but she wasn't about to wait another moment. It was clear to her now that the gentleman before her was no gentleman at all, but a man with madness in his eyes and revenge on his mind who, for some reason she couldn't decipher, held her responsible for his current state in life. She whirled around, intent on fleeing back down the hill and out of the cemetery. Because she moved quickly and took action, for a moment the menacing men didn't move to follow her. She took off sprinting, her skirts raised, her feet pounding against the uneven turf. But then, in a moment, she could feel their pursuit, hear their voices raised in commands, and she felt rather than saw one of the big brutes in Jerome Colborne's employ come up on her left-hand side and trip her. She went sprawling, stumbling to her knees and then over onto her side, and in an instant, one of the men had her firmly by each arm. Jerome, for his part, seemed to have moved not a muscle when she turned to flee, for he was in the exact same position that he had been when she first ran. Only now that she was firmly recaptured did he approach, languidly, as though he had all the time in the world. When he was near her, he knelt down like a gentleman and held out his hand. "My dear lady," he said, "it's no wonder that you fled. I can't imagine a fine, trained lady such as yourself enduring the company of a gentleman who refuses to introduce himself." "You did introduce yourself," Lucille said, shaking, trying to keep the fear out of her voice. "The Baron Jerome Colborne." "Oh, I was the Baron Jerome Colborne, but that title is now denied me, so, in the manner of the Greek gods, I have risen above my disaster and taken a new name for myself." He took her fingers in his own and pressed them to his icy lips. "You might know me better by my new name, Harpocrates." Chapter 31. Reginald waited until the shadows were long in the evening, and then he could wait no longer. He walked back to the front door, took his cape and hat from the peg, and turned to the butler, trying to mask the fear that he felt coursing through him. "I have to go out in search of Lady Crowan," he said. "Has the driver returned?" "No, Your Grace. If she does come back, tell her to stay until I return. Could you also have the servants search the grounds? Maybe she's been out walking. I'm going to go to her brother's and sister's house and see if she stayed too late." "That happens, Your Grace." Reginald knew the man was right, but his heart told a different story. There was a sense of foreboding rooted deeply in his chest that he couldn't shake, the sense that something had gone terribly wrong and that Lucille was in danger. This was why, all along, he hadn't wanted her to get involved in the dark business in which he was employed. After Moore's attack and near death, he'd known that everything had gone too far, and Lucille wouldn't be safe as long as she was in connection with him. He kicked himself for letting it slide, for allowing her to keep meddling in things that could cause so much potential damage if they came to fruition. "You're getting ahead of yourself," he told himself as he walked to the stable, and he prayed that it was true. The windows of the Sutton mansion were well lit when he rode into the front drive, and Reginald felt a momentary easing of his anxiety just at the warmth therein. Perhaps he'd worried for nothing. Perhaps Lucille had dropped by unannounced to see her sister. As rude as that might be under the circumstances, family always had leeway in such matters, especially sisters. It was this that he was thinking when the butler answered the door, and he asked at once to speak to the lady of the house. "Does she have family visiting?" he asked hopefully. The butler nodded, smiling widely. "She does indeed, and I'm sure everyone will be glad to add you to their party." The relief washed over Reginald like a wave. All the frustration and fear he'd felt seemed to dissolve away, and he followed the butler to the sitting room, with wings lightening his footsteps. He didn't care who would see. He intended to take Lucille into his arms right there in her sister's parlour and embrace her. He longed to feel the peace of knowing she was well again. His mind had spun frightening images for him during the ride over, and now that everything was put to rest, he didn't even feel silly, just grateful. The parlour door opened and the butler stepped inside. "Lord Crowan here to see you, Your Graces, my lord." Reginald stepped in, already speaking lightly as he looked around the room. "I'm so sorry to drop in like this. I know you will think it untoward, but I was just a little concerned about you." His voice trailed off as he scanned the faces. Sarah was there, and Augustus. but not Lucille. Instead, Edmund Lockridge was standing by the fireplace, looking up with surprise at Reginald's entrance. Family? The butler had been talking about Sarah's brother, not her sister. Concerned? Augustus asked, standing in greeting along with the rest of the room. About us. Why? May I ask? Reginald would have normally been able to salvage a situation like this. He was well equipped with a retinue of explanations and casual conversation that flowed naturally out of him without any need for brain participation until he gathered his wits about him. But in this instance, he drew a blank. All he could think was that Lucille, beautiful, delicate, intelligent Lucille, was still missing. His hopes, built so high during the short walk from the door to the parlour, dashed at his feet in tiny slicing splinters. He spoke without eloquence for once in his life, his words stumbling over each other. Lucille's not here. She's not with you. Sarah tilted her head to the side. I'm sorry. I don't know what you're talking about. Lucille wasn't supposed to be here for dinner tonight, was she? She's not. You're not. He stepped forward into the room. You haven't heard from her today? Any of you? My good man. Augustus was at his arm in a moment, directing him to a chair. You don't look so well. Has something become of Lucille? Sarah and Edmund shared a glance. Reginald knew what they were thinking and spoke before they could decide to keep Lucille's last adventure from him. I know about the wharves, he said curtly, adding quickly, and I know that it was without your condoning, Sarah. I know that she practically strong-armed Edmund into it as well, and I'm not here to bring any more division between you all. I just want to know if there's something else afoot. Perhaps she had some other scheme that you both wanted to stay out of. Either way, she has not come home yet this evening, and I know that she wouldn't have worried me needlessly. When I bid her goodbye this morning, she seemed happy and healthy. She talked about visiting in town and her own personal engagements. I didn't think she was hiding anything. This was far more than Reginald had ever spoken at a single time to these people, or any people. He generally preferred to be quiet and wait until other people exposed their true intentions. Now, however, he had nothing else to lose. Lucille was everything, and if something had happened to her, he wanted every possible mind working to rescue her. Sarah's face had blanched while he spoke, and now she stood and came to stand by Augustus, wrapping her hand into her husband's and biting her lip. I'm sorry, she said, but I haven't heard anything about Lucille's intentions. Could it be connected to the business with Margaret? That's my first thought, Edmund said. Perhaps you should ask after Margaret and see if they made plans to do anything else, just the two of them. It would surprise me if they had. I just spoke to Margaret and talked to her about how important it was to keep Lucille out of danger. Reginald thought about everything he'd learned about Samuel Hayward and the connection to Edgar Lockridge's death. Now was not the time to tell Lockridge's children what had happened, but he had no other way of explaining why he thought Lucille might be in danger. I'm not sure the matter with Margaret is everything that we think it is, he finished lamely. I'll write to her anyway and see if she's heard anything at all about Lucille, Sarah said, flying to her desk and pulling out a scrap of paper. Reginald understood that urge, to do something rather than just sit around, but he felt uncertain that any good would come of it. She promised me she wouldn't track down Hayward, he said softly. I know you think she would go back on that promise, but I don't believe she would. I was there today. He stopped himself before he revealed too much and added quietly, I just don't think she would follow that lead after I asked her not to. Edmund looked unconvinced, but came and put a hand on Reginald's arm nonetheless. There's no use worrying prematurely, he said. Sarah will write to Margaret. You ought to go back to your estate and see if she's returned. Perhaps she was just delayed, and all will be explained when you ride up your lane and find her carriage there. There is no use being concerned before we're certain she's not back." "Yes," Sarah said, looking up from the note she was scribbling. "Do send word as soon as you return, so we know what to do next." "And if she's still missing," Augustus added, "we'll get a search party together and begin retracing her steps." Reginald looked outside at the blackness that had settled on the city. He knew that he should protest, tell everyone that they should start looking in the morning when it was light outside, that they should get their rest tonight. But he couldn't bring himself to refuse their aid when Lucille's life might be on the line. "Thank you," he said simply, and took his leave. The ride back home seemed to fly by. Reginald rode hard and fast, his heels pounding against the horse's sides, and when he rode up into the front courtyard, he felt a surge of hope at the sight of the family carriage pulled up in front of the building. That feeling, so fresh and light, as it had been when the Sutton butler had told him family was visiting Sarah and Augustus, came crashing down again as soon as the butler opened the door. The driver was standing behind him with his head lowered and his hat in his hands. Beyond that, a servant stood with a letter on a silver tray. "Your Grace." The butler stepped forward, his face grave. "I'm glad you've returned. The driver came in just a few minutes ago, and before that, a note arrived directed to you. We've not read it yet, but the writing is unfamiliar." Reginald moved as though in a dream. "You say the driver arrived. What about Lady Crowan?" He turned on the man, his voice sharp. "What reason would you have to return without Lady Crowan?" The man shook his head, his skin pale and his hands shaking on his cap. "I'm sorry, Your Grace. I wouldn't have come back without her, I promise. But she never returned. I walked all around the neighbourhood in search of her, but she was nowhere to be seen." "Where did you last leave her?" The man named the area, and Reginald shivered. He knew it well. Some of his informants lingered there, and it was no place at all for a lady, especially one such as Lucille. What was she doing there? "I don't know." The driver widened his eyes. "She just gave me an address and asked me to park a distance off from where she was meeting someone. I don't remember the name. I don't think she ever told it to me. I told her it was dangerous, Your Grace, but she seemed so awful set on it, and she's never set on anything." Reginald knew the way Lucille could get, her emerald eyes wide and convincing, her face set. He cleared his throat. "How long did you wait for her?" "An hour, Your Grace. And then I started to walk around in search of her. I knew you would be worried, so I asked all over, but no one had seen her. Someone thought they saw a lady in a blue dress climbing the cemetery hill. But they say when they looked again, minutes later, she was gone." A lady in a blue dress. So she'd worn the affair he'd bought her with the pockets for hidden tools. Reginald kicked himself that he'd ever encouraged this nonsense. He'd just wanted to connect with her, to share a part of his life, but somehow he'd infused in her a hunger for the very thing that put her in danger. She'd apparently arranged some sort of clandestine meeting that had gone awry. He reached out and put a hand on the driver's shoulder. "You did well to look for her. Go now and saddle me a fresh horse. I will return with you to seek out the area and see who else we can find with information about her whereabouts." The driver turned to go, but the butler stopped him. "Ought we not read the note first?" Reginald nodded distractedly. "You go on and saddle the horses. I'll tend to this business." He ripped open the letter, his mind elsewhere. But when he started scanning the words, it came back, icy sharp, to reality. "Nay, seek not to say that thy love shall not go. Come on, old chap, I've the lass, as you may well suspect, and I'll not release her until you bring the underwritten amount to me. If you can't imagine who I might be, Then you're more cold-hearted than I remember. I'm not as I used to be. I've no patience now, and no kindness either. You'd best prove your constant affection. There was no signature. Chapter 32. Lucille opened her eyes and saw only thin light filtering through a sort of loose fabric covering her head. Her head was in a sack of sorts, and she was riding in a vehicle. There was a gag stuffed in her mouth, and her hands were tied tightly behind her. She thought of the little packet of tools in her pocket, but didn't move for them. After all, what if she was surrounded by Jerome's goons? She would just give away her secrets needlessly. She couldn't remember how she'd come to be in this position, and guessed that she must have fainted at some point during the capture. Her head didn't ache, and she couldn't remember a blow of any sort. She kicked herself inwardly, hating that she'd fainted dead away and given Jerome an opportunity to move her to another location without keeping track of his movements. Reginald would be so disappointed in her. Reginald! She groaned aloud, the noise muffled by the gag, at the thought of how afraid he would be when she didn't return. At the noise, she heard shuffling near at hand and Jerome's voice. I was wondering when the lass would wake. The drug's not supposed to be administered so liberally, George. What would we have done if you'd knocked the girl out forever? There's no bargaining chip with a dead wife. So she'd been drugged. Perhaps something strong held to her nose on a cloth. All Lucille remembered was Jerome kneeling beside her, kissing her hand and telling her that he was Harpocrates. Her mind was spinning, and she realised for the first time that the thick feeling in her head must be from the drug. She tried to listen to everything around her but couldn't determine more than that she was still with the villain, and still in a moving vehicle of sorts. Then, quite suddenly, they were not moving. There was a screech as though of a tight door being ripped nearly off its hinges, and she was lifted as though she was a child, out of the enclosure. She was carried across some sort of uneven ground and deposited on a chair of sorts. The light was dimmer here, and she could barely make out the rough material across her head any longer. Her wrists ached. There was a great shuffling, and then the bag was ripped abruptly off her face. Lucille's hair had come loose during her scuffle and tumbled loosely down and around her shoulders at the gesture, falling nearly to her waist. She felt embarrassed, but more than that, she felt afraid. Her eyes adjusted to the dim light, and she saw that she was in a warehouse of sorts, surrounded by boxes. She was sitting in a hard wooden chair, and whoever had placed her there had tied her hands to the back so that she would have to stand and shuffle with the chair attached if she were to attempt any sort of escape. The goons were gone, apparently set to guard the door or do some other manner of underhanded business. But Jerome was still there. He'd pulled the bag off her head and was now hanging it on a hook in the corner. There was a table there, and a chair with a lantern and some books stacked upon it. A gun lay on the table. Jerome walked back across the room and stretched languidly before directing his attention to Lucille. "I'll take the gag off if that's what you want to know," he said coldly. "But here are the hard, cold facts. You are in a place where a scream would bring unwanted attention, so I can't have you calling out. We have two choices. Either I leave the gag on, which would be dreadfully uncomfortable for you, or I take it out and use something a little more reliable to keep you quiet." At this, he stepped back and laid his hands on the gun. "You see," he said, "I need you alive at present. But I'm willing to change my plans if you get a little noisy. I think one scream and you're no longer useful to me. You're a liability. I will cut your throat or shoot you in the heart as soon as reason with you, and my revenge will have only just begun. Do you understand me?" Lucille was shaking. She hated that she was shaking. She wanted to be courageous and strong, but shake she did, as though the chill in the warehouse had crept into her heart. She nodded slowly. "Good. He snapped open a sharp knife and held it to the side of her head for a moment, seeming to enjoy her fear before he sliced the gag free from her mouth. He ran his icy fingers down her face to push the hair back and then took the gag away completely. "Is that better?" She said nothing, just stared at him and breathed the fresh air in relief. She could hardly believe that the man sitting in front of her now was the same genial vicar she'd come to know and enjoy talking with over the last few weeks. He looked so cruel and hard, like a twisted version of the man she'd known. He had a light in his eyes that she'd seen in a modified form on her father's brow in years past, the expression of a man who wasn't just willing to hurt someone, he wanted to hurt them. Ah, the imperious Lady Crowan. She finally has a chance to talk, and she chooses to be silent and cold instead. Well, you've learned from your husband, haven't you? Lucille wanted very much to stay silent, to turn a cold shoulder on this wicked man who'd tricked her and clearly had evil intentions for her. But as she looked at him, she felt Reginald in her mind, quietly telling her to summon her courage and use the situation to her own advantage. People like to talk about themselves. They'll always reveal too much if you give them a place to speak. She could use a little too much from Jerome now. Lucille felt as though he held all the cards, and she didn't like that feeling. The key is to keep people talking. He'd been teaching her about social engagements, not the proper etiquette when one has been captured by a mysterious, disgraced baron, but Lucille was willing to bet the same theories applied. "I don't mean to be quiet," she said coldly. "I'm just a little taken aback by all this. I hope you will forgive my rather unorthodox manners, considering I've never been kidnapped and tied up in a strange room with an evil fake vicar before." He laughed, and Lucille saw that he responded better to her spunk than he did to her fear. "You'll learn quickly," he said with a shrug. "Fine ladies like you always do adapt to their circumstances. After all, you married one of your father's greatest political enemies, and you managed to adapt to that." He sat down and pulled out a pipe, packing it methodically and then lighting it with a match. She sniffed the air. "That's odd," she said. "I didn't think you could get anything sun-cured in these parts." Jerome paused with mild surprise. "No, usually they're fire-cured, but this is Oriental. Tell me, how does a pampered lass like you come to know her tobaccos?" "I should think only pampered lasses such as myself should know anything about something as sophisticated as Oriental sun-cured tobacco," she retorted. Then, after a pause, "My father brought some back from a trip there once. I remember I liked that it had a lighter smell and wasn't so smoky." He raised his eyebrows and went back to puffing. Lucille could feel it, the slightest bit of a thaw. That's all she needed to open the conversation, but if she took the wrong step now, she knew her captor would disappear into a veneer of imperious pride again. She had to play to his grievances. Everyone liked talking about their grievances. Isn't that what Reginald always said? "So, tell me," she said, as though picking up a conversation they'd been having instead of starting a new one. "You feel wronged in some way. I'm unconvinced it's powerful enough to kidnap a woman and hold her prisoner, but I'm open to being proved wrong." For a moment, she thought she'd lost him, but then Jerome smiled widely and turned his chair so that he was facing her. "You're unconvinced? You, who grew up in the lap of luxury and walked seamlessly from one perfect life into another? You want proof that I was wronged? Well, let me tell you a tale, Lady Crowan." He puffed out a circle of smoke that wafted up and out over the boxes stacked close all around her. "First, you should know that your husband wasn't always as pure-handed as he pretends to be now. He's a snake, a villain just like me. It makes me sick to see you parading around on his arm as though you've reformed him with your purity and your blonde curls. You've done no such thing. There's no such thing as a reformed serpent. They always crawl on back to their old patterns in the end. It takes a serpent to know a serpent. Let me tell you what your venerated Lord Crowan did to me." Lucille kept her voice impassive, but already she'd learned a valuable piece of information. It wasn't Edgar Lockridge at all that Jerome was angry with. It was Reginald. The man continued, his eyes growing dark with bitterness as he spoke. "I was formerly a baron, as you know, and I was a rather popular one at that. I'd entered the House of Lords by the skin of my teeth. They usually wouldn't have had a place for someone of my standing, but I was very likeable back then. People trusted me." Lucille thought about how she'd trusted the vicar, and believed him. Then your Reginald came into my life. He was younger then, we both were, and he was just building a reputation for himself. He was paid by an arch-nemesis of my father's to dig up some secrets on me and bring me down. You would think, from everything your pious husband says now, that he wouldn't do something like that for the pure greed of it all. But if you thought as much, you'd be wrong. He was evil, your husband, and he found out about a little gambling debt I had. Jerome stood and began pacing the room. Lucille could see his movements getting more frantic and manic. She wondered if it was right, after all, working him up when she was unable to defend herself. "Did I say little?" he asked, his eyes wild. "I meant massive. In our youths we all do foolish things, and my foolish thing was that I'd gambled away most of my father's money. It wouldn't have mattered in the end. I would have been like every other young man who did something foolish in his youth and then worked out of the hole when he grew a brain. But your Lord Crowan decided to out me to the public. All the financial backers I would have had pulled out because they thought I was a bad investment, and my name was tarnished. I was left an impoverished noble with nothing but a title to my name, and I wasn't satisfied to live that way." "You gave up the title of baron." "Once a baron, always a baron," Jerome shrugged. "But yes, I slid away from the public eye, licking my wounds, but I was intent on returning. I just knew that if I came back at once with my title in tow, I would be laughed out of every drawing room in the city, and I'd never be allowed back near the House of Lords." "So you wanted to regain your former glory? Don't you understand?" He drew quite close to Lucille, and she could smell the sickly sweet smoke on him. His eyes were flashing, his voice low and sinister. "You can't go back. You can't ever regain yourself when you've fallen so hard. You have to settle for bringing your enemy down with you." Lucille shivered. So he planned to ruin Reginald as he had been ruined. How do you plan to bring your enemy down? That's the fun of it. I've sent him a note asking for a ransom to the tune of the amount I lost in gambling debts. He named the amount, and Lucille nearly choked. "He doesn't have that much." "Of course he does. He just has to sell everything to give it to me." Jerome laughed. "I'll be a rich man, although I can't go by my original name. A rich man with a secret business of trading information. Harpocrates will make up for everything I lost. I will become Reginald, and Reginald will become me." "What if he doesn't pay you?" Lucille set her jaw. "He would be within his rights to deny you, to tell you that he won't negotiate when you're extorting money from him. Within his rights, perhaps, but he'd never be able to answer to his own heart. You see, I've been watching him for some time, and I know something you've been too dense to realise yourself." Jerome leaned forward again, the hissing snake back in his voice. "He loves you, Lady Crowan. He always has. And if he doesn't pay me, I'll slit your throat as casually as if you were a lamb led to slaughter. He knows me too well from our past encounters to doubt it. And though you don't know me all that well, I hope you won't be under any illusions to the contrary." Lucille swallowed hard. "I don't believe you." After a pause, she smiled wanly. "I mean, of course, that I believe you will kill me if he doesn't pay you, but I don't believe you'll release me unharmed if he does. How do I know you'll hold up your end of the bargain?" "Ah, we have a brain in this one." He tilted back his head and laughed low and hoarse. When he straightened, there was death in his eyes. "You're right, little one. I'll have no reason to keep you safe, or even alive, when he finally pays up. And what better way to ruin a man than to cut out his heart before his eyes?" He stroked her cheek coldly. "And you, my dear, are his heart." Chapter 33. It was a poem. That's where he'd heard those phrases before. "Seek not to say that thy love shall not go." Shelley, was it? Mary Shelley's less popular husband, the whining poet who had hardly made worthy inroads with his work, and yet Reginald was well read enough to have seen some of his writing before. Where, he couldn't remember, but he knew that line. He walked into his office, racking his brain to think who this person would be. The frustrating bit was that he knew the note held all the clues necessary. It would have been one thing if he'd had no idea whatsoever who had written the letter, and yet it was as though the writer was standing there before him, screaming his identity, and Reginald couldn't see it. He ran his fingers along the dusty spines and settled on the fresh, haphazard collection of periodical poetry that a friend had given him 3 years ago. On the front, it advertised Shelley in small print behind more well-known poets like Blake. He flipped open the pages and read until his eyes lighted on a phrase that he hadn't even been looking for: "Prove your constant affection." That had been in the note too. At the end, "You'd best prove your constant affection." An icy knowing settled on Reginald. He scanned the top of the poem, where it read a few lines in, "Nay, seek not to say that thy love shall not go," and above that, to the title, "Revenge, I know who it is," he said aloud, standing and letting the book fall from his hands onto the ground. He grabbed the note again and read the phrase, "Come on, old chap." The amount written on the bottom of the paper, the ransom amount, had caught his glance too, but he'd been unable to unravel the reason. Now, it struck him as familiar. What had that man's name been? Colborne. A baron, he thought. He could still see the young man's thin, sallow face with the pale skin and the burning eyes. The man's hair had been blonde, making him look like a ghost when he'd flown at Reginald in pure fury all those years ago. "You'll pay for this." Reginald hadn't been that worried. How could a man who'd lost everything make him pay for something? It wasn't his fault, after all, or that's how he'd explained away his guilt at the time. It was the man's enemy, Colborne's rival, who'd paid him to unearth the gambling debt. That was what the price at the bottom of the ransom note was. The equivalent to the number that Colborne had lost at the gaming tables. That explained the Shelley quote. Colborne had always liked Shelley, had said he was underrated, and Mary Shelley's fame was short-lived. It wasn't a popular opinion, and it certainly wasn't one that Reginald had shared, so it made sense that Colborne would drag back up an old argument as the identifier. The name of the poem was a little on the nose, but it clarified everything. Reginald would ordinarily have had a long list in his head to go through, a list of the people he had wronged. He wasn't proud of this, but he'd kept information on hundreds of people during his time at the House of Lords, and any one of them could have been responsible for the ransom note. Not now. Now he knew it was Jerome Colborne, and the knowledge shoved a knife of fear into his heart. Jerome was no simple nemesis. Even Edgar Lockridge had his blind spots. But Jerome, had nothing left to lose. Reginald remembered when he'd first tracked down Colborne's information. He'd found other things besides the debts, evidence that Colborne was a blackguard at heart. He'd been in a relationship with a young woman and cast her aside. He'd been in multiple fights. He'd blackmailed his friend. All this had been too weak to stick, and in the end, it was the gambling that was his undoing. But it had given Reginald an idea of how ruthless Colborne was. And that was years ago. That was before Colborne had a real reason to hate someone, and Reginald could only imagine how dangerous the man was, now that he had true bitterness to fine-tune his purpose. Into his mind sprang an image, concocted by his cruel imagination, of Lucille bound to a chair and weeping. It filled him with fury against Colborne and fear, but more than that, it filled him with fury against himself. He hated what his mistakes and past had wrought, that someone as innocent and kind as Lucille could be trapped in the crosshairs of his injustices. He would have done anything to trade places with her now, and though the sum of money scribbled at the bottom of the ransom note would ruin him, he would do it all for her without blinking. He sat down at the desk and penned a note. "You're right, old chap. I'll prove my constant affection as you require. I will bring the first half of the sum to the place you specify, and I will begin liquidating my assets to cover the rest afterwards. Harm her, and I will end you." He sent it to the last known address Colborne had lived in, a small apartment off the West End. He was sure the man had gone from there by now, but he would have to have known that was Reginald's only connection, and Reginald was sure Jerome would have a boy or man posted there to take to him any correspondence. Reginald was tempted to go along with the letter and follow from a distance, but he didn't want to cause any harm to Lucille. Perhaps Jerome would sense something was wrong and cut his losses. Reginald couldn't risk that. He watched the messenger leave with the letter, and he prayed that the love of his life would live to see the next day. Chapter 34. By late evening, Lucille's hunger was beginning to make her light-headed. Jerome and the men came in and out of her little enclosure at intervals to get food, and she knew that a basket atop the table held bread and cheese. She tried not to think about it, worried that it was yet another thing the brute wanted to hold over her head and manipulate her with. But as the shadows of another day stretched into night, Jerome came back with a little bowl of stew. He directed one of the men to untie her and fingered the gun at his hip, as a reminder to her to behave herself. Lucille shrugged, rubbing life back into her wrists. "Do you really think I'll make a run for it now?" she asked with a dry little laugh. "You've got men all around." "You ran before when I had men all around." Jerome handed her the stew. "Eat." "Why feed me if you're going to kill me?" she asked. She instantly regretted saying as much, for it was evident that Jerome hadn't even considered this. He shrugged and reached to take the food back, but Lucille kept it. "Never mind," she said quickly. "I might as well die with a full stomach." She ate quickly, thankful. The meal was not as hearty as it would have been in a good English pub, but it still went some way to filling the ache in her stomach. When she had finished, she sat back down on the chair, but Jerome made no move to tie her hands again. Instead, he walked over to the table again and set out 2 knives, beginning to sharpen one of them. "Have you sent any more letters to Lady Margaret?" one of the men asked. "I know you had me running one a day, and I haven't had a chance to bring one since we took the lassie." Lucille tried to keep her face impassive. In all the excitement, she'd quite forgotten about Margaret's blackmailer, and she had completely missed the connection between the man in question and Jerome. Try as she might, however, she wasn't able to completely hide her surprise from Jerome. He caught the look on her face and gave a tired shrug. "Really, Lady Crowan, be original. Don't tell me you didn't know I was the one blackmailing your friend." "If you're so proud of it," Lucille retorted, "then tell me why you did it. You're angry at Reginald, aren't you? Margaret has no connection to your downfall. Actually, she does. Jerome waved his goons out of the room, and when he was alone again with Lucille, he pulled up a chair close to where she sat. She folded her hands in her lap, grateful they weren't tied, but still feeling that panicked sensation of being trapped. Jerome crossed one knee over the other, as if he were taking in a scene at the theatre. I had a promise from Margaret's father that I could marry her when she came to be of age. I was looking forward to that, you know. She's a simple thing, but easy enough on the eyes. She was young when the promise was made, but I was a rising star and your father was covering his bases. I never knew that, Lucille said. If that's true, then why on earth would Margaret ever agree to have you be her vicar? Surely she would know the history. And surely a girl like you wouldn't be so naive as to think that a father would tell his daughter everything. Jerome rolled his eyes. Come, now. You're the daughter of Lockridge, for heaven's sake. Don't you think your father would have married you off to whomever he pleased without consulting you? Lucille bit her lip, thinking about the arrangement that Sarah had saved her from. She didn't just think it. She knew fathers were capable of manipulation and deception. So the agreement was made without her consent. I don't think she even remembers meeting me. But that makes no difference. I was set on it, not only because she was a pretty thing, but because her father had an excellent title and wealth at his fingertips, and I wanted that security. When everything came apart, and I went to Hayward with my hat in my hand and my dignity spread out before him, and I begged him to give me his daughter anyway, to save my reputation and wealth. Jerome's face twisted in fury. He said no. His lovely, perfect little girl couldn't be tarnished by a reputation like mine. No, that would be infuriating. He said that he didn't want to link my history as a gambler to his family name. He laughed. It's ironic now. So you're ruining Margaret for her father's sins? No. Actually, I originally dug up the blackmail on the Earl, planning to use it against him, and then he up and died before I could employ it. Rotten waste it was. The intelligence was amazing. It would have been so ridiculously satisfying to watch him lose his reputation after he destroyed mine. Think of it, the man pretending his daughter was too good for me when all along she was a bastard. Lucille winced at the word and turned her head to the side. Oh, is that too scandalous of a term for you, dear? Jerome sneered. My, they're making ladies to be soft these days. You can hardly say 2 words without offending them. What would you prefer? What if I said that it was ironic, sweet little innocent Margaret was too good for me when, all along, she was motherless, or else her mother was an indiscretion? He shrugged. I've been playing with the language, you see, because I fully intend to release the information on Margaret, whether or not she finally agrees to pay me. Why is it that you continue to torment her then? Lucille cried, losing the control of her nerve at last in the face of such senseless cruelty. If you mean to ruin her no matter what, why don't you just do it? Why send her letters day after day and watch her fear grow? That's why, he answered coldly, the laughter slipping away from his eyes. You've hit it on the head, my dear. I like my revenge to have a lasting effect. No use ruining a girl without giving her a bit of hope first to sweeten the deal. No use killing you in the cemetery without first watching your husband run about town, bending heaven and earth to rescue you. You're horrific. No, I just understand human nature. Humans remember things better if they have to claw hand over hand to safety and then drop anyway at the last minute. They walk around thinking for the rest of their lives, what would have happened if I hadn't done this or that or the other? They think, I was so close, if only... And the if-onlys are the real punishment. His voice was icy and cold. Lucille could see the murder in his eyes. It will be that way, with your Reginald, you know. He will wonder if you might have been happy forever, if he had only let me alone all those years ago. He will wonder if I might not have ended your life if he'd just taken action a bit more quickly. That's the way of things. Lucille shivered. She cast around, searching for an escape, but she could see none. She could hear it in his voice now. Jerome meant to kill her, and she had no idea how to put a stop to it. She fell back on the topic of Margaret, desperate to pull the man away from his murderous intent. She felt that, if they continued on this path much longer, he would grow too eager for the kill and do away with her then and there. Tell me what Margaret's response has been to your blackmail thus far. You ought to know, he said, sitting back, at the moment temporarily confused. I've seen you tracking her down, meeting with her all about town, trying to offer your assistance. My goodness, you're so obvious. I wouldn't swear on your goodness if I were you, Lucille said dryly. What does it take to overwhelm that infernal courage of yours? Jerome said with an evil smile. You'd think you had the upper hand, as sarcastic as you are. Thank you, she said, smiling through the terror that sat, cold and hard, in her chest. Jerome stood back up and walked slowly to the table, fingering one of the knives that lay there, threatening and steely silent. What would be so terrible about me marrying Margaret anyway? He said in a quiet voice after a moment. He sounded for the briefest of moments to be almost wistful. Isn't it possible that a man could change? Lucille fought the surge of nausea that came in response to the self-pitying tone in his voice. Do you want to change, Jerome? Now? He shrugged. I already have. I don't gamble anymore. Old Hayward had no idea the mastermind he passed up when he told me I couldn't marry his daughter. Lucille couldn't resist responding to that. Oh, yes. You no longer gamble, but you blackmail and kidnap and murder. I can see how he would be definitely regretting his choice if he could see you now. Every father wants to give their daughter over to a murderous. In a flash, he was at her side, and the cold edge of the knife was grazing her throat. She stiffened, but he stayed perfectly still for a moment, as though drawing strength and purpose from the scent of her fear. When at last he spoke, there was a tension in the hiss of his voice. We're done talking, he said. I should have left you gagged when I first brought you in here. You speak too much for your own good, and you have opinions about things you have no right to an opinion on. Lucille knew it was a sign. She should just let everything go and pray that Reginald would find her before this madman took her life. And yet, she couldn't let it go. Swallowing hard, she sat forward ever so slightly against the knife. I'm afraid of you, she said quietly. There's no use pretending otherwise. You hold all the power at this precise moment in this little room, with your knife and your henchman. She paused for a moment, and for once, Jerome Colborne didn't try to interject with some overconfident banter. He just stayed frozen, the knife blade still pressed against Lucille's throat. She continued in the same even tone. The sad thing is, she said, that even if you kill me, you won't ultimately get what you want. You want Reginald to be exposed as some grotesque man trapped in the sins of his past. But he's not like that. He's good. And even if you take me away from him, even if you take away all his money and reduce him to the state you were, you'll never be able to take away that honourable part of him that I love. And because of that, you'll never be able to make him what you are. You have no idea what I am. The blade moved a little to the side, and Lucille felt a sharp little sting against her neck. Without reaching up, she knew he'd drawn a drop or two of blood. I started selling secrets as Harpocrates to get enough clout and information to bring down everyone that wronged me, but now I have felt the power upon which your precious husband was once drunk, and I will never go back. I know how to cover my tracks, and I know where to apply pressure. I can do what I want with you, Lady Crowan." "Perhaps," Lucille said, surprised at her own calmness, "but, like I said, you'll never be able to do what you want to him." She could see it in his eyes then, for a brief moment. He was going to do it. He was going to kill her then and there just to shut her mouth. Then, suddenly, there was a sound of scuffling at the door, and 2 henchmen were there only a few steps behind Jerome. He stood up quickly, pulling the knife away from Lucille's neck, and cleared his throat almost as though he was uncomfortable being caught in such a state of compromised intent. "Is everything still secure?" he asked, turning to them. "Yes, sir." The largest of the 2 extremely large men stepped forward and held out a note. "But you were right. He sent this to the last known residence where you were staying, and the boy only now brought it to us." "Did you read it?" Jerome took it in his hands and, examining the unopened seal, nodded. "Of course you didn't." He opened it and read the contents silently, an infuriating choice since Lucille had deduced that the letter was either from Reginald or from someone connected with her kidnapping situation, and her curiosity was nearly overcoming her fear. When Jerome had finished, he folded the note and stood for a moment, tapping the card against his palm. When he spoke, his words were accompanied by the slow spread of that cat-like smile again over his twisted face. "Good. This is very good. I thought my plan would work, but I must say, this kind of response is really above and beyond. The old chap's gone softer than I realised. Take a note back to the boy and then have him deliver it to Lord Crowan. Pay him handsomely for his silence and tell him we will never again have need of his services. Best to cover our tracks that way." "What shall the note say?" "I think it would be best to finish this whole matter in one colourful display. Tell him Lady Margaret's, this very night, and send ahead 4 of your men now. Tell him in the letter that I will end his wife's life if my men see even the slightest hint of a constable in the mix. Just those directly related to this messy business, if that's all right with everyone." Lucille felt a cold shiver run again down her spine. Lady Margaret's house was actually a perfect choice for Jerome. He would be able to knock out 2 revenge schemes at once, and on ground that he'd grown strangely familiar with during his time as the vicar. Furthermore, Margaret's estate was set back away from the main road by a long lane, and anyone who attempted to approach would be easily seen from all directions by the men Jerome would post at the doors. When the first henchman had disappeared again with the message, Jerome motioned to the second and then to Lucille. "Truss the lass back up," he said, "and make the bonds good and tight this time. I don't want any funny business to ruin her beautiful reunion with Lord Crowan." He turned to her, speaking in a slow, calm voice, as though explaining something to a child rather than repeating information she'd already overheard. "Did you hear that, Lady Crowan? It's time to go meet your husband at last. Best make the moment count. It shouldn't last very long." Chapter 35. Edmund had asked her for one thing, and one thing only, that his sister Lucille would be safe and not embroiled in the mess surrounding Margaret. The thought tormented Margaret now as she watched Edmund mount the stairs to her house. He'd insisted on coming, along with Sarah and Augustus and Reginald, when he'd heard what had happened. Margaret had not been a part of the entire conversation, only the part where Reginald had explained to her that he thought it safest if she and Sarah stayed locked away in their rooms. "But you showed me the letter," Margaret explained. "We have to be there. He specified it quite clearly." And even though she could see on Reginald's face that he didn't want to be the one to put these ladies in harm's way, she could see the desire to see his wife returned safe and sound was winning the battle. And so all 5 of them found themselves sitting solemnly in the drawing room at Margaret's home. Reginald had something up his sleeve, although he hadn't shared just what, and Margaret could see that Augustus and Edmund too were on edge. She saw a small dagger on Edmund's waist and knew that if it came to blows, the men would die protecting her. It made the whole situation that much more riddled with guilt. The servants had all been sent home early to preserve the clandestine meeting and their safety, even the butler, who protested mightily. Margaret went down to the kitchen, seeing that the meeting in question was still an hour away, and boiled a pot of tea to serve to the strained guests upstairs. The men had discussed some sort of plan in the corner while she was gone, and were drawing up posts to watch at the windows. While they did so, Margaret carried the tea tray over to Sarah's side and poured small glasses full, her hands shaking as she did so. Sarah reached out and laid a hand over hers, concern darkening her green eyes. "Margaret, we're all going to be all right. Augustus won't let anything happen to me, and I know that everyone here will already be watching out for you and Lucille." Margaret could no longer hold back the tears that pressed hard and fast against her eyelids. "You don't understand," she said, choking back the fear and trying to keep her composure. "I am so terribly sorry. I didn't realise what I was doing, and I led Lucille into a terrible trap without knowing it." "Maggie," Sarah reassured her, using the pet name they both loved from years ago, "you can't speak about yourself that way. You had no way of knowing what Colborne was planning, and you did nothing wrong. You were born with a weight that no child should have to bear, and when the supposed guilt of that was hurled in your face, you bore it in silence for many months before finally telling Lucille and asking for help. It is better than I would have done under the circumstances." Margaret looked down at the dark liquid swirling in her glass, and when she spoke at last, her voice was soft. "I know you mean well, Sarah, but I'm sorry. It's just not true. None of it is. If Lucille had not got involved, she would have been safe from this horrible man. She would never have been kidnapped or wrapped up in my troubles." She looked up across the room, and her eyes fell on Edmund. He was sitting beside Augustus and Reginald, his face serious and strained, his eyes staring at a knot in the wood of the table, as though he was somewhere very distant and remote instead of in the little room. "I understand," Margaret went on with a lump in her throat. "If you can never forgive me." "You're already forgiven as far as I am concerned," Sarah said kindly, "for whatever paltry wrong you feel you've wrought." "It's not paltry," Margaret said, but then she shut her lips tightly together and said nothing more. For the truth was, she knew everything that Sarah would say, all the platitudes and explanations and reassurances. She had no need of them, for none were strong enough to pierce through what Edmund had said just a few days ago when Lucille had been out in Margaret's own garden talking to the vicar they now suspected was this awful Jerome Colborne. He'd told her that he would never forgive her if one of his sisters was put in danger, and now Lucille was in the gravest danger of all. Everyone was being so kind and understanding. But Margaret almost felt more comfortable around Edmund's cold distance, for at least he was being honest with her. He couldn't look at her because he couldn't stomach what she'd done any more than she could herself. Margaret stood suddenly, setting her cup aside. "I'm going to do it," she said quite clearly, surprised at the certainty in her own voice. "I'm going to tell you all what Harpocrates' blackmail is. What he has on me. I don't want him to have any more power over me, and if it is, as we all suspect, and this Jerome Colborne is in fact the illustrious man who has been holding my past over my head, then I think it best if I cut it free now. We will take away his sway over me and get Lucille back." The men sat in silence for a moment, but when Margaret moved to explain further, it was Edmund who stood first and held up his hand to stop her. "No, Maggie, I don't think that's necessary." Maggie. The familiarity of that name, matched with the cold fear in his tone, cut Margaret more than cruelty would have. Reginald stood beside Edmund and nodded his assent. "Perhaps the time will come for more honesty, Margaret, but you forget that Lucille has told me the entirety of the truth, and, under the circumstances, I think it little connects to the difficulty we are presently facing. I think that Jerome's connection to you, though painful, is a cursory one compared to his vendetta against me. If I think that it would at all help Lucille for you to tell your side of the story, I will at once release you to do so. At present, I fear it would only sow more discord and perhaps ruin you, just as Colborne wants." He smiled wryly. "While I'm all for leaning into the scandalous thing, I think I'd rather cut out my own heart than do what Colborne wants." The room fell silent again, and Margaret sat down, her head spinning. She wondered if everyone else was thinking the same thing she was, that she wondered if Reginald would actually have to do just that to finally appease Colborne's bloodlust. Chapter 36. The clock sounded like a guillotine, clicking away the minutes with each fall of the hand, like a death note against Lucille's doom. Reginald began pacing as soon as the clock passed from on time to late, and he didn't stop, even when Augustus stood and urged him to rest. "We should be on alert," Augustus said calmly. "We should keep cool heads about it all." "He may have had a change of heart," Reginald retorted. He lowered his voice. "He may have found our little helpers. He may have done away with her just to spite me. He used to go on these long rampage discussions about the role of hope in good torture. Perhaps he was stringing us along all this time, and perhaps he wanted to see how many times he could get you to think the word perhaps." Sarah interjected with a forced levity that seemed almost garish in the tense atmosphere of the room. "All we can do is wait." And wait they did. The women stayed remarkably still on the furniture in the parlour, hardly moving except to adjust their hands in their laps, and Reginald admired their calm in an offhand, distracted way. He felt desperate for action, and Jerome denying him the chance to win back the life of his bride at the last second seemed the cruelest trick of all. Then, all in a moment, the man himself was there. At first, the group only heard the clicking of boots in the hallway, and then the shuffling sound of someone being dragged along as well. The door swung open as though kicked, and all in a moment, Jerome was there in the room, with a gun to Lucille's forehead. "That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry I'm a bit late. It takes time to post up a reliable guard around the property, and I just wanted to make sure everyone was out of the house per my orders. Moving the servants was a nice touch. I'd take my hat off to you for your obedience, but as you can see, my hands are a bit occupied at the moment." He wiggled the gun against Lucille's head. Reginald could feel that everyone in the room was as frozen as he was, staying completely still, as though the slightest movement would set the madman off. Reginald took the moment to drink in the sight of Lucille, his eyes running over every bit of her form with the gaze of a lover intent on discovering wounds or worse. Her beautiful blue-green gown, once so fine, had been ripped and muddied during her ordeal. One of the shoulders had been torn and was hanging off a bit, exposing the crest of her pale white shoulder and ending in a bit of muddied lace. Her hair was loose, falling pale and beautiful nearly to her waist. It was rumpled and in disarray, but still held that magical glow that had so entranced Reginald when he first saw her. He could see a purpling bruise on her cheek and along her arms, and one very distressing thin cut against her marble throat. It was her eyes that undid him, though. Green and calm, they stared back at his with something worse than fear. She was looking at him with acceptance and a sort of last farewell. She knew something that he didn't, and whatever Reginald hoped, He could see that Lucille wasn't expecting to leave the room alive. "Colborne," he said, forcing himself to speak at last. "Let the girl go. Your quarrel is with me." "You're right about that," Jerome answered in a slightly sing-song voice. "But she's not just any girl, is she? She's your wife, and that means you're one flesh before God, which means, if I have a quarrel with you, I've perfect license to take it out on her." He tightened his fingers around Lucille's arm, and she winced ever so slightly. Reginald wanted to fly at the man, to tear the weapon from his hands and wreak a twisted vengeance of his own on Colborne. But when his vision blurred and he moved forward, he felt Augustus's hand restraining him. "That's right," Jerome went on calmly. "Hold him back, Lord Whitehall. Surprised I know your name. Well, I actually know everyone's name related to our dear Reginald here. I'm all sorts of confused about his connections, for he insists on getting involved with the worst sort of people. But you, I understand. Upright, moral, all that he wishes to be. I suppose he keeps you around like a pet of sorts, always thinking that one day he'll be worthy of you." Reginald winced inwardly at how accurate this particular statement was. Jerome continued calmly. "But that's actually not how I know your name. Do you know where I first read it? On a slip of paper Edgar Lockridge paid me to find in the office of the newspaper, a slip of paper about the murder of a man named Isaac. You sold father the blackmail against Augustus?" Sarah leapt to her feet, her green eyes flashing with fire. Reginald was glad when Augustus turned to her too, staying her hand. Sarah had all the fire of the others in the room combined, and a temper to match. "How dare you show your face here gloating about such things?" "How dare I?" he asked mockingly in response. "Why, it's very simple, dearie. I'm not sure I was clear enough earlier with my actions, but—" and he pulled Lucille a bit further into the room. "I've been very open about threatening your sister's life. It means I can do whatever I want under the circumstances." Sarah swallowed hard and took a step back. Her hands clenched into fists at her sides. "Anyway, it wasn't such a bad bit of blackmail," Jerome crooned. "It wasn't even our dear Lord Whitehall's problem in the end, was it? It was only because of your precious husband's goodness that his name even appeared in the report. The true blame was laid not on Augustus at all, but on the snake who seems to be behind every dark and disastrous thing to plague this city. Reginald, why don't you step forward and take a bow?" Reginald worked his jaw in silence, trying to contain the rage that seemed to flow through him, hijacking his mind and holding it from rational thought. Jerome looked around the room, watching the expressions on the faces of Sarah and Edmund twist in confusion. "No, he didn't do it," he said abruptly, shocking even Reginald. Then he laughed and waved the gun with terrifying speed around the room in a wide gesture. "That's what the grand joke of it all is. I did all my research so I could find a way to bring down the God of the House of Lords amid all his secrets, and I found the constabulary reports on the firearms that never made it to the light of day. Do you know why these two lords were never arrested? The public might have thought it was because of their money and prestige, but that wasn't the truth. The truth was that the constables examined everyone's firearms and found two important facts. Isaac's shot was missing and Reginald's jammed. Reginald felt frozen with confusion. Why was Jerome telling him this? He was giving Reginald what he'd needed all this time, a way to walk through life without the guilt of Isaac Caney's blood on his hands. And yet, somehow, it was all going to serve the villain's purpose, not Reginald's. He asked the next question with a pit of dread in his stomach. "If that is all true," he said, "why do you laugh?" "I laugh because of the irony of it all." Jerome put the gun back on Lucille's head. "You have everything at your fingertips to achieve a happy and beautiful life. You have a wife, riches, and the sudden realization that you're not guilty of manslaughter as you'd formerly feared. And yet... The gun wavered in the air. I could take it all away from you in a moment. I could burn the constabulary reports, take all your money, and kill your wife. I spoke the truth in my letter, Reginald said, stepping forward with ice in his tone and death in his heart. I will hunt you to the end of time if you hurt that woman. I already see the bruises on her, and I will make you pay back tenfold what you have done to her. He turned his eyes towards Lucille, his voice breaking. I'm sorry, Lucille. I didn't know. I wouldn't have done any of this all those years ago if I'd known what pain it would bring. That's right. Remorse. Jerome was growing bored. Reginald could see it, and it frightened him. Bored men did dangerous things. Remorse seems like a safe place to retreat, but in the end, it's just as empty as the rest of it. You can sit up all day and say that if only you'd done right by Lucille, you could have saved her, but none of that will matter if I kill her now. Don't listen to him. For the first time, Lucille spoke. Her voice was soft and a little hoarse, likely the result of the trauma she'd endured, but there was an edge of strength in it that would have made Reginald smile under different circumstances. She sounded almost bored. He already gave this little speech about remorse and if-onlys. She went on, practically drawling with calm. I don't find it terribly convincing myself, even though it feels a little forced. She rolled her eyes ever so slightly to the side as though trying to look at her captor. Did you rehearse it in a mirror, Jer? Jer, it seemed, did not take kindly to being patronised. Reginald winced inwardly at the additional shake Lucille's bravery had earned her. Jerome's face looked furious. Don't speak again, he snapped. Or what? Lucille ventured again. Or you'll kill me? Did you already say you'd do that? Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Reginald said quickly, stepping forward. You told me you'd spare her if I gave you the money. I brought everything I could. He held out the box full of money. I'll bring the rest when it's liquidated, as I promised. Jerome wavered back and forth for a moment, eyeing the box. You couldn't bring anything smaller. Reginald resisted the urge to point out that the sum he had required was far too large for a simple purse or pocketbook, and shook his head instead. I'm sorry, but this was all I could use to fit it. The villain swallowed hard for a moment, and then surveyed the group with icy eyes. I suppose, he said slowly, that in the end, I have almost everything that I really wanted here. You grovelling before me, realising how you'd overlooked me all these years, all the good self-knowledge that I was really striving for after you ruined me. He nodded towards the floor in front of him. Take 5 steps forward and set the box down, and then step backwards again. Reginald shook his head, his heart cold. Number you, let Lucille walk across the room towards us first. You're not really in a position to bargain here, old chap. Actually, I am. Reginald nodded at the gun. That thing doesn't require point-blank range, does it? Keep holding us hostage. I just want my wife on this side of the room. Let's compromise. You always were so good at doing that in the House of Lords, weren't you? Jerome pushed Lucille away from him. She stumbled forward a bit and then began walking restrainedly towards the gathered guests. When she was almost precisely halfway between Reginald and Jerome nodded. Stop. Now, bring the money to me, Reggie. Reginald could feel Lucille's nearness. She was standing with her back to Jerome and her eyes on him, her gaze still even and calm. But for the first time he could see that she was shaking ever so slightly. He nodded and turned to Augustus to make certain the man had his back before he slowly made his way across the room. There. Jerome stopped him a little over an arm's length away. I don't fancy having a snake like you any closer. Drop it and then back up a few steps. Reginald did so, and Jerome bent and lifted the box into the crook of his arm. He popped the lid up with one hand, always watching the combined group, and after surveying the contents for a moment, let it drop again. "You know," he said casually, "I think this will settle our debt." Reginald blinked. "Just like that. It's only half. Well, I said earlier that I had almost everything I wanted, and just now, looking at the money, I realised that I'd give the other half of it just to have that last bit of satisfaction." He tilted his head to the side, that playful glee hardening to cruelty in his eyes. "And I figure you won't be as all-fired willing to do business with me after I do this." And he turned the gun to Lucille and pulled the trigger. Chapter 37. From the moment Lucille had seen Reginald, she'd felt a balance of two extreme feelings: the peace of being once again in his presence, and the confidence that now that Jerome had his prey where he wanted him, there was no way she was leaving Margaret's house alive. What better way to ruin a man than to cut out his heart before his eyes? She'd known it, and now that the gun was whipping towards her, she knew just as surely that the ball would be buried in her heart in moments. The room seemed to slow down dreadfully, an inconvenience because, as Lucille thought with almost comical calm, she couldn't move out of the way. Her legs felt rooted to the ground, her body choosing to accept death as her mind had only moments before. She saw Edmund and Augustus reacting, starting to move, but she knew both of them would be too slow. Sarah screamed. Margaret called out a warning. All of this happened as though in a soup of slow-moving actions. Only Reginald seemed clear and normal in the midst of it all. He seemed to have anticipated this exact treachery, and even before the gun had turned on Lucille, he was looking back at her with a sort of eerie calm in his eyes. He was only a few steps away, and then, quite suddenly, he was no steps away at all. When the shot fired, he was in front of her, pushing her down to the ground, and instead of the pain of death, Lucille felt the weight of his body falling onto her as they both tumbled to the ground. There was a scuffle then. She knew that Augustus and Edmund were fighting hand to hand with Jerome, and she knew that the henchmen would be there in a moment, but she didn't care about all that. There was warm, dark blood on her, and it wasn't her own. She struggled up, the first words out of her mouth coming strangled and desperate. "Reginald, no!" She rolled him over off herself, but he was already struggling back up off the ground, his hand held to her shoulder, wet with blood. "Are you all right?" he asked breathlessly, wincing at some as of yet undiscovered wound. She ran her hands along his body, searching, praying his chest would be dry, his abdomen too. Isn't that what she'd heard about wounds in the wars overseas? The abdomen meant almost certain death. She waited too long to answer, and now he was shaking her with a desperate gleam in his eye. "Are you all right, Lucille?" She came to herself, tears filling her eyes. "I'm not hurt at all. Reginald, you were hit. You took the bullet. Where is the pain?" He waved his hand as though dismissing something very small indeed. "Upper thigh, I think. Apply pressure." He put a hand on her arm, as though to keep her close at hand and never lose her again, and struggled to a sitting position where he could peruse what was happening across the room. Augustus, a bear of a man, had subdued Jerome with what appeared to be very little effort. Edmund had disarmed him and retrieved the money as well, and Augustus was wrapping a thick bell rope around the struggling man's arms to hold him tightly. Lucille raised her arm to Margaret and Sarah. "Please," she said hoarsely, "help." The girls were at her side in an instant, putting their arms beneath Reginald and pulling him up to the settee where they could examine his wound. It was indeed a shot to the thigh, and though blood was flowing freely enough, Lucille was relieved to see that it was dark, not bright red. She'd read once that bright red, pulsing blood from a leg wound could mean death just as surely as a shot to the chest. She grasped the throw from the back of the couch and pressed it firmly against the wound to stop the bleeding. Reginald was looking pale, but he seemed to still have his wits about him. He reached up and pulled her down close to him. "Lucille," his lips said softly, "go to the window. Tell me if you see a light." "I don't want to leave you." "Come now, lass." He smiled weakly. "Don't grow soft on me now, not after you faced kidnapping and almost certain death with what can only be described as a recklessly sarcastic attitude." Lucille met Margaret's eyes, and the girl took her place, holding the cloth to Reginald's wound. Lucille stood and went to the window, peering into the darkness outside. After a moment, she saw it, a pinprick of light in the garden. "Is it blinking?" Reginald asked. "Yes, 3 times, then a rest. It repeats." Reginald let his eyes slide closed in relief. "They've got the goons, then." He turned to Jerome, whose face was watching him with pure hatred. "Sorry, old chap, but I just couldn't follow your little rules about the constabulary. They've been outside of this business long enough and were eager to exercise a bit of restraint for the chance to track you down at last. Lucille." He turned back to her. "Open and shut the window, please. Do it twice, very quickly, and they'll take it as the all clear to come in and scoop up their prize." Lucille felt a wave of relief and came back to her husband's side. "It was good thinking," she said softly. "The whole plan with the constabulary." "I'm known for good thinking," he said with an answering smile. "Just not this sort of thing." He waved his hand towards his wounded leg. "I like to leave the actual fighting to braver men than I." "I don't know what a braver man than you would look like," Lucille said, the tears returning again. "But I should be almost frightened to meet him." "I'm going for bandages," Margaret said, motioning for Sarah to follow her. "Will you help carry the warm water? We ought to take care of the wound until we can get a doctor on site." The 2 men holding Jerome stayed across the room too, giving Reginald and Lucille a moment alone together. She tied the cloth tight around the wound, wincing when Reginald did, and then came up to sit on the floor beside him, her hand clasping his. He looked so different lying there with his grey skin and pale lips, but she thought he looked as handsome as he ever had, and perhaps more noble. She reached up a bloody hand and brushed some of the long, dark hair out of his face. "I'm sorry," she said softly. "I'm so very sorry, Reginald. I thought he was a vicar. I thought that he would help me find Harpocrate." "In your defence," Reginald answered, his eyes watching her face as though he was dying in the desert, and she was the very last oasis with water. "You did find Harpocrates." "Don't tease me. It was wrong of me to keep it from you, even if I did want very desperately to help in any way that I could." She shrugged. "I should have told you about it." "Colborne had an intricate web," Reginald said. "I don't want to admit it, but it appears I've met my intellectual match at the very least. I don't think your involvement was exactly voluntary." He reached out a shaking hand and touched the ripped edge of Lucille's neckline and the bit of exposed shoulder. "I still can't stand that he hurt you in any way, Lucille. You ought always to be touched tenderly." Even in the midst of all the trauma and terror of the past hours, Lucille found herself responding to Reginald's touch with a thrill of love. The man lying before her now had been fighting for her since he first met her, and she hadn't fully seen it until this very moment. She was so frightened, so consumed with her own failings and desire to break free of her father's shadow, that she hadn't been able to see she was already free of it all. Reginald loved her just as she was in this moment, bruised and confused, and he would always love her. "Why did you jump in front of the bullet?" she asked, her heart breaking. It was foolish. You could have been— Nay, lass. He put a finger up and covered her lips. No use dwelling on the could have been. Isn't that what Colborne thinks is part of his revenge? No, we won't give the brute the pleasure. I jumped in front of the bullet because you, little bird, are worth far more than my life. I think our nasty friend here knew that, or else he would have been satisfied to take the money and leave. He knew that I wouldn't even blink at losing a fortune if I could have you alive. Well, you can't do anything like that again, she said, biting her lip. I need you around too. I need to keep you for a very, very long time, and I want our children to have you in their lives. It wasn't something she'd intended to say aloud, although she'd been thinking it for some time, but she watched with happiness nonetheless as a weak smile of confusion spread over Reginald's face. I don't understand. You do understand, she said with a little smile, leaning down to press her lips against his cool forehead. We'll get you on the mend, and then, if you'll still have me, I'd like to finish what the minister began all those months ago. If that doesn't convince a man to heal more quickly, I don't know what will. But you have to promise me, she said quickly. Nothing else like this, and I don't just mean the jumping in front of bullets. I mean the kind of twisted web that ruined Colborne's life in the first place. It's a mess, and I want you to walk free of it, without the guilt and fear hanging over our heads. I will try, he said. Then, after a moment, he shook his head. But there's one more web that I have to unravel before we can put this business to rest. I will be careful as I work through the problem, but in all this, I have not forgotten your father's murder, Lucille. She frowned. No, she said. I don't think Colborne was responsible for that. He may have been the puppet master behind Augustus's blackmail situation and Margaret's woes as well, but he didn't hint at any knowledge of my father's death. I don't think he was behind it, either. Reginald looked up to the ceiling for a moment, and then over to Edmund, lowering his voice. I think we had our investigations switched. All the while you were spying on the man you thought was Margaret's tormentor, and in reality, you were looking at your father's murderer. Lucille felt the icy chill of understanding again. You mean Samuel Hayward? Why? Not here. Not now. Reginald closed his eyes. There was a pounding at the door, and then the clicking boots of the constables hurrying towards the room. But my business won't be complete until I've taken care of both the villains life has given us. Chapter 38. Reginald swung his leg over the side of the bed and tested it carefully against the floor, not fully putting his weight on it, but pushing the limits, nonetheless. The doctor standing nearby, Dr. Davis, watched him with careful eyes. Don't push it, Your Grace, he warned for the 5th time that day. You're not going to be fully healed for a while yet, and even then, we've talked about this, you'll likely be walking with a cane for much of your life. It fractured bone when you were shot, and as much as I tried to put things back to rights, you're missing much of what you need to heal properly. Reginald listened quietly. It wasn't news to him, for it had taken 2 weeks before he was even recovered enough to limp around as he could now, and that time had given him ample opportunity to come to grips with his new situation. Everyone seemed eager to have him embrace the truth, but Reginald wasn't all that concerned. He'd lost the use of part of his leg in the whole affair with Jerome, but when he thought what he could have lost instead, he wasn't troubled in the slightest. He had traded mobility for true love and a security and peace he'd never before known. I think I can walk to my appointment today, he said with a smile, and it's an important appointment. Perhaps a bit of therapy afterwards. As your doctor, I highly recommend you avoid anything strenuous, the doctor said, Reginald thought about the nature of this particular appointment and then lied as soberly as possible. "Oh, I'm sure it won't be exciting in the least." The doctor fussed a bit more over his charge and then took his leave of Reginald. A few minutes later, Lucille appeared in the door wearing a simple grey dress and a cloak. She had a hat tied down over her fair hair and gloves on her hands. As happy as he was to see her, Reginald frowned at her attire. "No, my love," he said. "You can't come with me to this last engagement. It's too dangerous. I know that I promised you I would leave behind the life of mystery and intrigue, but I also told you Samuel Hayward had to be dealt with. If you're going to endanger yourself, then I wish to be there as well. I'm not endangering myself. The constable will be standing just on the other side of the door." "Oh, good." She smiled with infuriating ease. "Then I won't be in danger either." She walked over to his side and slid her arm under his elbow. "We'd best get you in a warm coat. There's a chill outside today." "Lucille." She put a soft finger on his lips, and Reginald felt a thrill thinking about how forceful and kind she had been as of late. "You're injured," she said sweetly, "and so you can't force me to do or say anything." Reginald found that he didn't even want to dissuade her further. "All right," he said. "You can come with me, but you have to stay behind me at all times and do as I say." "Of course," she answered with mock severity. "I'd love you to take another bullet for me, dear." She helped him to the carriage, and they set off along the road towards the town where Benjamin Moore was recovering. Reginald had written to the constabulary and asked that Moore be transferred to a protected house with a constant guard as soon as he'd put together the pieces regarding Samuel, and it was there they were riding together. As the roadside flashed by in the window, he turned and looked at Lucille's serene face beside him. She seemed much recovered from the ordeal, and as the days had passed, the bruises had faded, and the cut was almost imperceptible on her neck. Still, the thought of what she endured made Reginald want to ride to the prison where Jerome was languishing and wring his neck on the spot. Lucille turned and read his mind, a habit she'd picked up over the last few weeks. "He'll face better justice this way," she said with a smile. "You have to let it go. I have." "And how is that?" Reginald reached out and pulled her close, still hardly believing that she leaned into his embrace instead of trying to extricate herself as she'd been wont to do in the past. "How have you moved on when anybody else in your situation would be shaking with fear and fury at the thought of that man?" "Because he didn't win," she smiled. "I could go and shoot him in the leg to get revenge for what he did to you, but then I would be letting his actions rule our lives, just as much as if his original plan had triumphed. That would be unthinkable." "And you don't have bad dreams anymore about what happened?" She didn't answer that, and Reginald knew from experience that she was still waking in the night in fear. She pursed her lips together and said quietly, "You know that as long as I have you to chase away the nightmares when they come, I'll be all right." "Have you heard anything from Margaret?" he asked, turning his attention to the other worry he knew plagued Lucille these days. She shook her head. "Not much, but I know that she's been busy handling things on the estate after her father's death. For the first few years, she was more than willing to leave the finances to her father's old advisers, but I think this whole affair has convinced her that she needs to have a more personal stake in the estate." She was quiet for a moment, and Reginald asked the question he thought might be running through her mind. "Are you wondering if she will recover from the blackmail and the drama of it all?" "I am." Lucille shrugged. "She doesn't have someone like you to hold her hand and walk this journey with her. She's had to do it all by herself, and though for now, throwing herself into estate business might be enough to keep her mind off her troubles, it won't be that way for long. She's very shaken by it all." She turned and looked at Reginald, I've been wondering about her." Then she trailed off and frowned and seemed to change the subject. "Have you heard from Edmund lately?" "He came by yesterday while you were out in the garden, only for a moment." Lucille pretended offence. "You know you ought to tell him that when he visits his sister's home, he should at least wait around until I come back into the house." Reginald shrugged and spoke with a note of teasing in his voice. "I can't help that I've moved into the position of favourite sibling, love." Then, more seriously, "I've been meaning to talk to you about it, actually. Edmund has shown a flair for my former profession. I'm wondering if that is an interest that you would condone." Lucille looked distressed. "What do you mean? Are you telling me that my brother would manipulate and blackmail and expose people the way you did before you were more reformed? That he would find himself with a Colborne on his hands one day?" Her voice rose ever so slightly. "Absolutely not. I can't condone that at all." "And I'm surprised you would think it of me," Reginald said. "I know you've been through a lot, but I would think that you would have more confidence in my nature by now. I don't mean manipulation and blackmail, I mean the knowledge and secrets for the greater good. I use that skill to help Augustus and countless others. While I'm happy to take a back seat in the House of Lords now and just enjoy my lovely wife, why shouldn't someone worthy fill my place? Edmund could help control the Harpocrates that will fill in behind Colborne, and he'll always have me as a reliable source for advice if things seem to get out of hand." Lucille thought for a moment. "He's very young." "True, but he's got a solid head on his shoulders and the grit necessary for just such an endeavour. It would be a sad loss if we stood by and did nothing with all the backwards politics in the House of Lords." She nodded. "You're right. I know you're right. For the same reason that I'm having the tailor make another dress for me in the event that I find myself needing a secret pocket or two in the future. We may want to leave the life of intrigue behind, but that doesn't mean it will leave us. Just promise me that you will watch Edmund closely. I don't want the power to go to his head." "I promise." But in truth, Reginald wasn't worried about Edmund. He had watched the boy grow into a man in the weeks following his father's murder, and in the affair of the kidnapping and extortion shortly after. He had a knowing in his heart that Edmund was the sort of man who grew stronger under the press of adversity, and even if he stumbled along the way, he had broken free of his father's influence at last, and was on the path of goodness. "Why were you thinking about him when you were speaking about Margaret?" he asked after a moment. "No reason," Lucille said quickly. Then, a moment later, "At least none that I wish to speak of right now. Are you sure that all the evidence against Margaret has been destroyed? I don't want anyone other than you and me to know about her past." "And Jerome. He knows. But he isn't a danger anymore." "True. Yes, we found the evidence in a folder in the warehouse where Jerome kept you. I burned it, and I don't think there could be another copy. If there is, it's not where Jerome can get to it. As far as Margaret is concerned, her past and her birth can remain a part of the past, nothing more." "Then you're right. There really is only one thing left to do." As they pulled into the village, the sun had climbed high into the sky and dispelled all the chill of the day. Lucille helped Reginald out of the carriage, and he tried to hide the spike of pain that drove through his leg when he hit the ground. Limping towards the little cottage where Moore was staying, he raised a hand in greeting to the constable. "George, I'm glad to see you again. Is everything in order?" The constable nodded crisply. "Yes. We sent the note only an hour ago, but we're on high alert now. There are 2 men inside, and the rest are with the captain across the street. I'm going to duck in now that I see you both." He narrowed his eyes in Lucille's direction. "Are you sure it makes sense to have a lady present?" Reginald gave a little laugh. "Number I'm absolutely not sure it makes sense, but I've not the energy to dissuade her. You try, if you like. The constable moved to open his mouth, but Lucille raised her hand with a crisp wave before he could speak. Don't waste your breath, good sir. I'm sure we'll need all your energies for what is about to happen. And with that, they walked into the little cottage. Benjamin Moore was looking much better, but was still laid up in a bed against one wall of the small cottage. There were 2 rooms in the humble abode, the front room with the fireplace and sitting area, and a small bedroom off to the side where Moore was resting. When Reginald came in, he motioned to the bedroom. Bring him in here and set him in one of the chairs. We'll need the bedroom for the extra men to hide. When Moore emerged, leaning on the constables, his eyes widened at the sight of the guests. Surprisingly, he seemed more fixated on Lucille than on Reginald. You, he said breathlessly, lowering into the chair by the fire and folding his hands over his shaking knees. Oh, what are you doing here? Do you even know who I am? Lucille asked with mild interest. One of Lockridge's daughters, if I'm not mistaken. Moore shrugged. I saw you before I started working at your father's place. Ah, yes, that's what I came to speak about. Reginald pulled up a chair and sat with some difficulty, trying to conceal the spike of pain that shot through him at even the slightest movement. You've just drawn attention to one of the many circumstantial things that we plan to bring before a judge. When it comes to the murder trial, you will be forced to endure. Your presence in the Lockridge mansion before Edgar's untimely death points to you as the potential killer, and as you know from our previous conversation, that is just one of many such incriminating markers. Moore shrugged, a smile playing on his mouth. You're right. We've had this conversation before. I don't know if this is some sort of scare tactic, Lord Crowan, but it won't work. I already told you I'd rather face an execution at the hands of the state and a trial with them than give up the name of the man who hired me. I'm far more afraid of him than I will ever be of you. Reginald felt Lucille move next to him. She sat on the chair at his side, and when he turned to look at her, he saw the worry in her eyes. He hadn't told her the fullness of his plan, partly out of worry that this last employment of his darker side would be met with disapproval, partly because he wanted to protect her as much as possible, but he could hide no longer. I came to give you one more chance to be honest, he said to Moore. Moore shrugged. I really expected more from you. Lord Crowan, you used to be the worst of the worst. In days past, I would have been as afraid of you as I now am of this man, but I can honestly say I don't share that feeling now. You're all talk and no action. You've lost your edge. He cast his gaze on Lucille, as though implying that it was she who had tamed the beast. It was that slight movement, the including of his wife in yet another entanglement, that made the next word so easy for Reginald. You mistake me, Moore. He leaned forward, his words soft. He had seen the constables disappear into the back bedroom, and they were alone in the room at last. I am every bit the man you should fear, and I will tell you why. I discovered who your employer was, and I sent him a note only an hour ago, telling him that the man he'd tried to silence was actually alive and well in a little cottage not far from his estate. I, of course, wrote under the guise of a simpleton looking for money, not willing to let him know that I was on to the entire affair. The issue at stake is that I need a reliable witness to speak against him, and you're that witness. If you aren't willing to speak for the prosecution, then I'm sorry to say I have no further need of you. I will tell you the name of the man to whom I wrote, and then Lucille and I will go into the bedroom and await your decision. If you don't have anything to fear from the name I mention, then I assume you will leave me waiting for some time in that bedroom. If you have reason to call back the constables and me to your aid, then I can only assume you will also be willing to speak openly about the transaction between you and this nobleman." As he spoke, Reginald saw the colour draining from Moore's face. Still, to the man's credit, he maintained his bravado, thinly as it was concealing his very real fear. "What if the name you mention is incorrect? Like I said, nothing is lost. And what if I say that I will still not speak against him? Will you honestly sit on the other side of the door and listen to an innocent man be murdered?" "Innocent?" Reginald cocked his head to the side. Then, to his surprise, he heard Lucille's voice, cool and measured, at his side. "I think you said it best, Mr. Moore. My husband was never known for being a very kind and reasonable man, and though he sincerely wants to reform, I'm afraid he still has a long way to go." Reginald hid his surprise. He had expected strained tolerance at best from his wife, and here he had her full cooperation. She seemed to understand that the difficulties were outweighed by the benefits. Moore swallowed hard. Reginald struggled to his feet, and Lucille helped him up by the elbow. "So," Reginald said simply, "I'll leave you with the name. I have good reason to believe Samuel Hayward hired you to kill Edgar Lockridge to preserve his own merchant business. If I'm wrong, then Hayward may or may not appear, and you have nothing for which to be afraid." He turned to go, but he already had his confirmation in the pale grey tone of Moore's terrified face. He walked across the room, dragging his bad leg, and pulled upon the door to the bedroom. Lucille walked inside, but before Reginald walked inside, he heard Moore's voice, shaky and small now. "I'll tell you everything." Reginald paused for a moment, pleased to see that Lucille shared the same instinct and didn't turn around for a few seconds. When Reginald finally turned, he saw the desperation in Moore's face. "So it was Hayward?" "Yes. It was all exactly as you said. He paid me to infiltrate the staff. You know this confession implicates you as well. But you'll get him here and now, today. He won't come for me." "No, you'll both be trapped in prison, so I don't think there will be much retribution." Reginald softened ever so slightly. "I promise to keep him away from you, Benjamin." The man nodded shakily, his former confidence shattered. Reginald couldn't feel a full measure of pity. For whatever Moore had suffered, he had also agreed to take a contract on a man's life, and he'd been the one to kill Edgar. However miserable of a man his victim had been, it was still immoral. One of the constables stuck a head out of the bedroom. "We've got the signal from across the street, Lord Crowan. The man you're looking for is approaching now." Reginald turned back to Moore. "Now is your moment. You've already confessed that Hayward was the man who hired you, so I will wait in the corner over there and reveal myself as soon as you've served your last role, as the bait." Moore nodded, clearly worried, but he had the look of resignation Reginald had seen before in the faces of hunted prey. He would cooperate. Reginald seated himself in the corner, mostly hidden by the fireplace, and waited for the door to open. He heard Moore tapping his foot nervously against the floor, but couldn't see the rest of the room. He would have to go by the verbal cues in the room. The door to the cottage opened more loudly than he'd anticipated. Apparently, Hayward was confident enough in his power to avoid any sort of stealthy approach. There was a momentary quiet, and then Reginald heard Samuel's distinctive voice, quiet and deadly. "Benjamin." Moore's voice answered in a tremor. "Hayward, did you come back to finish the job?" "I would have come sooner," Samuel said in the same languid manner, clearly not worried about time. "If I'd known you'd survived our last visit." "You're a hard one to kill, Moore. I would have sworn that blow to the head would have done you in." "Get it over with," Benjamin said in a terrified voice. "Do what you came to do." See, I'm a little worried you found a good position here because you went ratting to the constabulary about what passed between us. Samuel was crossing the room. I'd like you to tell me who you told and why. I didn't tell anyone. We can do this the hard way. There was the sinister scraping of a knife being pulled out of the scabbard. That was Reginald's cue. He turned around from behind the fireplace, reaching for his gun, but when his hand went to his hip, he realised that his weapon was gone. Before he had time to wonder what had happened, he saw everything with a chill of understanding. Lucille had not gone into the room with the constable after all. Instead, she'd taken up a hiding place behind the door as it swung open and then had stepped out silently behind Samuel. Now she was standing with the gun at his head, and she spoke in strangely calm tones. "Hello, Mr. Hayward." He froze, clearly recognising her voice. "Don't bother turning around." She dropped the hammer back on the gun, priming it. Reginald had shown her how to do that weeks ago, when they were first getting to know each other over her education in the art of his world. He couldn't decide if he regretted that lesson now, or if he was overwhelmingly proud of his wife. Her hand was steady. She'd get a rough shock if she actually pulled the trigger. He'd never had her shoot a live shot, and the power of it would throw her across the room. But he had a feeling Lucille wouldn't shoot this man. Samuel, however, didn't seem so sure. His hesitation was Lucille's opening. "Drop the knife," she said. He didn't, but Reginald could see the confusion on his face when he saw Reginald standing behind the fireplace. "You gave your weapon to the woman?" he asked. Reginald smiled a little sadly. "Actually, I didn't. I suppose she wanted to wreak vengeance herself for her father's death, and I don't entirely blame her." That was enough to convince the villain that Lucille meant business. The knife slipped from his fingers and clattered onto the ground. It was the cue for the constables, and they swarmed around him at once, Moore coming in from outside once Samuel and Moore were both secured. "Did you tell?" Samuel hissed at Moore. "I knew I needed to shut your mouth." Moore didn't answer, his eyes averted and his hands still shaking. He was afraid still, and Reginald understood why. Even bound, Samuel was shooting daggers of death with his eyes. Reginald laid a patronising hand on Samuel's shoulder. "My dear boy," he said, "as someone who has employed Moore and others like him in the past, I can assure you that tying up loose ends by killing off everyone who does your bidding will get you on a blacklist for clients sooner than you think. It turns out that Moore's fear of you was enough of a motivator to turn you in at last." Samuel turned a surly face in Lucille's direction, his eyes burning with a sullen rage. "I can't imagine that you're all that self-righteous about me doing away with your old man, Witch. After all, he was a rotten scourge on this country. If I hadn't killed him, someone else would have." Lucille looked back at him with a measured, serious gaze. "Perhaps. But someone else didn't kill him. You did. I thought, when I first heard of the murder, that perhaps it was someone he had seriously wronged. It wouldn't be right, even then. But a small part of me could understand such a vehement action if it was in response to something my father had done. He had a way of ruining lives, as you mentioned." She leaned forward, her eyes sad. "But not you. You did it for the same reason that my father did everything, for greed and personal gain. You've become the man you wanted to destroy." "Oh, sweetie," Samuel snapped, his tone patronising. "I haven't become anything. I've always been this way." "We finally agree on something." Lucille bit her lip. "I have a final question for you. How much did your sister know? I overheard you talking, so I am aware that she was somewhat involved." "In Edgar's death?" Samuel snorted. "She didn't have the stomach to do what needed to be done. She knew that I had a plan to thwart the tobacco and spirits law. and she thought it was something best left alone. She always thought I took things too far. I can't imagine why, Reginald said dryly. So she had no idea that you killed my father? Lucille pressed. Samuel worked his jaw, and for a moment Reginald wondered if he would lie just so that his sister could be dragged down with him. At last, he seemed to think the possibility of her conviction to be too slim, or else there was some shred of sibling kindness left in him. He shook his head. Didn't have the spine. I couldn't tell her, or she would have gone running to the authorities. Lucille paused for a moment, and then nodded, apparently satisfied. Reginald turned to the head constable. Did you get all of that? Do you have any questions? We're set at present, and we have your report from earlier. Still, if something comes up, we know where to find you. The constable reached out and shook Reginald's hand. Thank you, Lord Crowan. He turned to Lucille, something like respect shining in his eyes. And you, Lady Crowan. Reginald hid a smile. He doubted that the good constables of London had lately brushed shoulders with a woman like Lucille, ready and willing to take on a villain like Samuel Hayward without blinking or showing fear. It was my pleasure, Reginald nodded at Moore, and hold true to my promise. Whatever happens to Benjamin Moore, I don't want him to suffer for his honesty about Hayward. The two men were carried out of the house together and into the wagon beyond. Lucille came to stand beside Reginald, holding out the gun to him. He took it wordlessly, slipping it into his belt with a secret smile. She pressed against his side, and he felt the tremor in her bones. She was trying to hide it, but she was still coming down off the excitement of it all. Aren't you going to scold me? She asked at last, looking up at him and biting her lip. No, lass, you got the job done, didn't you? Reginald smiled broadly now, no longer hiding his amusement. He wasn't going to scold her. He wasn't even frustrated. They'd been a team at last, and he had nothing but pride for his clever little wife. Chapter 39. Lucille stopped halfway down the curving staircase at her home, a feeling like dizziness coming over her. She put a hand out to the banister and paused, the inkling that had taken root a month ago growing a little stronger in her mind. It had been a few months since the kidnapping debacle and Samuel Hayward's arrest, and things were finally settling down to some semblance of safety and normalcy. She pressed a hand to her stomach and waited until her head had regained equilibrium. Are you all right, love? Reginald was at the bottom of the staircase, looking up at her in concern. He was still leaning on the cane, and though some days were worse than others, he made his way around fairly easily with its aid. Still, she didn't want him to mount the stairs if he didn't have to. Yes, she said quickly, waving away the nausea. Everything's quite all right, dear. He looked up at her with a tender smile on his face. She could hardly believe he was the same man she'd known when they were first married. Then, everything had been cold and formal, a dance where he always seemed to be one step ahead of her and unreachable. Now, that had all changed. His affection for her was so palpable, she could hardly bear it sometimes. She had never known what it was to be loved this way, so purely, without any ulterior motive. Well, if you're so all right, he said kindly, would you mind coming down here and walking your poor, crippled husband to the garden? You, my dear, are neither poor nor crippled. Agree to disagree. He held up his hand as she walked down the stairs and helped her to the ground beside him. I will confess, I feel rich in your presence, but we might never be able to dance together flawlessly again. We never did like things to be flawless, she answered him. And besides, when was dancing ever our primary activity? I haven't been fond of it for some time, actually. Yes, we're much better at apprehending criminals as a team, he said, winking. And cheating people out of their money. Don't forget that, Lucille added with laughter. I never cheat, Reginald snapped back with mock severity. Remember, Lucille, being clever isn't necessarily being a card shark. Agree to disagree. She wove her arm into his, and they walked slowly along the way, together through the halls of their home and out to the garden beyond. The breeze came gently through the open area, brushing back Lucille's hair gently from her shoulders and neck and tugging at Reginald's coat. "It's nice out today," she said softly, leaning her head against Reginald's shoulder. He was too tall to lean completely, but his arm felt sturdy against her face. A few steps in, they sat down on a bench, and Reginald stretched his leg out in front of him, wincing as the leg eased forward. "It's hard for me to see that," Lucille said gently, "to see you in pain. Every time I see it, I think to myself that I should have been the one injured, not you." "It would have hurt me more if the bullet had hit you," Reginald said. "Besides, I have no regrets. If I were to have the very same situation posed to me again, I would do the same thing." His face sobered for a moment, and then he swallowed hard. "Do you have regrets, Lucille?" She mused for a moment and then answered slowly, "I think everybody has regrets." "That's not what I mean. I mean about this, about us." All the bravado that she had come to love seemed to slip away, and for a moment he had a face like that of a little boy, hopeful and vulnerable. "Do you regret the circumstances that led you to me?" Lucille thought back on everything that had passed in her life, specifically in the last few years. She thought of the tailor she'd thought she loved all those years ago and blushed at the simplicity and ignorance of her childish emotion. She knew what love was now, and it wasn't the infatuation and desire she'd felt for the tailor. It was something far deeper and more beautiful, something that made her feel both safe and adventurous at the same time. Still, the path to Reginald had been a rough one, fraught with uncertainty. "It wasn't what I envisioned," she said at last. "I always thought I would end up in a relationship like I'd seen with my mother and father, marrying for convenience, and then living out my days with children, trying to keep my head down as much as possible. I've always dreamed too small for my own good." She blushed. "But now I know this is all exactly what I needed. I don't want to be anything but your wife, forever and ever, whatever life brings us." "Who knows?" He shrugged. "Maybe another Colborne will come out of the woodwork. You can choose a different path, but I've found your past has a way of showing up in search of the old you no matter what you do. If anyone comes looking, I'll tell them the old you isn't available to answer any calls." Lucille tipped her head against her husband's shoulder and closed her eyes. The breeze tugged at her, and she felt completely at peace. After a moment's pause and quiet, he said, "Aren't you happy that we have peace at last? It will be quiet around here, a chance to rest." She stiffened, remembering the little realization she'd made a month ago, the realization that she still needed to tell her husband about. "Reginald, I need to tell you something." He sat up, and as she backed away to meet his gaze, she saw the worry in his eyes. "Another secret trip to the wharves?" he asked. "When will you let me live that down?" she asked. "Right now, and not a moment more." He leaned forward and kissed her on the forehead. Lucille loved this side of him, the teasing, forgiving, life-giving side. "I know that you just talked about how wonderful and restful our life is now, and how quiet it would be, but I have something to tell you, love." "Go on." She bit her lip and then slid her hands down to her stomach, cradling it gently. "I think there's a reason I've been so nauseated and dizzy lately. I think that we're going to have a baby," he finished, surprising her. "How did you know?" she asked in amazement. "I'm a well-read man, my dear wife, and I know a thing or two about the symptoms of childbearing from my medical journals. I've suspected for weeks now, but now that I know you suspect the same thing, I can rejoice openly without concern that I'm getting your hopes up." "Oh, they're very much up," she said, feeling the tightening of her belly. "I'm certain that we have a child on the way. He or she should be here within the next 6 or 7 months, if my calculations are correct." She peered up at her husband, with only the slightest crinkle of worry on her brow. "Are you sure it will be all right? You've been talking about all the peace and quiet we will get now." "I confess, I was thinking more about the peace of family life free of the machinations of evil villains kidnapping us or shooting us in the leg," he said with a wink. "I think the noise of a child's laughter in these halls is long overdue. I'm thankful for it in every way, as long as you are satisfied. I know you got a taste for adventure, and such things are not easily relinquished." "I don't think a baby will mean the end of our adventures, dear," Lucille said. Then, after a moment, she added gently, "And besides, I can't imagine not being a mother to your child and a wife to you. I'm glad we came to this place by such a circuitous route. It taught me much about what I'm capable of and how far I'm willing to go for the ones that I love. But I'm happy to hang up the gun and the schemes for the greater adventure of motherhood." Reginald nodded, pulling her close. Lucille spoke again, a teasing note in her voice. "All I really needed was to prove to you, my beloved, how bold I could be. I needed you to know that I wasn't just a simpering, frightened girl wearing pink silk in the corner of a ballroom. I wanted you to know that I was more than the lesser shadow of my brave sister." "And that is what is so preposterous," Reginald said, throwing back his head and laughing lightly. "My dear Lucille, I picked you out as the woman I wished to love for all eternity, back when you were simply that slip of pink silk in the corner of the room. I saw, even then, that you were a brave and kind woman with a resiliency that was unmatched. You haven't changed since marrying me. You've just thrown aside the shackles and cloaks that your father insisted on using to stifle your true nature." He reached tentatively forward and put his fingers on her stomach. "And I can echo your sentiment about the life of familial love. As twisted as this path seemed, I needed you to remind me that life isn't all secrets and treachery. There are good people in the world that won't set you up or send an outlaw to stab you in a courtyard. I want to be one of them." Lucille sat up suddenly, feeling quite silly. "I'm so sorry, Reginald, but did you ever find out who hired that man to kill you?" Reginald nodded. "I won't ever know for sure, but I'm almost certain it was Jerome. I think it was early enough in his plot that he'd determined to do away with me in one fell swoop. That is, before he realised a connection to you could hurt me in a more lasting way. He hasn't confessed to as much, but I'm certain of it, and the constabulary will keep pressing the point until the matter is solved." Lucille reached up and put a hand on her husband's strong face. "Well," she said, "here's to a life free of fear, a life where people won't come after my husband in the dead of night. Here's to more of what we have together." Reginald took her in his arms, his eyes burning with that remarkable passion and clarity that she had come to know and love in him. He was completely, fully hers, and Lucille knew him well enough to understand such had never been the case with another person. She understood the weight of the gift that Reginald's love was, and she knew better than to let it slip away ever again. He leaned forward, that love burning bright, and kissed her sweetly on the lips. Epilogue. "This is exactly what I'm talking about," Reginald said worriedly, biting his lip. He'd taken up the habit in the last few months of Lucille's pregnancy, and though he didn't like this side of himself, he wasn't sure what to do about it. He'd married a wild woman, A girl with far more spunk than the world had given her credit for, and the stubbornness to match. "You're going to have this child any day. You're as large as a house, and you're out weeding in the garden. I have servants for this, Lucille." "First," she said, standing with that spark of humour in her green eyes, "I must inform you that it is very frowned upon in modern society to tell a woman that she is in any way lacking in her figure. To say that she is large as a house is a little beyond what can be borne. You know what I meant. Secondly, I must weed because I am restless, and if I have to sit inside for one more day staring at that clock tick away on the wall, I will lose my mind. I will run through the hallways shredding your family's most prized paintings and tossing the heirlooms in the lake. Is that what you want, Reginald? Your paintings in ribbons and your finest things waterlogged in lake silt?" She reached up and kissed him lightly on the lips. She was dressed in a brown gown that ballooned out over her massive stomach, and her beautiful fair hair tumbled loose down her back. She'd worn it that way for months now, ever since Reginald had told her how enchanting he found it, and as he looked at her now, he thought she'd never looked more beautiful or goddess-like than this very moment. "I have a great deal of difficulty saying no to you," he said helplessly. "Then don't fight it, dear. I wouldn't want you to feel out of sorts in any way, and as I can assure you that I am quite well and not at all suffering from pregnancy pain outside the ordinary matters, you should accept that weeding is what I must do at this time." And with great difficulty she laboured her way back onto the black earth. Her knees stuck gently into the soft soil, and she reached forward with lily-white hands to pull the invading weeds out and toss them to the side. In truth, Reginald knew he should find the whole thing rather idyllic. His life had only gotten more beautiful after news of the pregnancy broke. They had a marriage that walked a beautiful line between the safety that ought to exist between a man and a woman and the passion that belongs just as naturally in marriage. Lucille drifted in and out of his world like a starling, bringing music and light wherever she was, free to leave but always returning, and bringing with her the hope that came with her presence. Still, standing in his garden, watching his wife pluck at the green sprigs, the breeze tussling his hair, Reginald couldn't shake the worry that something could go wrong with the pregnancy and put his beloved's life in danger. "You haven't stopped this whole time," he said. "From the first time we talked about having the child to this very moment, you've hardly rested. You act as though you're not even with child." "That's ludicrous. I spent almost 2 weeks laid up with morning sickness." The weeds flew out of the earth and piled, triumphant and a little mocking, at his feet. "And it's as though you've been spending every minute since then making up for lost time. You could sit out here in the sunshine if the clock is driving you so mad indoors, just as long as you're sitting and not working. Dear, come here." She waved him down. Reginald knelt by her side. Lucille reached up her soft, beautiful hands, slightly muddied with the work she'd been tending to, and cupped his face. She lowered her voice to a gentle, enticing whisper and held his gaze with her own. "Reginald, I'm not coming inside, and I'm not stopping the weeding. One of the reasons you love me is that I'm not easily intimidated, and so you should set aside such thoughts now. Are we clear?" "Ah," he said with a wry smile. "Aren't we spreading our stubborn wings today?" "I haven't even begun to be stubborn," she retorted cheerfully. "Don't look so very gloomy, Reginald. Imagine what would have happened if I'd slunk away as soon as the pregnancy began and just moped in my room. You wouldn't have been able to see what a magnificently effective politician's wife I can really be when I have neither my own fear nor a raving lunatic to distract me." Reginald had to admit, Lucille had been absolutely grand, her newfound social influence, coupled with her connection to the stories of Hayward and Colborne that were at present sweeping town and capturing the imaginations of all upper-class Londoners, had made for a powerful impact in the House of Lords. Reginald no longer went about buying and selling secrets as he used to, partly because he'd lost the taste for it, partly because those shoes were being steadily filled by Edmund, but he found he still had quite a bit of influence because of his charming and pretty little wife. Just a few months ago, she'd charmed a diplomat into speaking in front of the House of Lords on behalf of his people in a foreign affairs oration that practically brought the house down. The man had at first refused, citing concerns that his French was too thick and his English too thin to share adequately with a crowd so hostile to their neighbour across the Channel. But Lucille hadn't taken no for an answer. She'd taken the carriage to the man's lodgings in London, and, visibly pregnant, had climbed out of the carriage and approached the man himself. "Sir," she'd said as it was recounted by the diplomat after the fact, "I don't doubt that your accent leaves much to be desired, and you have some concerns about getting over your head in a parliament that is at present at odds with your home country. Still, I ask you this. Are the causes of justice and kindness and civility that you purport causes only of France and the countries she acknowledges? No, they are the causes of humanity, and if you truly swear allegiance to such noble matters, I can't imagine how you could keep yourself from going and arguing on their behalf." "You cannot convince me, madame," the man had answered her. "Already many have tried and failed." "But I did not come to convince you," she had answered archly. "I have confidence in the power of your own heart to do that all by itself. I only came to ask you to listen." It was just one instance of many. Lucille had turned into a powerhouse of connections, rooted not in blackmail, but in kindness and the interest of others. Reginald had watched with awe as this new-found influence wrought majestic good in the lives of people who would otherwise have been forgotten. Cast aside and overlooked, he was thinking about these things, and not the weeding, when he saw a look flit across Lucille's face that brought him tumbling back into the present. "What was that?" he asked. She paused for a moment as though listening for something, but Reginald knew with the innate understanding of fathers that she was not listening. She was waiting to feel the pain again. After a moment, she shook her head. "It was nothing. But perhaps I should—" Then the contraction came full force, doubling her over on herself. Reginald leapt to his feet and signalled the servant working close at hand. "Callie, the doctor, and have the cook boil up some hot water and prepare the room for the mistress." "You're making a fuss," Lucille said, eyeing Reginald's wounded leg. "Don't do anything rash, love." Reginald rolled his eyes and planted a gentle kiss on his wife's brow. "That's enough, my beauty. For the next little bit, you don't get to protest. You must submit to all the love and support that this town can give." Waiting downstairs was agony for Reginald. He'd heard other men, Augustus for one, talk about how reassuring it was for them not to have to involve themselves in the gritty details of the business. Augustus had talked about how the screams made him want to rush outside and block the sound of his love's anguish out of his mind. But for Reginald's quick wit, the sounds of birth effected the exact opposite change. He kept pacing below the staircase, and every servant that scurried past, he submitted to a deluge of questions and requests. "Is she all right? Why can I not be there with her? Are you certain you are doing everything to make sure she is comfortable?" The doctor, taking a break part way through the procedure, answered this last question with a wry smile. "Your Grace, Her Grace won't be comfortable for some time, and you'd best accept it. She has." He smiled. But she's well. Don't fret. It was a ridiculous thing to say, don't fret, for Reginald found it entirely impossible to follow the doctor's orders. It was a weary and worn man that the servant girl finally found hours later, sitting at the bottom of the staircase, with his wounded legs stretched out and aching from all the pacing. "Lord Crowan," the girl ventured, "have you a moment to come upstairs?" He whirled and relaxed when the girl smiled. She's doing well, and the birth went well too. He pushed past the servant and half stumbled, half pulled himself up the stairs by the banister. The room where the doctor had set up was at the end of the hall, and when Reginald arrived at last, his leg was aching with the exertion. He pushed open the door. Only a single servant and the doctor were left. They were rearranging things in one part of the room, but when the doctor saw Reginald, he came forward, standing between him and the woman on the bed. "Lord Crowan, you've nothing to fear. Lucille is very healthy, although a bit tired." A light came into the man's eyes. "Do you know how we were thinking you had to be getting a mighty big lad, from the way Lady Crowan was carrying?" "Big as a house," Lucille said weakly from the bed, laughing afterwards. "Yes?" Reginald asked hurriedly. All he wanted was to be by his wife's side and to embrace her once again. "Well, it wasn't a single big lad. It was 2 little ones." The doctor winked. "You've got 2 sons, Lord Crowan, both healthy and strong. Go now and tend to your wife. I'll go with the maid outside, and when you need us again, you can call." Reginald walked in a haze to the bedside, hardly noticing the 2 leaving the room, his eyes fixed on Lucille. She was in a nightdress, and her face looked very tired. Still, there was something alight with joy in her emerald eyes, and her soft hair framing her face looked like the glow of an angel. Reginald had always thought so, but never more than now. In her arms were 2 bundles, just as the doctor had said. "I've had a bit more time to come to grips with it," Lucille said with a smile. "A bit too much time, if I'm honest." Reginald leaned in and kissed her forehead. "My brave little woman. I'm so sorry. They wouldn't let me come to you." "I'm glad of it," she exclaimed, blushing a little. "It's not a place for a gentleman, let me tell you. I'm not sure it's a place for a lady. Come to it." She winked at him a little weakly, and then directed her attention back at the 2 babies sleeping sweetly in her arms. They looked so alike, their tiny mouths working together, their eyes closed in sleep, their fingers stretching out from beneath the swaddling clothes. She pushed back one of the blankets and stroked the little cheek. "I know we talked about naming the child Edgar if it was a boy, to redeem what my father took from me, and I think we should still do that. We will raise him up to be a strong, kind man like you, Reginald. He will bring honour to a name long without honour." "But the other?" Reginald reached and took the second child into his arms. "We didn't count on 2 names." "Yes, that's what I've been thinking about." Lucille laid her hand gently on Reginald's. "I think, as long as we are following the theme of redemption, we ought to consider naming this second son Isaac, after the man whose life was lost in your presence. His death was a senseless tragedy, and though I know you were cleared of fault, I also know that the whole matter haunts you. Well, we can cut you free from the strings of guilt now, and honour him as best we can. Our little Isaac will be like our little Edgar, brave and true, and a redemption of the more broken legacy." Reginald leaned forward and kissed Lucille deeply. "You, my dear, know me better than anyone in the world." His eyes filled with tears. "I love both their names, and I love them with all my heart." He sat down beside her, both parents caught up in the emotion of the moment. Looking at the faces of their 2 little children, Reginald could see only the future spread out before them. The next book is available on our website and on Amazon. Read the next book now. Click on the image or scan the QR code. Thank you for watching.
Scan the QR code or click on the link in the description to read the next book in the series. Share this video with your friend or watch one of the following videos. Subscribe to our channel, like this video and hit the notification bell to not miss any new audiobooks. Thank you for watching.